All right, guys, we got one more game coming up here for you. Final Fantasy VI with our homie Dai Nuatari and Takaze on the mic here. Just a reminder, we're here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around three pillars: education, support, awareness, and advocacy. And we're here collecting donations for NAMI to their benefit. And we are going to wrap up this fantastic week of video games with an all-time classic SNES game, Final Fantasy VI. So Dai and Takaze, whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and take it away.
Hello, everyone. I am Dai Nuatari.
And I'm Takaze.
We have a lot of run to cover. We can probably get through everything, so we can start the timer now, and we'll just go with the flow. We'll go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is, as far as I know right now, the any % glitchless. So we start off with a known character and her two friends. We turn the battle speed to 6 because it only affects the enemy ATB. Battle speed to 1, or battle message to 1. And then I like using the short window. Whether you use short window or normal, it doesn't matter. I'm really horrible at remembering where everything is. So the short window is nice because everything's just one button push away.
Something you're going to see Dine do in the first couple of these fights is trying to get all the XP in these kind of tutorial fights onto Terra, who is yet to be named. You got a couple minutes to get your donations in to name her. But with Biggs and Wedge, Dine is going to run away with them. And kind of an interesting thing with Final Fantasy VI is everybody kind of has a hidden stat that affects how quickly they can run away. There's a kind of hidden bar that they're filling up. And once that bar fills and the character has a full ATB bar, then they're able to run away as long as it's a battle that you can run away from.
Doing better than my no glitches allowed run. In my first marathon run outside the Final Fantasy Relay, Vix and Wedge, we call them sometimes the two idiots. They didn't run from the first and second fight.
Yeah, especially that first fight, they can really troll you because you don't have a whole lot of time to build that meter up. Usually in the first fight, you can sometimes get trolled by them. The second and third fight, there's two enemies that are flagged with this can't run marker. So these two Vol Mammoths, you have to kill them first before you can actually run away. And in the second fight, it was that Lobo dog you have to kill before you can run away. So the first 3 fights are done. Terra gets all the experience here. And the leveling route in this game is particularly important because it kind of builds up on each other. Whenever you get a new character introduced into your party, the level that they join at is going to be based on the average party level, plus some modifier typically. So it's very important to get as much experience as you can. And there's not too many places where there's forced encounters, and bosses don't give experience. So you really want to make sure to get as much experience that you can out of every single fight that you can without wasting too much time. And here we have our first boss fight, as you can tell by the boss music. And it's kind of a good tutorial fight, not only for the game itself, but for the speedrun, because there's 2 major pieces of tech that are going to get used in this fight. Weight tricking and counter canceling. And I'll try to explain them as the fight goes on. So Tech Missile gets used here, and as soon as the Tech Missile animation starts, Dine is dipping into a sub-menu. And while Dine is in that sub-menu, because we're using the weight menu option, the ATB is paused every time you're in a sub-menu. So we're doing that to make sure that we know exactly where Welk's ATB is at, and we attack the shell of Welk at a very specific time because we know it's going to, this is very well done, because Welk is going to counterattack And when you counterattack something that has its ATB filled up to its max, but they haven't taken their turn yet, the game gets a little confused and it basically stalls out the next turn. So what Welk wants to do there is dip its head into its shell and waste a bunch of time. The game actually tells you not to attack the shell because it's going to counterattack, but we use that counterattack to apply that counter cancel so that it stalls Welk just long enough to get a third tech missile in and be able to kill the head before it dips into the shell. So very well done.
Oh, sorry, just to jump in. If we can cut off the naming incentive for Terra, now would be a good time for that. Sorry, Takaze, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
No, that's okay. And shortly after, just a couple minutes after, the naming incentive for Locke should be ending soon too. So I guess a little bit of lore recap. Before the run started, there was a cutscene where we see Terra, Wags, and Biggs. Sorry about that. Now I'm embarrassed. You see them approach Narsh, and what they're trying to do, they're representing the Empire. They are wanting to capture and get more information on this Esper. We don't really know too much about the Espers, but they're these kind of magical creatures. And there's this talk about the War of the Magi 1,000 years ago. Now's a good time for the Terra name.
All right, let me just get a refresh right here. But it looks like Terra's name is going to be Tina. Little classic.
One that donated for that.
So Tina... So Tina's name is actually the name of Terra in the Japanese version. So it's yeah, I agree. That's a nice classic.
In this next area, we have this nice old man that's trying to help us out. So the Magitech soldiers are looking after her, and now we're going to be going on a short little walking segment for freedom. This game does use a step route. So in this next area, we're going to get 4 encounters. What the step route does is it allows us to know where the encounter will be and what they'll be. There are some circumstances where that's not completely true. We'll go over that when we get to it, mainly the Serpent's Trench. But here our goal is to get Tina to level 6. As Takaze was mentioning, Locke joins at average party level +2. So by getting this little bit of extra experience on Tina, Locke gets a couple of extra free levels, which will compound onto Edgar, and it'll just keep going, kind of rolling like that.
And for the first part of the game, it's going to be soaking up as much experience as we can, just because these fights, if we tried to run away from them, it would be about as fast as it would be to kill them. So it's kind of free experience that we're picking up. And I see a question in chat. Is using Vanish with X Zone considered a glitch? So it's probably a good time to talk about the category. So this is Glitchless. Any percent with the potential to upgrade it to 100%, all characters and all espers. So glitchless in this game is particularly challenging just because there are a number of glitches in Final Fantasy VI. One of them, as mentioned in chat, is using Vanish with Doom or X-Zone or other kind of instant killing moves. It's a glitch because it has the property of being able to bypass the immunity to death or vanish type status effects. So we don't use it. Particularly, we don't cast Vanish on enemies, and that's how we. That's how the JP, the Japanese rule set, works. And we'll be talking about some other glitches throughout the game that we're not doing, and maybe how other categories of the game accomplish certain things that we have to do more traditionally. I would say now is probably a good time to cut off Locke's name, as that we'll be needing that in just a minute here.
Speaking of the Japanese community, I want to give a shout out to the Japanese restreamers. To the best of my knowledge, 6chi8 is commentating this run. He is the Japanese BSA1 world record holder. It's been really nice to get the Japanese, a couple of the other Japanese runs onto the board. There has been a couple of strats I've stolen from him over the last couple of months. There's one or two that he's gotten from me. But just watching both runs, because they are drastically different between Battle Speed 1 active and Battle Speed 6 wait. But
Yeah.
it is nice where a couple of them do transfer over very, very nicely.
Yeah, it is. Even though it's relatively the same game, the Japanese use Battle Speed 1 active, as mentioned, so they can't use weight tricking, and it's basically bumps up the difficulty to like kind of nightmare status. That just is the rule set that the Japanese community use. We primarily default to Battle Speed 6 weight. I would like us to get into that Battle Speed 1 active at some point. I wonder if anybody in the West is gonna take that challenge on.
Just for the double man-eater, Edgar. Do we have Lockie's name?
Yep, I can get you Locke's name. It was a pretty close one. It looks like it's going to be Vin, capital V, lowercase I-N.
Thank you, everyone that donated for that. Here, Vin is kind of brought in by Arvis. Vin is a member of the Returners. And Arvis is like, hey, we kind of met this this girl that was confused and the Empire's after her. Maybe you should go help her out. But don't steal anything. Stealing's bad. He's like, all right, got it. So we get through the cave pretty quickly. And this is our first instance of a multi-party battle. So here we're going to have 3 different party members. We're going to have or 3 different parties in general, 4 characters. We're only going to need one of them, thankfully. The other ones are just kind of there to look menacing.
Mind if I read a couple of donations while you meander through here before the Mog fight?
Oh, go for it, good sir.
All right, because we got quite a few here to start the run. We got $20.21 with no comment from L. Thank you, L. We've got $50 from Night Flyer. It says, here's to a strong finish on a great week. Let's get to 50K. $15 from Text. It says, let's see every character and every Esper. $10 donation from Sandrina. It says, 100% go. Also, thank you to everyone for this amazing event. Much love. $10 from AE Smith 1313. Great game to close the marathon. Been a great week. Good job, everybody. And $100 from Lisa Rocks. Thanks, Lisa. It says, let's go. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you guys so much for the donations. Keep them coming.
Thank you, everyone. This is for a really good cause, and everyone coming together for this makes it even more special. Take this a little safe. So we start the battle off with a run buffer from Mog. We don't use this a lot. While the no running is active on the screen, the enemy can't do an action, and the Marshal can do a move called Net for the first turn. And if he uses it on Mog and he doesn't have full ATB, we're in a little bit of a pickle. Mog is the only one out of all the Moogles we can take off his equipment in battle. So the Mithril Pike is about 50 attacks stronger than Edgar's Mithril Blade, which will be a very good damage boost for a couple of battles coming up. The Mithril Shield will also give Sabin a little bit of extra experience, and it's also an extra 600 GP. And since you're unequip it during the battle, you're not really losing any time. A large chunk, when I started learning this run, a large chunk of the time saves just come from good inventory management while you're in the game. So like rearranging certain items to make either A, selling easier, or just to have an item where it is, makes everything a lot easier. It also makes the run quite a bit more consistent. So
Yeah,
here we're... Oh, welcome back, sir.
Yeah, I just had to refresh the stream. Kept falling a little bit behind. Yeah, the Mithril Pike is quite a bit stronger than anything else we have access to. We're making our way down to Figaro Castle to meet Edgar, and it's probably going to be a good time to cut off the naming incentive for Edgar. We're going to need that in about a minute. Just running away from a couple encounters. And we got a bit of a story and cutscenes to go through. I don't know if we have time for another donation.
Let's get Edgar's name, and then if there's any more donations, I think we'll be good for a little bit.
All right, let's see here for Edgar. It looks like it's going to be Inuart, capital I.
Just hold on a little bit, Mutsky. We probably
Yeah,
just
no
got a couple
problem.
of seconds. I'm not going to remember that name.
Yeah. It's one. I'll spell it for you whenever we get there. Not a problem.
All right, good to go.
All right, capital I, lowercase N U A R T.
Inuart. Got it.
Recognize that name from somewhere. Feels like a Drakengard name, if I remember right. In any case, King of Figaro, Inuart, quite the ladies' man. Inuart. Go ahead.
We could also cut off Sabin's name too.
Ooh, good call.
I just
Inuart.
remembered that. Sorry, Mutsky.
No, it's all good.
We'll be needing that in a minute. But
yeah, just let me know when.
You can go ahead and cut it off now.
It's probably like a minute from now.
But Inuart is kind of posing to be pretty neutral in with the Empire, but he's actually working secretly with the Returners against the Empire. So he's offering to help out Tina and Vin. Interesting use of walking back and forth there. I'm guessing probably to just kind of manage NPC movement a little bit.
Yeah, I found if I do it correctly, the Chancellor will stay on the left side of the screen and then cross over after you're about 3 tiles past him. It also kind of helps really nicely manipulate the NPCs in South Figaro, so they don't really become a brawler. There is a small downside where if I'm just a couple of frames too late, they end up becoming bouncers. So it's a little risk. It's better than like being stopped by the Chancellor if everything goes right. Do we have Sabin's name?
All right. It looks like Sabin's name is going to be Sid, capital S, lowercase ID.
Oh, sweet. I like all these short names.
Yeah, so is pretty common in a lot of especially RPGs, especially from this era. Oftentimes, you're shortening the names to a single character because, as you can kind of see, text draws out frame by frame. I believe it's 2 characters for every frame. So, if this were a normal run and not a marathon, Dine would be shortening most of the character's name, with the exception of Gogo and Mog, to a single character. But being a marathon, we gotta have those naming incentives. Something that Dine mentioned, and it's going to be, we're going to mention it more and more as the game goes on when it's more apparent, is kind of controlling how the NPCs move around a little bit. So sometimes that Chancellor can kind of get in your way, and that's not the biggest of deal because you just have to walk around him if he does. But there's other parts of the game where paying attention to how NPCs move around is critical to manipulating RNG or at least observing RNG.
Yeah, there's a lot of instances in this game where you don't think the NPC value would really matter, but it does control quite a bit in the game. We recently found out we can also use it to manipulate the burning house in Thamasa. We'll get into that in about 3 hours when it comes to it. But that's probably one of the more bigger additions on just how much manipulating NPCs really just help make the run quite a bit more consistent.
Can I snipe a few more donations in here during these scenes?
Oh, go for it.
All right, we've got $7.86 from Anonymous. It says, for the palindromes and 100% glitchless. We've got $2.48 from Wells. It just offers a smiley face. $25 from Gambit 01780. It says, let's see this FF6 run end this great marathon with style. Can we get to that 50K? I bet we can. $5 from Anonymous. $50 donation from Vincara13. And a $110 donation from Wall005 to name Mog Diana. My wife has always been there for me. Thank you so much for those donations, everyone. Those are really awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So in terms of donation incentives, the first one to get cut off is the hexaplex of the Doom Train. All characters in Espers, we still have about 3.5 hours left before the nail goes in that coffin. I appreciate everyone throwing it to all characters in Espers because it means the last 3 weeks hasn't been down the drain. But I don't want anyone to miss out on the hexaplex because they think all characters in Espers is going to be cut off sometime soon. It's still a good chunk into the run.
Yeah, we got, so just to put that into perspective, normally in a lot of marathons you see suplexing the train, and that's the big deal, and everybody wants to see that. I don't think we should spoil what it is, but I think you'll want to see the hexaplex. It's even better than just the standard suplexing the train. So we only have that happens at about an hour. So you have less than 40 minutes or so to really get into that. So I would definitely recommend, if you want to see something exciting that, as far as I'm aware, has never been seen before in a marathon, put your money towards that. And we have about till the maybe 4-hour mark, maybe a little bit before we have to meet the all characters and Espers incentive.
The really nice things about this route is any percent in all characters for the first 4 hours is pretty much identically the same route, so they mix in very, very closely. If you look at the routes independently, there are very, very minor differences that's happened with the new route, but it's nothing where you have to go all in early, which makes it really nice because you can just freely bounce back and forth as you wish. But as Takaze was mentioning, the floating continent is definitely the cutoff point for reasons we'll get into when we get there.
So this is the point where Dine really wants to make sure to cast some magic with Tina, right? Oh, let's see.
Dang it, I missed. I always misclick here.
Okay, well, it's okay. You'll have another time to do it, right? This is a pretty straightforward boss fight. Auto crossbow is particularly strong. Also because of the leveling that we're doing, Edgar came into the party at a bit higher level than you would probably have him at if it was a casual playthrough. That's why the auto crossbows make pretty quick work of the Magitech armor there. I was just going to do a quick lore recap. So we got introduced to Kefka. Kefka is an agent of the Empire looking for Tina here. We don't really know a whole lot about Tina. If you're paying attention and if you use magic in that battle, Tina has access to use magic, which is very rare. Edgar and Locke are trying to win her over to help out the returners to fight against the Empire. But at the same time, she's being chased by the Empire, so she's stuck in a little bit of a dilemma. She doesn't know what to do. She's lost her memories. So she doesn't even know what is good and what is bad, but ultimately they're heading to their returner hideout to talk to Bannon, and Edgar and Locke think that, okay, well, Bannon can help explain things, and they're trying to win her over to their side against the Empire.
Yeah, another important thing about getting everyone's level up a little bit is the level does play into the damage formula.
Yeah, and a lot of Final Fantasy games, or just RPGs in general, oftentimes when you increase your level, you increase your stats, and that helps with your damage. Final Fantasy VI is a little bit different. Level, other than HP and MP, once MP becomes a thing, leveling doesn't have a direct relationship with your stats until you get Espers, which we'll talk about later on. But the level that you're at, it has a direct is a direct factor in doing damage. So even though you're not getting stats from leveling up, it does increase your damage.
So here, because of the step route, we're just going to have the 3 encounters. I am queuing up in an attack with Vin and Tina. So Edgar, or Inuvart's lowest damage roll is 118. These gumdrop enemies have 119 hit points. So you can actually end up, if you just queue up a defense command, they end up living with 1 hit point, and you have that awkward staring competition between you two while you're waiting for someone's ATB to fill up.
And heading to South Figure. Ooh, getting a little unlucky with the NPCs kind of getting in the way. But as we are heading to South Figaro, we finally get access to Sprint Shoes. Sprint Shoes, as the name suggests, and as you will be able to see, let you run around. And this being a speedrun, that makes things go faster. As well as picking up a chocobo to head to Mount Colts. If you did some story stuff, you end up finding that Mount Colts is the way to go. You can hear about Sabin a little bit, but that's the way to the returner hideout, so that's where we want to go.
I forgot which crate had the green cherry, just in case. I think that's what ended up messing up those NPCs a little bit. So the green cherry is just for safety for a little bit later on. Because I really don't want to try to have to force a death if things don't go my way. So these brawlers you pretty much always want to run away from. There is a very, very slim chance that Inuvart will outspeed them. But a lot of times it's just not worth sitting through their attack animation.
Yeah, there will be some battles in Mount Colts that we will take the time to get the XP for. Equipping the Atlas Armlet. Atlas Armlet is a relic. Relics just generally increase stats or have various effects. Atlas Armlet has the effect of increasing physical damage by 25%. Physical damage counts towards auto crossbow being physical damage, and as we saw in the previous boss fight, it's pretty good damage at this early point in the run. So this fight is going to be the first of 3 similar formations, where there's this mammoth with some birds. In this first fight, running away with Vin is important because we're just trying to balance out the XP. We want to leave Mount Colts with levels 8, 9, 10 on Tina, Vin, and remembering names is hard, Inuart. And that way, Sabin will, and I already forgot Sabin's name, will join at a higher level because, again, we're increasing that average party level. I see Dine doing some quick menuing here. Equipping Vin with the Mithril Blade just for some better damage in an upcoming fight. And I think Dine mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to stress it again because it's really enjoying. I really enjoy seeing it as a somewhat former runner of Final Fantasy VI myself. Putting this time and effort into inventory management doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it saves a bunch of time over the course of a multi-hour run.
When I was first picking it up, I completely ignored it. And then as soon as I went back and actually started paying attention to the world record holder at the time, FF Monk 9, and I was like, I just looked and it was like, you're trying to you're wasting 6-7 seconds trying to find a Phoenix down, or you're trying to find the appropriate weapon, where once your inventory management becomes consistent, you always know where your items are. And it's just a compound factor where everything just starts getting a little bit faster and a little bit easier.
So we're just killing a couple of these trilliums just because we're trying to get to that level 8, 9, 10. I believe just killing off 3 of them and hoping not to get Bane touched, which had already happened once, unfortunately.
This first hour of the run is probably the most volatile for RNG, or at least for time swings. Because it's either you're hoping for fast runaways or you're hoping for good ATB for kills. Especially with the Trilliums, always feel like a toss-up where you don't really know what to do. Because sometimes you're like, do I run? And then if you end up getting Bane touched, it's a couple of seconds for healing. And you can also end up in a really sticky situation where Tina actually runs out of magic before this next fight coming up. Which isn't the worst thing, it just slows it down by quite a bit.
All right, we'll be coming up to the Vargas fight in just a second. And the way the Vargas fight ends up working out is it's kind of, the fight is almost in 3 phases, dealing with the Ipus, the bears up in the front, and then dealing with Vargas. We need to do, I want to say, 720 damage to him before a little cutscene happens, and we'll be introduced to Sabin. And what we're kind of setting up for is trying to get what we call the Doomfist skip. And I won't say too much about like how that works out, but it's important to know that Dine is paying attention to when Vargas is taking his turns, and that's depending on when exactly Vargas is taking his turns. Dine is going to be making slight adjustments to his actions, specifically when and how much to wait trick, to try to either force that Doomfist skip or to get an instant Doomfist.
I think that's the first time I've seen Locke get his additional attack off before Gale Cut. That was a very clean fight.
And so after doing enough damage, Sid is going to come in and kind of save the day. To finish off the fight, all Sid needs to do is input the Pummel Blitz. But we're trying to either force that to Doomfist skip so we don't have to sit through that animation, or get an instant Doomfist so that by the time Pummel comes up, the Doomfist animation is already over. And we'll see the Doomfist skip, it looks like. Very clean fight, as Dine mentioned.
To mention with the blitzes is you don't want to select Sid's blitz too fast and hit A. The game will actually take your input as a blitz input. So there is a very, very slight menu delay from when you push the button to move the cursor to where the game actually updates itself. And one issue I was having was I was hitting blitz so fast and I kept failing pummel after pummel after pummel. And it wasn't until the Sabin mentioned it in the 6 Discord where you have to be a little bit slow there. Or else like you'll just randomly fail blitzes and you have no idea why.
I want to say a lot of Final Fantasy VI runners, when they start out, have similar issues. So I was kind of the same way. I would randomly fail blitzes, and I wasn't really too sure why. And I think it was Big Balls who told me about that. There's multiple different ways to deal with the kind of issue of the blitz delay. I actually go into the blitz menu quickly and then cancel out of it, and then go back into it to deal with that myself. So we're making our way up to the Returner's Cave. And it looks like we're going to get into another encounter. Probably due to, I think there was, I saw a misstep. And that's okay. I'm taking a safety save here.
I stepped right before leaving Mount Colts. I was like, oh, the worst place to do it. You're almost at the promised land.
And the reason for the safety save is there's a potential of a soft lock. That guard that's kind of moving off to the right, he can sometimes get in your way during this kind of cutscene and prevent you from moving forward. It's a really, really low chance of actually happening, especially if you're playing properly and you are doing encounter seed manipulation. It's even more rare. We'll talk about encounter seed manipulation in a little bit, but it's still just one of those things where if it happens in a marathon, there's really no recourse. So taking a safety save there just for the sake of the marathon.
Cool to read some donations during these cutscenes for a bit.
I'll go for it, good sir.
All right. We got $25 from Allie Grant that says, here's to finishing out with all the characters and espers. We got $20 from Remy RM that says, this is towards roasting Kefka twice. Good luck and kick Kefka's butt. We got $10 from Jofi's Manha. $10 from Cuddy that says, good luck dying. $50 from The Axeman. $10 from Anonymous that says, let's make this a marathon, not a sprint. $75 anonymous donation. And $100 from Alex that says, at least we don't have crazy clowns blowing up the world. And $1 donation from Kefka, surprisingly.
I'm scared.
Does Kefka say anything?
Kefka did not send a message, just $1.
Yeah, I'm worried now.
Yeah,
there's more questions than answers being provided from Kefka.
So something that Dine is doing is, other than just collecting a couple of free treasures, but you saw Dine talk to Bannon and say no twice. And if you talk to Bannon and say no to him 3 times, you're actually rewarded with Genji gloves. And if you say it to him 3 times, you skip a kind of a cutscene. It's not super. It's just they sit around on a table and talk about what the Empire is going to do. But just important not to say yes to him. He's asking Tina here if Tina wants to help out the returners, and she's still unsure of herself. So just avoiding that cutscene by saying no 3 times.
I got a little unlucky with that NPC's movement. As Takaze was saying, if you say no to Bannon once or twice and go talk to him, you have the potential to save a whole whopping 7 whole frames. This game actually has quite a few frame-saving techs. Like at the end of every battle, if you have all your menus closed, you save 13 frames. If you take a step after a shop for equipping, you save 6 frames. This game has a lot of little tiny frame saves where on their own don't mean much, but in the grand scheme of a 5-6 hour run, they do definitely add up to a good couple of seconds.
Yeah, especially that 13, 14 frames saved in the after every single, most fights. That definitely adds up. That's about a quarter of a second. So you're going to see some quick menuing here, prepping up for the next little bit, and then actually a reset. So Dyna is going to reset his console not once but twice. And I mentioned encounter seeds a little bit ago. Right now, when what Dine is doing is pushing forward the encounter seed by 15 points. And he is going to leave this room at a very particular point, watching how that NPC is moving around. We mentioned NPC RNG values a little bit, and I kind of alluded to that it might be important later on to pay attention to that. So something we're doing here is setting up for the Leet River manipulation, is what we call it. There's a potential of 2 to 9 encounters that you can get on the river. And ideally, we want the fewest, as you might think. The way the game determines if you're going to get into an encounter or not is based on that NPC RNG value that I mentioned. It's going to check what the value is at a particular time. Certain values you get an encounter, certain values you don't. So we're actually adjusting the RNG value to a point where it's going to check for the 7 encounters, and it's going to say no every single time. So we're only going to get into these first 2 encounters, and then we're going to fly through the rest of the Leet River.
I paused my runaway. Bannon will fill his run meter the slowest. And the game gives you a nice little helping hand where if Bannon dies in this area, the game treats it as a game over. For some reason, Phoenix Downs don't work on Bannon.
He's an old man. It's not as spry as all the other party members.
So what do you want to say about Strago later on? How does that work?
No one knows. Strago's just, he's young at heart, where Bannon's just kind of come to terms with things. So I was just pacing my run check so everyone can run away, more so that the enemies have more of an option to hit other people, because I have lost quite a few runs here from not healing, and just Bannon will go down to Ultros' first hit.
So Ultros, much like Welk, the fight is going to utilize both weight tricking and counter canceling. So going to set up some Genji Glove attacks from Inuart, Aura Bolt, which is a particularly powerful blitz from Sid. And we're going to delay Tina's first turn until a particular point. Tina is going to fire off the fire spell, which triggers a counterattack from Ultros. And because the fight started with some scripted dialogue, we knew exactly where Ultros' ATB was at the start, which was at 0. That's why when Tina fired off that fire, it was at a very particular point, and it did that counter canceling that we mentioned in the Welk fight, where Ultros is kind of delayed. You see, Ultros is not doing a whole lot because we kind of stalled out Ultros' turn. Because once Ultros gets going, he does a lot of tentacles. They can do a lot of damage. They can potentially kill Bannon, which, as mentioned, you definitely don't want to happen. So pretty well fight executed by Dine there.
A lot of these fights do seem kind of tight. There is a little bit of leeway. Probably Takaze might have a different opinion. I'd say the Welk quick kill is probably a little more difficult to get into than the Ultros quick kill.
I would agree. Yeah. The Ultros quick kill can be a little challenging, mostly just because if you mess it up, it's probably more disastrous things have the potential to happen, but it's a little more forgiving. And it can definitely be challenging as a new runner to really get the hang of it. But once you do, it can be a completely scripted fight and completely safe with, as long as you're coming into the fight with enough HP on Bannon, nothing bad can happen. And we're going to need Shadow's name in just a second here.
Yep, just let me know whenever you want it, and I will read out whatever the winner is.
Think right now.
All right, Shadow is going to be Arby's, capital A, all caps, ARBYS.
The classic.
We grab Arby's. This game has something, or uses something called randomosity. So the game takes how many people are in your party, dead or alive, and it takes how many enemies you have, or you're fighting against, and it says, hey, are we going to get an encounter? Or what that encounter will be, sorry. So grabbing Shadow is nice. It does speed up the Imperial base a little bit. What it also does is it gives us a higher chance for preempts, or a lower chance for back attacks in certain areas. He also has some very good equipment. The ninja gear gives Sabin +2 to speed when we take it off a Shadow, and his Imperial also sells for a good chunk of money.
So we're coming up to the Imperial base, just outside of Doma Castle. So after Ultros, you see Sid got separated from the party. So he's trying to get back to Narsh, where he knows the rest of his party is going to be headed. So he has to go through the Imperial base. Obviously, he doesn't want to get caught because the Empire's no good. We see Kefka again. Kefka is up to his normal bad shenanigans. We're going to get introduced to the next character, Cyan, so we're going to need that in maybe 30 seconds or so.
Yep, again, just say the word died whenever you get to the name screen, and I'll read out the winner.
You never realize how close a lot of these namings are until you actually have to put in a different name other than just one letter.
Yeah. when you have the pressure of a time window. Yeah.
Because you're so used to like hitting B 3 times and start. So normally there's a bunch of singing, but with the stream delay, I don't think it's going to come out very well.
Yes, Mustache Man.
Yes. All right. Can we have Cyan's name, please, sir?
Yep, looks like a Cyan is going to be called Thou. Capital T, lowercase H-O-U.
Just Thou.
We did get a $50 donation from Andy W. that just says, Mustache Man Child, I believe in you.
Thank you for that, Andy.
Pay attention to the guard on the very, very left there, trying his hardest to siege the castle. He's my favorite guard. I am thou. You saw Dine set the battle speed up to 1 to speed through this fight. It's because the way that we're going to deal with the leader here is just use the second sword tech from Thou, which is Retort, which is just a simple counterattack. At least in Glitchless. In some other categories, you can do some shenanigans with Retort, but not in this category.
We end up getting the so there's 2 drops you can get here. The 7H drop, the common drop, is the black belt. It sells for 2,500. The rare drop, the 1 in 8s, is a Phoenix Down. So depending on what route you use, sometimes you need that black belt drop, but if you get the white cape in the returners, the black belt's just extra money. So right now, because we got the white cape and the black belt, we're effectively up 2,500 GP. We can still buy everything we need to. It's just it saves a second and a half on the next menu coming up, or the next shop, I should say, near the end of Sabin's scenario.
Yeah, money is particularly important in this game. We spend a lot of money on a lot of things. You can, if you end up not getting the black belt, it's not the worst thing in the world. You just, as Dine mentioned, just have a little bit less money than you might like, but it's not the worst thing ever. There's other places to get money if you need it.
Yeah, in my route, it's the difference of you just buy 4 less smoke bombs. Where if you buy 5 less. If you buy 26 or 31, you're still, if you're using the step route, you're still okay until the next shop where we buy a little more of them.
So we're going to see a couple of fights with against Kefka here, and the battle speed is still set to 1. We haven't bumped it back down to 6. It doesn't particularly matter for these fights with Kefka, mostly just because Kefka is kind of programmed as a party member. and isn't affected by the battle speed. I think we mentioned earlier, but battle speed only affects enemies. So it's really just a indicator of difficulty. It doesn't affect how fast your side of the party moves. And the same rules apply to Kefka when he is shown as this sprite here. Do I look like a waiter?
This fight coming up is definitely one of those fights where if you left it on battle speed 1,
That'd be very scary.
Yes, the fight does become infinitely scary. These soldiers, all 4 of them will end up getting an attack off before you even get a chance to.
Some nice blocks. I like this.
I'm hoping this pummel hits the back row. Ah! Alright.
Yeah, all the soldiers need to die is just a single attack, but sometimes you can get a little lucky. If you do a pummel, sometimes you can kill the Templars first.
I really like risking it and then throwing a Dirk with Shadow. You can throw the Air Lancet for a one-shot kill, but in the lock scenario for the second Merchant, it makes it a 2-round fight. I haven't really timed what's faster. It's kind of just, I do what's preference there. I know a lot of runners will throw the Air Lancet and then go 2 rounds with lock. It probably in the grand scheme evens out to be pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I've played around with that a little bit myself. I don't think it's. I think it's kind of a wash, unless you get lucky.
Bank on that 1 out of 32 crit.
Yep.
So here, everyone in Doma learned a valuable lesson. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Should have told them that earlier.
I know.
Only thou and Doma Sentry, the single Doma Sentry, are immune, or at least didn't get the memo to have tea time.
We ever hear from this Doma Sentry again, or does he kind of just disappear in the game's lore? It's been such a long time I've played it casually, I don't remember.
Officially, no. My answer is you will totally see him if you upgrade to all characters and all espers. So if you want to see Doma Sentry again, you know what to do.
So here, Mr. Thu is just checking on the king of Doma. Finds out he didn't make it, so the guy's like, hey, you should probably go check on your family. And then we get the wonderful Doma music. So here we find out Mr. Thu's wife and child both drank the purple Kool-Aid and it didn't agree with them. So this kind of puts him into a little bit of like a berserk state. He gets his own attack row and everything in the battles coming up, and he's kind of just on autopilot. The one good thing that you very rarely see is Cyan has a 25% counterattack chance rate, kind of the same as the black belt. But of course you need an enemy to hit him, and you also need for that 25% chance to trigger.
Yeah, and if we see thou cooperating properly, at least in this first fight, it can go pretty smoothly. What we really want to see is no dispatches from thou, which looks like he's cooperating with us today, so far at least.
One thing to note in these fights is unless you're really going for a low time, there's no reason not to heal Arby's. Arby's has no body armor, and a death here does waste you quite a few times, especially because there are quite a few fights in this next area.
Yeah, depending on how that Templar fight, Arby's might be softened up or dead. So this third fight, we really want to pay attention to how that is going to cooperate. Not ideal.
Puppy? Yes! The puppy made it better.
That actually probably saved some time. So as we see from Arby's, sometimes he kind of has his own kind of unique mechanic where if he blocks attacks, he can summon his dog. In a way that block chance triggers is a little weird, because if you actually have a shield equipped with him, it actually reduces the chance of triggering Interceptor from popping out. I don't exactly know how that works out math-wise, but it's just kind of interesting. If you throw less blocking equipment on him, you have a better chance of getting the dog to show up.
Here we're just trying to convince Mr. Thu to use these fang-dangled machines. He's not exactly the happiest, but he'll get over it. So Shadow, normally he has a chance to leave your party. In this area he can't. This is the only reason we're really taking these fights. Because we have no risk of Shadow leaving us. I believe it starts in the Phantom Train. Or in the Phantom Forest. I think he starts with that 1 in 16 chance.
Yeah, after every single fight he has that chance to leave, but not here. And it's just, I think Dine mentioned earlier, just a lot safer to bring him along, but certainly not required. And you're seeing more of that inventory management that Dine is doing. Doesn't look like much, but over the course of the run, every little bit helps. Dine's going to be selling off some stuff later on, needing to use certain items. So it's just important to have a clean room, a clean inventory, so you know where to find things.
Also really good, if anything, just to get the True Knight down a way you can from everywhere. For the any percent speedrun, the True Knight is a very, very vital relic we pick up very early. We used only on the final boss fights. So like accidentally selling that early game, it's not like run over, but you definitely have to go out of your way to try to find another one.
I think I've been lucky enough where I haven't made that mistake.
I did it a couple of times when I first picked up the run.
So we're making our way through the Phantom Forest. I think this is our first time we get to see a quick preempt. So something you noticed just really briefly there. We got a preempt, and Dine actually paused for a second to input the defense command before continuing to run away. And that actually, what that basically does is just slow the game down just for a couple of frames, really, to let the game catch up. If Dine did nothing other than just run away with the preempt, thou would have actually stayed around. So whenever you have these situations where you're in a single or a double formation encounter and you're getting a pincer attack, or sorry, a preemptive attack, there's certain things you can do to speed up running away by doing certain inputs in a certain order depending on the particular formation you're dealing with. It's challenging sometimes to do, particularly with the going into encounters with two enemies and getting a preempt, because it kind of depends on your party formation. But every time you're able to do that successfully, it's about 2 seconds saved, so it definitely can add up.
It is one of the downsides about using the short menu window, is if you use the normal menu window, you can just hold L and R to run away and then push right for the defense command. Where with the short window, you have to use R to get to defend. So if you to use the short window, you really have to know what the encounters are kind of beforehand, or just have very fast reaction, because you have to kind of stop, queue up the defense, and then start running. Please don't kill Arby's.
Oh, that was... Yeah, I think Dan mentioned it earlier, but Arby's doesn't really have a whole lot of clothes on. So he's particularly squishy, and It's not the worst thing ever if he goes down, but especially in a marathon setting, nice.
I will. Anytime you can get a preempt there, it's always welcome.
Yeah. We are coming up to the Phantom Train, and there was the Hexaplex incentive, so I don't know if that's been met yet, but if it hasn't, you don't have too much time left.
I am proud to announce that the Hexaplex is going down.
Oh boy.
We are all excited. If you guys don't know what the Hexaplex is, I'm not even going to explain it to you because I think
we don't even know.
It's best just witnessed. Yeah. We don't even know. Dine actually made it up. It's so, it is what it is. But yeah,
High Spirits was looking for nifty words to throw around.
First time ever seen before at a marathon. I'm going to enjoy it. So thank you to everybody who donated for that. We hope it's worth it. It will.
One thing I'm always amazed of when I first decided to run FF6, everyone's like, get ready to be asked about the suplex. I'm like, oh no, it's not that bad. Like they see it in marathons all the time. I've been running this category for probably a little over a year now, and it's like everyone's in chats like, you know the run's valid after you suplex the train, and if suplexing the train in like a PB attempt or a world record attempt didn't take 15 to 20 seconds, it'd be a lot more viable. It's not like throwing out a shock with Leo, where it's like you're talking a couple of frames, which kind of sucks because it is fun to see every now and then. Here we popped in to get earrings. This will boost Sabin's Aurabolt damage by 25%. Sabin is really primarily just going to have access to Pummel, Aurabolt, and Suplex. We won't be getting him any levels in the World of Balance where he'll have access to like Fire Dance. And something like Fire Dance is very, very niche. I don't even think we would use it. Just because of its low spell power.
All right, taking a safety save purely for the purposes of the Hexaplex. Phantom Train can sometimes go a little awry, especially in a marathon setting where you want to do some sort of suplex incentive. So I just want to play it safe to make sure you all get what you pay for.
Was one of the reasons we picked up the green cherry. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Oh.
All right.
So as mentioned.
All right, so we might not actually get 6 because of Science extra damage.
So that green cherry coming in to be useful to cure the imp status off of Sabin or Sid, so we get those suplexes in. So normally in a marathon, you see one suplex, and then okay, we can kill Ghost Train with a Phoenix down. But no, not today. All right, stop doing that. We need more suplex.
Okay. So.
Oh, this will be exciting.
Yeah. I might have to redo this after the death. Yeah. I think I'm Poochied here. Oh no! Never mind.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It's okay. We're still good.
I believe in Sid.
It's a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, I forget all the attacks that Phantom, the Ghost Train has. Because normally you only get to see the first attack.
It's okay though. We made it through. We lived. thank you everyone else for putting the donations for that.
All right, well,
I'm sorry
about that, we received a $1,152 donation from Random Hughes, who put us over the mark for the Hexaplex. So everyone in chat, give Random Hughes some love for that. And his donation comment says, I heard we need to see the Hexaplex. Hopefully, we can also see the All Espers run too. Let's do it, chat. So thank you so much, Hughes, for your massive donation. That's genuinely appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. You've been just more than generous.
That was a treat. I hadn't seen that before. I didn't even know what that was. Diane kindly explained to me before we got in here. It's like what I was even going to expect. So hope everybody enjoyed that as much as I did.
It was kind of one of those things where the Doom Train is one of the last areas where RNG can really kind of just eat up your time. Like if you get a pincer, you're losing about 30 to 40 seconds. So we're just like, all right, let's see if we can survive through the train. Because it was like, I wonder how many times, like how many suplexes it would take, just out of just curiosity's sake. And I was like, maybe we can do something with this. But it's definitely a little risky. If Saban gets berserk, then you kind of got to try to kill off your party. But I still need to get the Imperial off of Shadow.
And we do get some time after the Phantom Train, after Thou says his sad goodbyes to his family. They are staying on the Phantom Train to the other side. We do get some free menuing time. So there's a kind of internal clock that's ticking here. Even while we're in this menu, that clock is still ticking down. So just more inventory management, doing some equipping, just to kind of burn through some time. And we're going to need Gao's name. It's probably good to be cut off now. We're going to need it in a couple of minutes.
Inventory is a little. Normally during the Doom Train death, you would do a bunch of inventory management, but both people were sleeping. They were very, very tired from that run. So just a little bit of rearrangement, just to make sure I don't sell anything I don't need.
And we do get a full heal. So even though that was taking a nap before jumping into the waterfall, as soon as we get into the next fight, he'll be at full HP.
And one thing to mention is if you're playing on battle speed wait, don't try to do inventory management here. The battle timer is paused if you open up a menu. So you just end up having to wait longer. If you did want to do inventory management here, if you were picking up the game, probably worth it to put it on active. Just because there's not a lot of enemies going on here.
Yeah, so it looks like Dine's not doing anything, and it's true. Dine's not doing anything here, but in the background there's another battle timer that's going, and if Dine were to kill the piranhas here, just more would keep spawning and spawning and spawning until I think it's 72 seconds or 72 battle time units, which is about one full loop of the music and then a little bit extra. And then it's safe to kill the piranha, because at that point, we get the boss to show up, which is going to be Rizupas. So Dine's just kind of waiting for an audio cue as I'm talking over it, probably.
Actually, I've never learned the audio cue. I always looked at the split timer.
Oh.
It would be smart to learn the audio cue, but it's one of those things, like I always have the splits up, but then when I go to marathon runs, I'm like, what do I do? What do I do?
Rizupas is actually really scary, so queuing up an Aura Bolt as Thou finished off that Piranha, so we can get 2 Aura Bolts in before Rizupas can take a turn, killing it off. If Rizupas got another turn in, it was probably going to be an Aqua Rake, which is just a whole bunch of damage and probably would spell the end for this run. At least, putting us back to before the Phantom Train.
And you don't need the extra damage from the earrings. If Sabin died and you didn't want to do the like burn a Phoenix down, you can try to play it risky, but generally it's just always better to revive Sabin just for the fact that you can get the earrings on him. If you want to play it risky, like it's your run, but it's definitely always worth it to get the extra damage on Sabin there, or Sid.
And we will need Gao's name.
All right, Gao's name is going to be Gao with a capital G and then Loi, all one word, Gao Loi.
G, all capitals, or
just the G is capital, and then AULOI.
Louis. So we have Galui here off the coast of Brazil. We don't really know what to do. He's shy. So he sees us and he instantly runs away. And the step route we are talking about really matters from the returner's reset to Velt. After that, we're going to have access to smoke bombs, which means if you drop it or if you're a few steps behind, it doesn't matter. But you definitely want to keep it for the Velt, because a lot of the step routing that's done is mainly just for Velt itself, to try to avoid all the scary non-runnable encounters.
Yeah, the Velt kind of has its own rules for encounters, and mostly in regards to how, like what you're going to see in the Velt. So if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy VI, the Velt is a place where every encounter you've gotten into before, at least most of them, can show up again in the Velt. So for the first whole hour of the run, the step route really is trying to avoid certain encounters on the Velt. And that Templar and Soldier encounter that we got into outside of Doma in the Imperial camp, that is very common to see outside of doing encounter manipulation. So, and that's an encounter there's 4 enemies, they're kind of nasty, and you can't run from it. So we're really trying to avoid those types of encounters, so we don't have to waste a whole lot of time. Doing some quick shopping, selling a bunch of stuff, and buying some dried meat. Because we have to now convince Gaolui to show up and join our party.
Oh, hey!
And it looks like we are blessed with the first battle showing up. So Gaolui has a 5 out of 8 chance on every single non-back attack, non-pincer attack, and if all of your characters in the party are alive, to show up. And you can't really do anything to increase that. So showing up on the first or the second battle is really, really nice. Anything longer than that, you're going to have to start burning through encounters. 3 isn't too bad, but everything after that is just pretty suffering. And if you're going for a really good time, it can be a pretty common reset point.
I don't know if it's just me when I run the game, but it tends to go through like cycles. Like I'll get those couple of runs where you get them always first try, and then I'll lose probably 3 or 4 runs here, and then I'll go through like where he always shows up in the second encounter. I don't know if it's just consistently hitting like a set of like the RNG frames, or
yeah, I don't know if we know exactly what determines him showing up. My guess would probably be like the battle RNG. Just certain values will get him to show up, and certain won't. And there's really no way, at least that we know of currently, to be able to consistently manipulate that. At least us humans don't.
All right, can I read a few donations while we're heading down south here?
Sure.
All right. We've got $20 from Kurt Mack that says, Final Fantasy VI was the only bright spot during a very dark time in my life. To anyone out there who's dealing with mental illness, you matter. Thanks for running this great event. $75 from Brain Lover 1992. After an amazing event for an amazing cause, let's get this to 50K. We've got $160 from Le French Restream that says, "Hey friends, last donation from us. Your event was a blast and it was smooth and we had a lot of fun. Congrats to you all. Thank you also for the friendly communication. It's valuable and appreciated. This was an amazing week and a great accomplishment in the name of NAMI. Keep up the good work. Cheers from France." And I was also told, Dine, that the French Restream would love to hear you perform the opera. So keep that in mind. Yeah, told to pass that on.
They say that now, but they've never heard me sing before.
I've heard it, and it's fantastic. We have a $30 anonymous donation that just says, "Thou, thou, thou." 75 from I Klopfer that says, "Final Fantasy is my favorite series. So happy to donate to all the characters in Esper's run to see more FF. Great event for a great cause." And $10 from Kios, who says, "All this talk of trains has me excited. Anyone up for a dono train? 50K is so close. How far can we push it?" Thanks again, guys, for all the donations. Appreciate them all.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I would really like to see through the course of this 5-6 hour run to get to 50,000. I know we can do it.
There's still a lot of extra content we can still show off in the game to keep everyone interested.
Speaking of hot content, boy, do I love Serpent Trench. So as Dine kind of mentioned, this is probably the last part before we, like the Velt and Serpent Trench and Phantom Train are probably the biggest points where you can really get trolled by some bad randomness factors. And how that's going to play up in the Serpent Trench is it's going to be 4 encounters that just happen, so nothing we can do from encounter manipulation to sway that into our favor. And in terms of what formations we're going to get, that's also happening randomly. It's determined by some factor that we really don't have any control over. And we have to potentially deal with pincer attacks or back attacks. And some of these fights can be pretty nasty. So we're really, really hoping we don't see any back attacks, any pincer attacks particularly.
First encounter, we got lucky. The first encounter here can be a solo Anguiform. And if we get that, he has a 66% chance to use Aqua Rake. Aqua Rake will deal about 200 damage to the whole party, which isn't the worst thing, but it's definitely because of the encounter coming up next. It can leave you a little worse for wear.
Yeah, speaking of this encounter.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah. So here's what we're talking about dealing with pincers. And while we have particularly strong characters, all of these characters have moves where we can't really control who's getting hit. So our bolts, our blitzes in general, Cyan's sword attacks, and Gaului's rages are just you're rolling the dice in terms of what you're targeting.
It's a very large helmet. I have a theory on how they get through this. Gao is just using the Exocyte Rage so he can breathe underwater. Sabin is using his athletic powers from blitzes, and then Cyan's the one hog in the helmet.
I see. That's probably the best explanation I've heard, so I'll go with that.
I seen someone in chat talking about it, and it just kind of popped in. So we take the right cave. It cuts out one encounter, and the cave is very short. We won't be taking the second right. The cave's rather long. It does have a green beret, which sells for, I believe it's 1,500. The money versus time investment just isn't worth it. If you're wanting to pad your bank account for a new runner, it's definitely worth it to take. There is quite a few people that have started picking up the run. It's always welcome to see in a community. One thing I always like to tell people is consistency over speed. If you need to take a 10, 15, 20 second detour for extra money, go for it. And then when you feel comfortable, it just ends up being a free time save down the road. Like once you really feel yourself solidified in the route.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in this run where you can take additional things for safety, and a lot of it has to do with going out of your way just a little bit for a little bit of extra money for more smoke bombs or more potions in Phoenix Downs or more rods later on, which we'll talk about. Yeah, and if you're wanting to get into this, Dine actually has published some really, really solid notes for Glitchless that do a good job explaining a lot of the game mechanics. If you're wanting to try the step route, providing a lot of information on that, providing information on what to do for a lot of the encounters that we'll be seeing later on. So that's publicly available. Definitely look into that if you're wanting to get into this category.
The scenarios in a very, very specific order. We do Sabins first, obviously just for smoke bombs. We do Locks second because it allows us to manipulate a couple of encounters in Terra scenario. I believe older routes used to do Terra scenario second, and then Locks third. But due to a new encounter manipulation found by the LCC probably about 6 months ago, it makes it really, really convenient to go this way, and it does cut out quite a few encounters.
Yeah, I'll do the best I can to explain how that works. I've only been able to do it in practice a couple times. That's a pretty new tech for me, and I haven't run the game in a couple of years, but I've practiced it a little bit. It's pretty cool. LCC has done a lot of work for Final Fantasy VI. If you've been following FF6 for a while, you're probably familiar with him. Done a lot of work into particularly no sketch, looking into how a lot of things work. Oh, nice. I do. Oh wait, we have the air lancelet, don't we?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like throwing it during the Imperial base.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Saves a little bit of time in this fight. May or may not waste a little bit of time in another fight.
It's hard to it's kind of hard to time in the grand scheme of things with it in this game because there's so many just random elements.
In other categories of this game, this section is pretty heavily glitched, but we're essentially doing this as you're intended, but because we know all the story triggers to get, where to go, the secret passages, we're making pretty quick work of it and picking up a couple of treasures along the way. Here we're going to start seeing, if you're familiar with FF6, there's a lot of elixirs hidden in clocks. So if it's something that we can pick up along the way, elixirs are pretty nice to have later on in the run. And we're going to need Celeste's name cut off. We probably should have cut it off a little bit ago, but we have maybe about 30 seconds to a minute before we'll need it.
All right, just let me know when you have the dialogue box up, and I'll read you the winner.
We'll get better at this at one point in the run, I swear.
I mean, I know more or less where they're coming to.
So we took off the merchant's outfit. It just saves a text box. No big deal. You can see some funny dialogue, especially if you come dressed up here as the soldier. And what one for Celis?
It is Edgar, capital E, lowercase DGAR.
I see.
Didn't see that coming.
The great Empire General Edgar. Not to be confused with the King of Figaro. That's going to get confusing later on.
Yes, that is going to be very confusing.
Thank you guys for that.
Mind if I follow up with a couple more donations here?
Oh, go for it.
All right, we got $50 from Minnie Moo that says, I'm a bear. A $30 donation from One Real Me that says, first time donor. FF6 is my favorite game ever. Let's see that hexaplex. I hope you enjoyed it. $25 from SPR Delphine, which says, happily donating to a good cause to see Evil Toot. We've got $5 from Reflections. It says, "This is for the Phoenix Down. Now you have to get it, Kappa." And a $100 with no comment from Frazif. So thank you guys all for your donations.
Thank you all. So this is probably the best soldier at his job. He's like, don't worry, I can go for days without sleep. And as soon as his commanding officer leaves the room, he passes out.
And some bread too.
Actually, to play it safe, I'll put these guys in the back row. So Locke is just one of the naturally fast characters. So putting him with the running shoes, Locke's main job is to just throw smoke bombs. Occasionally, we might need him to steal an item. Occasionally, we might need him to do damage. I didn't think that was going to be there.
Oh boy.
It's okay. That was an extra item.
Yeah, I'm guessing probably.
I forgot about this weird where sometimes the smoke bomb doesn't trigger on a character if you have a potion tossed.
I have never seen that before.
I see that happen sometimes. A lot of the times with Revivifies, that'll happen for me.
That's very interesting. Yeah. I wonder why that happened. Is it because like he was in the middle of using the potion while the smoke bomb was cast?
I think it has something to do with that.
Interesting. Well, that only cost an extra smoke bomb. That X potion was just there for safety, I'm guessing. Dine probably forgot it was there because I imagine in your normal runs you probably don't pick that up.
No, normally the smoke bombs are right at the top. So it's in this area you just hold A and let it take you to a very magical place. But by picking up that X potion early, or when I was normally do it filled up the first inventory slot where normally the smoke bombs would go there. So
nice.
I wanted to show off a weird bug. That's all.
Well,
That's
I hope you're excited to show off some more stuff because we have just met the donation incentive to upgrade the run to all characters and Espers. So get excited.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. That puts about a little over an extra hour onto the run, so keeping the marathon going long as possible.
Pretty sure there's some people that are like, no more marathon.
Well, High Spirits can, I think High Spirits can hold out for another hour and a half or so.
Oh, yeah.
So just hang in there, High Spirits.
So
we do still have a couple of other character names that you can donate for remaining bid wars to name the characters. And we have one other donation incentive for the run itself for dying to use Shock on Kefka. So keep the donations rolling and get those all taken care of. And we'll wrap this marathon up on a super high note. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Keep it coming.
So if you're familiar with Final Fantasy VI, you might be aware that the first trip through the South Figaro Cave, if you don't pick up the treasure chest in that corner that we just were, it upgrades. And if we pick it up right now, it's a Thunder Rod. Rods are really great in Final Fantasy VI. Probably an upgrade to Final Fantasy V, where rods were already really, really strong. We're going to see why in just a second. And I forgot to explain how the earthquake shaking is important.
Explain the rods, and if you want, I'll explain the earthquake.
Sure. So, Rod's going to make quick work of tunnel armor here. Rods cast the level 2 elemental spell that they're associated with. They always roll max damage, and they pierce magic defense. So even at low level as we are, a single rod does the trick against tunnel armor, speeding up this fight by quite a bit. And you might have seen Dine do a little bit of waiting before getting into the tunnel armor fight. So why don't you explain what you're doing there?
Oh, the earthquake animations normalize with the NPC value. So by I was waiting for a very specific amount of earthquakes. I was waiting for a 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and on the third earthquake, I hit A to close the dialogue box. So I was a little early. If you get it correctly, you'll end up with a consistent 1 river. I was just a couple of frames too early, so we'll probably end up seeing 2.
That was probably due to me talking, so I do apologize about that.
Oh, it's all good.
I think you have like what, a 2-frame window to get that?
I think the biggest window is 3. I try to aim for the 2-frame. There is a window if you wait another earthquake animation after.
Yeah, so that was the fairly recent tech, really discovered by LCC that Dine mentioned earlier. And what that does is just it's a kind of version 2 of the Elite River manipulation. You can get into up to 3 encounters for the second part of Elite River, and that's just another tool that we have, particularly difficult to do, to help normalize the first part of this run. So you're always getting into the same thing if you do that correctly. But it's pretty challenging, 2 to 3 frame window, and you're entirely using visual cues to do that.
It's definitely better than we used to just roll the dice, and it takes 6.8 seconds for the NPC value to loop from 0 to 255 back to 0. So even if you have to wait for 1 loop, it's still faster than smoke bombing an encounter.
And it can have an effect of the encounters that we see that we can get later on. And depending on how tightly you want to route out the step route and encounter route, that can it can end up saving a little bit more time than you might think just from avoiding encounters. You can also get into more favorable encounters later on. So you're supposed to follow the security checkpoint thing, but if you go off track, all you need to do is hold, if you're facing up, just hold the A button, and you will 100% always tag the dark shadow on the first frame it's available to get out of that. So neat little tech that anybody can do. You just have to hold A.
Before we got into that room, I took a bunch of extra steps. That's one of the few rooms where the room we're in, where I took the extra steps, is a low threat area, and the cave where right before the little puzzle is a high threat area. So by taking those extra steps, we're actually able to skip over an encounter. This technique's only used 3 times in the run. To the best of my knowledge, 2 of them is in the Magitech research facility. And it's a lot of the times, if you just take extra steps, you just bring the encounter closer to you. But because of the way threat is generated, we actually end up saving encounter, and that's the second benefit of doing Terra scenario last. Is optimally, best case scenario, you end up cutting out 3 encounters. Or if you're a couple of steps behind on the step route, if you're 2 steps, if you overstep twice, you just take 2 extra steps instead of 4 and you're back on it. So there is a couple of places in the run where you can kind of recover your step route.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're talking mostly about step routes, but the way Final Fantasy VI calculates when you're getting into an encounter isn't take 5 steps and okay, now you get into an encounter, like in some other earlier Final Fantasy games. It's based on generating threat. Some areas, like Diane mentioned, you're generating threat more quickly or more slowly, and sometimes you have a weird overlapping of rooms where if your threat is really high and you're going into certain areas, you're not going to get into an encounter as soon as you enter the room, and you're skipping the encounter that you would have gotten if you didn't take a few extra steps to have a high threat. But there's only a couple areas where you can really do that. It's used very extensively within Final Fantasy V, has a similar type of thing, but it's done throughout the run because most rooms, when you transition, have the ability to kind of cancel out you being you getting into an encounter. So it's interesting to see how the different Final Fantasy games on the SNES era work a little bit differently from each other in terms of how the game is deciding you're getting into an encounter. So every game is just a little bit different.
Actually, Mutski, if you have any donations, now is a very good time. We're just
All right.
everyone's
I've got
coming
a-
together.
Got a few donations, but first got a couple of announcements. With the push towards 50K, we're going to start stretching our goal to reach the $60,000 mark. And we've also opened up a few more incentives for the Final Fantasy VI run, including the option to name Umaro and 2 really awesome additional incentives for dying to fight Katana Soul and Magimester. So you can start piling your donations on for those 2 incentives. Those would be really, really awesome to see. We've got a couple of donations here to read at the moment. We got one for $50 from Music Teacher for Life. It says, thanks RPGLB for raising money for this wonderful cause. Let's go for FF6 Hundo. Anonymous $25. It says, good luck, Dine. I'm grateful I get to watch you run my favorite RPG ever all the time. $10 from Plush Mayhem. It says, almost at 50K. Let's make it, y'all. The $500 donation that put us over the mark for the all characters, all Espers run from Semeta that says all characters hype. $25 from Anonymous that says the only thing better than FF6 and a charity marathon is more FF6. So let's do this, Twitch chat. 100% all characters and Espers. Good luck, Dying. And finally, we have $212.78 from one Sharky that says, Dine, a few years ago, you were a really cool Lightning Returns runner, and you've become a great friend. We always knew you'd go on to bigger and better runs, and you definitely did one of those things. We're almost to 50,000. Let's go.
Thank you, everyone. You are very, very generous. It's an honor to showcase this game in front of all of you and help raise money for charity.
And Dine is a very, very good Final Fantasy VI runner. Within the past year, he's gotten... I don't even know how much you ran this before 2020. I know, particularly in the past year, you've really shot the time down for Final Fantasy VI, getting to sub 5 hours for the glitchless any percent, which is a pretty big deal. It's very, very difficult. Anyway, enough gushing about Dine. Dine is going to be setting up for the first encounter with Kefka. And actually does something a little bit different than at least I and probably most other routes do, where Dine's going to be bringing in Celeste, or Edgar, I guess. Yeah,
This is something LCC played around with before the Final Fantasy Relay. I stole this and using Edgar for Dataluma from him. It does make the fight a little tighter. Normally Edgar would get the Rune Edge. The Rune Edge is just a couple of attack weaker than the Mithril Pike. So Edgar is losing out on a little bit of damage, but Celis gets, because she has a magic point pool, gets to abuse free crits at the cost of her magic points. So
yeah,
the way
how the Rune Edge works, yep.
So the way the Rune Edge works is it takes anywhere between 12 to 19 magic from Celis's pool, or Edgar's pool, sorry, and it gives you a guaranteed crit. So her crits are doing roughly about the same damage as Cyan's Dispatch would, but it's a much faster animation. The downside is she doesn't have any armor really to speak of. I think the only thing she has equipped is a hairband. So it's a very risk versus reward kind of thing. But it's definitely become my favorite way of fighting Kefka, and it does allow for a really cool, risky but quick fight for Dataluma. Well, we'll get into that a little bit more when we get through the area that is Zozo.
Yeah, and the main thing that you're trying to do for the Kefka fight, Kefka's third turn, he has the ability to cast Ice 2, and he has the potential of being able to multi-target that. So you're really trying to make sure to end the fight before he gets to his third turn. So it uses some pretty tight weight tricking to make sure that during Sid's Aura Bolts, that you're saving as much battle time as you can to squeeze in as much damage before that third turn. Things can go south if Sabin gets some pretty poor ATB or you flub up your ATB weighting. But it's a solid fight, other than Edgar going down. But that just part of that risk versus reward. But the fight still came out pretty clean.
I think in every marathon run I've done, someone has died to Kefka. In the Final Fantasy Relay, Gao got a crit. Kefka's first turn and died. During no glitches, Sid got the crit and went down. And now it was Edgar with the poison.
And in terms of the lore, so before everybody was trying to get to Narsh, if you forget, when we were at the Returners hideout, we learned that the Empire was going to attack Narsh. So we were basically trying to go to Narsh, warn them, try to convince them to join the Returners because the Empire is evil. And the Empire is trying to take control of the Esper to get more power, and we don't want that. So we successfully defended Kefka from attacking Narsh, getting the Esper, protecting Terra. But with the interaction with the Esper, something happened with Tina. Sorry, not Terra, Tina. And she turned pink and flew off. We don't really know what happened to her, but being the concerned friends that we are, we're going to try to look for her. We have a hint of where she was flying off to. So we're going to make our way out west towards Zozo.
Viva la France.
Oh, it looks like we have the
French invasion.
The French invasion. Well, merci. Thank you.
Hopefully you all are doing well. So we put Edgar, or we put, I already forgot his name. Inuart.
Yeah, Inuart.
In the front leader spot. This gives us a 50% discount in Figaro Castle, and it really makes this next shop coming up very easy on the money route. We will be selling a couple of items. The Hyperists, we have 2 of them now. They each sell for 4,000 GP. We also have the Peace Ring. So we will be selling for quite a bit of money. But also being able to buy everything for half price is also very nice, just to keep your wallet very thick.
We're going to be buying a whole stack of Revivifies, which we'll use later on. They cure the zombie status. Why do we need so much of them? We'll talk about that in like maybe 2 hours.
Mind if I read a couple donations here?
Oh, go for it.
All right. We've got an $11.48 from Wells. It says, yay, let's fill out the Shock Kefka now. Got $100 from Apo. It says, since the other 2 were met, I'm going to name Umaro into Kupo. And $25 from Lisa Rocks. It says, I wasn't kidding when I said I would name them all after me.
So we bought the drill and the flash. The drill is a physical-based tool that ignores the enemy's physical defense. Flash is kind of just an upgraded, or the magical version of the auto crossbow. It doesn't suffer from split damage. So if you were to do an all cast on the enemies, except for stuff like Ultima or Meteor, that's just naturally a party-wide attack, you end up dealing 50% damage whether there's 2 enemies or 6 enemies. The flash completely ignores that, so every enemy will be taking 100% damage. Flash isn't used. It's used quite a bit, and we definitely do need that extra damage from it.
And it being magic based is particularly important. We picked up some earrings earlier on, and we're going to be picking up a hero ring. To recap, Atlas Armlet will increase physical damage by 25%. Earrings increase magic by 25% and can stack with each other, and a hero ring does both physical and magic by 25% and can stack with an earring. In general, magic is very good in this game. There's a lot of stuff that can increase your magic damage or give you additional points to your magic stat. And we'll be seeing that more and more as the game goes on, using magic enhancements to dish out a lot of damage. But for the first part, a lot of it is going to be based around Edgar kind of carrying us with his tools, particularly Flash for multi-target things and Drill for single-target things do quite a bit of damage, along with Aura Bolt from Sabin or Sid.
You might notice on the overworld, there's sometimes a little bit wonky stepping. There is something in the overworld called no encounter tiles. I believe it's where the light green grass touches the darker green grass.
Yeah, and that's particularly like mostly in the world of balance, not so much in the later parts of the game. I think you were going to continue on.
Basically, if you can step on there and it doesn't increase your threat, so it's basically considered free steps. So when you're in the overworld, you want to be hitting as many of them as possible, because once again, it's just free steps and you're pushing that encounter further back. The overworld for the step road is probably by far the trickiest to learn. Thankfully, a lot of the dungeons is just strict point A to point B. It's optimal movement. Where the overworld, especially after leaving Zozo and going to Jadora, is a little bit tricky. And then also walking to Thamasa are probably the two trickiest in the world of balance.
Yeah, so whenever you see Dine take kind of unusual zigzag movements on the overworld, that's ultimately what he's shooting for. Trying to hit as many of those no encounter tiles where a threat is not being generated, and overall just helping out the step route as much as possible.
See, a question in chat is why are those tiles free? I don't think we have an answer.
Yeah, I think it's just because FF6 is really the only answer I have for you.
A lot of this game works as intended, but a lot of this game doesn't work as intended due to either last-minute additions or just minor oversights at the time.
Some nice preempts.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of scary encounters. That Slam Dancer, especially just a single Slam Dancer, is probably one of the more scary encounters that we see for quite a while. So I think we mentioned it earlier, but it deserves repeating. When enemies are by themselves, sometimes their AI script changes a bit. And Slam Dancers, they have a pretty high chance to cast level 2 elemental spells when they're alone. When there are other enemies on the field, they don't do this. So a single Slam Dancer can really throw a wrench in your plans, because it can kill a single person with one of those spells. It can kill multiple people if it does a multi-target. We're at no real risk of having a game over situation as long as we're topped off, but it can definitely eat through some Phoenix Downs and some potions and just waste a bunch of time.
This is another small downside from bringing Celis here, or Edgar, instead of Thu. Because Thu has a higher hit point pool and actually has full set of armor. Where if we get Slam Dance, as we call it, or a party-wide tier 2 spell, Cyan, or Thu and Sid both have a very good chance to live, where in this party situation, Inuart might live, but it's very, very unlikely, and Sid will live with just a couple of hit points.
So we're upcoming to Dataluma. Dataluma is a pretty tricky fight. I think we've mentioned throughout the various boss fights that we're doing that we're often trying to pay attention to when the boss is taking actions. So what we're trying to avoid is when Dataluma is at low HP or lower than 1800 and some change HP. he likes to throw a bunch of potions on himself, heal him up, waste a bunch of time, and cast Protect on himself. So what we're going to try to do is get him to just above that point, and then wait for him to take a turn, and then see if we can kind of burn him down. But depending on how cooperative he is, things can change a little bit. So Diane's kind of waiting around to see what Dataluma does. He took a pretty late turn, and now we're just going to try to burn down Dataluma's HP before he takes another turn. So we're skipping over him using a bunch of potions.
Yeah, he got a first turn basically as soon as the fight started, which kind of
Right.
does put a little bit of a wrench.
That even.
So he should die. That was pretty close to an ideal fight. You can do some cheeky stuff with Edgar. If you have her, you can queue up, depending on starting ATB, you can have Sid queue up Aurabolt, Inuart use Drill, and then Vin and Edgar use attacks. And if you get the right damage rolls when everything comes together, you can get within 10 to 15 hit points of that AI phase change that Takaze was talking about. Another good thing about it is because you're using so many attack animations when his ATB is full, I believe it's after 30 seconds of the battle timer, he will call for reinforcements.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
it can be another strategy that you may or may not want to work around just by burning through some time to force that.
So Dataluma's one of those fights where it's very situational. It's hard to put on paper because there's so many different openings. So it's kind of like you can just list like 2 or 3 ways to do it and just have a runner pick what they feel is best for them. But definitely skipping the healing phase is the important part, especially if he ends up throwing 3 potions. Like him healing himself for 750 hit points is basically an extra drill and an extra Aurabolt.
Yeah, not to mention just the amount of time it takes for him to go through all those animations.
It's like 12 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. So it can definitely be like at no point is the fight scary in terms of causing a game over. You're just really trying to optimize taking the least amount of time as possible. So it can be a little challenging for newer runners, especially. I remember having a lot of trouble learning to run, and I still occasionally have some trouble. Even after getting a lot of runs under my belt, it can still be pretty challenging to consistently skip that, just because it really depends on what Dataluma is doing when he takes his turn and kind of how your ATB lines up with his. But we found Tina, and we found this old man, and he tells us that he comes from a world of Espers. He teaches us about Espers. Espers in Final Fantasy VI are, if you're not familiar, are essentially summons. You can equip them onto characters and learn spells, kind of like you would with Materia in Final Fantasy VII. You can only have one Esper equipped at a time. You can summon them, and additionally, which is very important in Final Fantasy VI, is when you have certain Espers equipped and you gain a level up, depending on the Esper, you can get stat increases. So certain Espers are very, very important for that, because we want to squeeze out every little bit of stat increase we can. We'll keep watching in a couple hours, and you can see how much damage we can do with just a little bit of leveling up.
So I see a question in chat about the chainsaw. This is a question that at least I get asked a lot. The chainsaw is about 58 to 73 more damage than the drill, but it is pretty far out of the way. So it's probably a good 2.5-3 minute round trip if you include all the extra encounters, but then also include you needing more smoke bombs. On top of it, the 25% chance for it to trigger an instant death attack really hurt you, especially on a boss like the Cranes, where the Cranes is already a very, very volatile fight to begin with, or even the Tentacle fight in the World of Ruin. The drill we know is always going to do damage, where with the chainsaw, if it ends up doing the 25% instant death, we're kind of just throwing 600 damage out the window or 500 damage out the window, where it's kind of the route is really gotten down to mostly over the years by Puexel. He was the main router for this category for a long time, and it's just, if it's not easily accessible along the way, it's generally not worth it. There's not really one point in the route where we'll do like a 3-minute detour to go get something. It's kind of, we work with what's along the path.
Yeah, probably the only instance where we do go quote unquote out of our way for something is we take a couple of minutes to do a little bit of grinding later on, quite a bit later on. But yeah, for the most part, everything is very much on the path because we're trying to take the quickest route possible with as few resources as we can.
You guys mind if I read in plug some stuff here?
Go for it.
All right. Well, we've got 2 donations that came in, both towards some the new unlock incentives. $20 with no comment from Ragnia and a $25 anonymous donation. So guys, keep getting those donations in towards those just opened incentives to fight Katana's Soul, Magia Master, and NAMI Maro. And just a reminder, we're here supporting NAMI, which identifies that 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of those adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year. Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. NAMI operates a national helpline available Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, which provides information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate, understanding trained volunteer to support the caller. So your donations really mean a lot, so keep coming with them, and we appreciate all of the support that you've shown throughout the entire week.
Even though we're going to be collecting 26 espers, we're really not going to be using a lot of them. Kieran and Stray are just collected due to the run requirements, and at any percent, I've cut it down just to grabbing Ramu and Siren. Stray runners would grab. I don't know. The +1 to magic is nice. For Sabin, it's a little bit of extra damage. And it's very minimal. Like, you're there, it's a 3-second pickup.
We will be needing Setzer's name in just a hot second.
All right, I'm ready. Just say the word whenever you're prepared.
Ready, good sir.
It is literally seltzer. Just a capital S, seltzer. So just add an L after the E.
SELZR?
TZER.
LERTZR. Oh, seltzer. So we grabbed the white dress. That will give a female character +5 to magic. And then also on top of the Magus hats we bought in Nikia at the end of Sabin's scenario will also give a female character another +5 to magic. As Takaze mentioned, magic is very good in this game, just because it's one of the few forms of damage that will get a 50% bonus over 25. And another reason is a lot of equipment will boost magic over physical. So even though the white dress is something we get at the 2-hour point in the run, we'll basically be making use of it for pretty much the whole run until the final dungeon, just for that extra 5 to magic. Same thing with the Magus hats we'll be carrying from now to the very end of the game, just because 5 magic is quite a big damage increase.
Something I really like, particularly about Final Fantasy VI, just me gushing over the game. Final Fantasy VI is a pretty late entry to the Super Nintendo, so it really stretches kind of the capabilities that the Super Nintendo is able to provide. And you really get these cool, very large sprites that are able to express emotions. And this scene really, really does a good job at showing all the emotions that everyone has, particularly Edgar here, the General Edgar, not some opera floozy.
So, because we got the French raid, I won't sing the whole opera, but I will attempt to sing Celis's part. So, if you've already had enough of my voice, that would be a really good time to mute the stream for probably about 3 or 4 minutes. With the stream delay, I don't know how it'll work out, but because we got that very generous invasion from the France, we'll give it a shot. Sabin cannot equip the Magus hat. He can in the Japanese if you use the equip anything glitch, but the Magus hats will be used by Celis, Terra, and Gogo. I buy 3 Magus hats. I buy 2 in an any % situation, or I buy 3 in an all characters and espers if I get the black belt drop. So everyone has that +5 to magic where it counts. It does save a little bit of menuing down the road too. And since it's only 600 GP, I guess depending on your drops, you don't notice the money loss.
Yeah, it's a very, very good equipment, and there's just kind of more reasons why magic is more heavily used than physical-based routes, is because there tends to just be a lot more equipment that increases your magic or magic damage compared to physical or the vigor stat, which is essentially strength. Not a whole lot of great equipment, especially this early on, that can really help you out there.
Especially when you come to the World of Ruin part. You can buy a sword called the Enhancer, which is just an amazing weapon overall.
Yeah, it has some good block, some good magic. It's usable by a lot of people. Most of the people that you care about magic.
I think I'm going to queue up this singing.
Yeah, better get your vocal cords ready.
I think I might have to listen to the stream. Who's the next character we get? Strago.
Yeah, by Strago and Realm pretty much back to back.
Yeah, it's not until probably about an hour from now.
So Diane did mention that he will be streaming or singing, but I'll just say it again. There is a bit of an audio delay, so it might not sync up perfectly. So let's listen to some amazing singing.
Oh, you're gonna eat those words real quick. Oh, my hero, so far away now. Will I ever see your smile? Love goes away like night into day. It's just a fading dream. I'm the darkness, you're the stars. Our love is brighter than the sun. For eternity, for me, there can be only you, my chosen one. Must I forget you? Our solemn promise, will autumn take the place of spring? What shall I do? I'm lost without you. Speak to me once more.
Will you do the second part too?
Yeah. It's weird because I was watching the stream, but then I was like, oh crap, there's options I have to select.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty horrible if you.
If I
Yeah.
mess that up.
You get the encore that we all deserve.
That happened. I'll tell a funny story after we're done this that involves Mutski.
Wait, excuse me, what?
It's nothing embarrassing.
Oh, okay. I'm curious now.
We must part now, my life goes on, but my heart won't give you up. Ere I walk away, let me hear you say, I meant as much to you. So gently, you've touched my heart. I will be forever yours. Come what it may, I won't age a day. I'll wait for you always. So the story time. My very first run of this game, Mutski just gave me a very generous host. And the raid message, of course, was sing the opera. So I did what any person would do that was scared. I filled the opera twice in a row. So I not only had to sing it once, not twice, but I failed the last option. So I had to keep going through everything over and over again.
By the way,
So-
if you fail the opera 3 times, it's a game over. That would be bad because I don't know anybody. At least if it's a sketch, I think old sketch routes typically would save before the opera for some encounter manipulation stuff. But I don't know if any other categories do. So that would set you a ways back.
Yes.
I just hear a story about me sabotaging someone else's speedrun. It pretty
Oh, no,
much
you didn't sabotage.
checks out.
I was just more of like nervous, and then I wasn't used to that many people in chat, and it was just one of those things where it was like I got so worked up and I just forgot options. And I was like, oh, guess we're doing it again.
Yeah, thankfully when I've gotten fairly large raids, especially from doing a run during an SGDQ raid, this was after the opera, so I didn't have to bend to anybody's will of singing.
I was about to say, I usually get the opera raids. I've never gotten the Thamasa raid yet, which is like the one raid I want because nothing happens for 14 minutes.
A classic.
You just get this hype raid, and you're just like, all right, everybody just grab a pillow for 15 minutes.
Just like everyone pop some popcorn. We'll be here a while.
Do you mind if I read a couple donos before the next Ultros fight here?
I'll go for it, good sir.
All right, we got a couple. We got $35 with no comment from Lyral. We've got $100 donation from Fion. It says, I've had this stream running for 5 straight days, and now my computer is begging me to restart for updates in ways I've never seen before. Thanks for the great runs. Thank you, friend. You got $50 from T Yao. It says, FF6 100% glitchless hype. Finally got a chance to donate after a really hectic week. I've been donating since RPG Limit Break 2015, and it's good to see the Questing for Glory crew step up to have a marathon for NAMI this year. I think 2020 has been traumatic for many people, but I believe, like in FF6, we can heal and rebuild after all that's happened. Thank you for everything, and see you all again in 2021. Got another $30 from Lisa Rocks. It says, whatever it takes, I know I can make it through. Thanks again, Lisa. $30 from K Fizzle 4 with no comment. And $25 from Liddell 526, also with no comment. Thanks for all the donations for the new incentives, everybody. We really appreciate that a lot.
Thank you very much, everyone. So the Rafter Rats, this area makes me greatly sad because this usually means my run's about to die. Getting Edgar to level 11 is very important, if anything just for this fight on its own. The Grey Rats have a pretty high chance to die from a flash. If Edgar's level 10, these guys have a very low chance to die. We want to kill the Gold Rat, or the Vermin. If the Vermin is left on their own after the 2 Grey Rats are dead, they'll just call more friends their next turn. So ideally, we want to get three of these rat fights. The issue with that is sometimes the game wants you to have more.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging to, as you can see, Nine trying to play footsie with these rats. It can be pretty challenging to work around them, and sometimes the game just doesn't give it to you. Interesting thing about the 5 rat setup here, and you kind of saw Dine take a long way around to get to the top vermin, and just has to do with, and I don't exactly know why, but you can get into certain situations where, for whatever reason, you cannot target that top vermin, depending on what's remaining in the formation.
It's amazing.
So the game works exactly as programmed.
So we only want 3 encounters. If you end up taking 4, it's no big deal. Because we haven't got more than 3 encounters in story-based and we're still on step route, we're guaranteed to get a 5 pipsqueak fight before the next area. The 5 pipsqueaks die to a single flash. So they're a faster fight to take than the rats. If you're not on step route, it's always better to take 4 rats. Because you really want to learn a couple of spells before the next section.
Yeah, now that we have Espers, learning spells from encounters is just another thing to pay attention to as part of the route. This Ultras fight is one of the easier fights in a speed run. We see Sid on the left-hand side gets to have some back attacks against Ultros, and Ultros is weak to fire, and one of the knuckles that Sid has is the fire knuckle, so he's essentially doing quadruple damage with a Genji glove, just pumping out a lot of damage. The Ultros fight in casual playthroughs, this can actually be a bit of a scary fight because Ultros likes to jump around the arena, resetting his HP. He gets some pretty nasty abilities, being able to turn your party into imps, I think. You can throw out a lot of awkward stuff if he gets going, but in a speedrun setting, just set up your party like we did here, and make quick work of it.
There has been one instance where Ultros lived after Sabin's second attack.
Oh.
He lived with 3 hit points. And
wow.
I already queued up defense with everyone. So we were all kind of standing there just looking at Ultros. And he kind of edged closer towards Inuit. I was like,
What happens?
Yeah. Thankfully the fight was over, but I'm pretty sure he ended up taking a small nap in the battle. So here, Seltzer is the worst kidnapper ever. He was looking to kidnap Maria, but instead doesn't really know what Maria looks like. So he's kind of like, who are you? You're not Maria. Get off my airship. And
He did
Edgar's
not-
like, well, you brought me here.
He ended up with Edgar and not Maria. Wait a second.
So, but he's a nice guy at heart. He gives us a free ride.
So this was part of our grand scheme. Really weird scheme plan that we came up with to be able to get to Vector, to convince the person with supposedly the only airship to give us a ride. Now we have to actually convince him, now that we're on the airship, we have to convince him that the Empire is bad. Everybody doesn't like the Empire. And eventually, being the gambling sort of man he is, we put him up to a bet where he can either have Edgar or join us against the Empire. And a little hidden note here. So you see, I'm just going to say the real name. Celeste walks up to Edgar, grabs something. After saying, "Okay, we'll flip a coin." It ends up being a two-sided coin. Both sides are heads. We see a little interaction between Sabin and Edgar there, there's a lot of hidden scenes, cutscenes in this game, and what that's kind of referring to is a scene that we skipped over. You may or may not have run across it in your own personal playthroughs, but if when you go to Figaro Castle after the Kefka at Narsh scenario, and with both Edgar and Sabin, and you spend the night there, you get to see a kind of a touching scene between the two brothers. Kind of where they're deciding who's going to be king after their father passes away. And neither of them are really up for the responsibility. But Edgar takes out that same coin and says, "Okay, if it's heads, I'll take the responsibility of being king, and you get to go do whatever you want to do." So this is Sabin first realizing that, my brother used that same coin against me, allowing me to shirk the responsibilities of being king. So it's kind of a touching scene between the two brothers.
Of course, in the good old SNES fashion, we have Mode 7 activate.
Oh boy, we'll be seeing some more Mode 7.
So we're going to go into the airship. I'm going to buy 5 warp stones. You can buy 4. This just saves me from looting from a crate. Buy 11 smoke bombs, and then just do the safety heal up for the next area. So this in Vector, this place always tripped me up casually. I didn't know what to do once the old man started to get the guards' attentions. So like I remember going up, and then you end up getting into a fight with Guardian, and he just destroys you, and you're like, okay, that's not the right option. Maybe I was just really dumb as a kid, but like this place always tripped me up for quite a while.
Yeah, there's no real indication, like in-game indication, to be like, "Yep, you want to jump on the box."
Yeah,
to start the next little bit.
I think that's the only time it's used.
Yeah, I can't really think of. I mean, there's some similar types of things later on where they kind of lead you to it, but you have to put 2 and 2 together by yourself to figure out, oh, this is what it's trying to get me to do. So Magic Tech Factory, other than having some pretty banger music, we mentioned earlier there's a couple of encounters that we can skip. We've already skipped one of them. We got into an encounter just before getting to Vector, and there's almost always an encounter in a certain area within when you enter the Magitech Factory. But because we entered the Magitech Factory with relatively low threat, we were able to skip over it.
So here we're just looting a couple of weapons. The Flame Saber is a fire-based sword that gives +2 to magic. Thunderblade, same thing, but it's thunder. A Remedy, just to cure status effects for later on.
This place has a lot of really, really good equipment, but again, we're only really picking up the stuff that really isn't too far out of the way. But if you want to, there's just a lot of places you can loot by taking some more steps. Just we ain't got the time for that.
Even before getting onto the second conveyor belt, if you go down and to the left, there's a pair of Dragoon boots, and I think they sell for 6,000 GP.
4,500.
That's still a good chunk of money for probably like a 20-30 second detour.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's that much. It mostly just gets us off the step run. I guess 20-30 seconds if you factor in. Here are those pipsqueaks that Dine mentioned earlier. So they die to a single flash, just because kind of how powerful Inuart gives a good amount of magic points to learn. Mostly what we're trying to shoot for here is sleep, which is going to be used in an upcoming boss fight. But first we have the Shiva Ifrit fight. So we're going to be kind of we're actually fighting it.
I do magic. I stole it from the J runners. So when you fight Ifrit and Shiva, there's 2 schools on doing it. You can either hit them with 5 attacks, or you can hit them with 3 magics. And when you do the transition, you can also run away during Ifrit's magic transition. So what we've seen there is technically the fastest way to do Ifrit and Shiva fight. It does require Ifrit not to ATB counter cancel himself with the 33% counterattack hits. Unfortunately, someone is always going to die just because the way ATB works. As Takaze mentioned, you need to have full ATB to run away.
I really like that. So yeah, the 3 spells, Ifrit has just part of his AI script. When you use 3 spells against him, doesn't really matter what it is, doesn't even really matter if you hit him, he will kind of teleport forward, as we saw there, and cast Fire 3. In other earlier renditions of that fight, at least what I'm familiar with, is you hit him 5 times, and Ifrit will switch over to Shiva. But during either of those, Ifrit kind of disappears from the screen for a little bit, and during that time, we can sneak in that runaway. So whichever method you go with, there's a time where Ifrit's off screen, and the game considers there's nothing on the screen. If there's nothing on the screen, there's nothing tagged with that can't run flag, and unless you run away. And it is something that is allowed within the glitchless rule set. We borrow the same things, the same rule sets that the Japanese use. They allow it, we allow it as well.
I'm personally a big fan of the magic, just because it gives you 2 chances to run away. Because if you do the physical, Ifrit transitions to Shiva, and then you have to either hit Shiva 5 times to do the transfer.
Yeah, if you kind of miss the window there, that's not good, and that can be a point in the run where things just go south if you miss that runaway window. I've definitely done it a couple of times.
Well, it's the reason I started. The reason I stole the magic was because I couldn't do the physical for the life of me. I think I lost probably like 15 or 16 runs there. It was probably, looking back, it was probably me not like ATB weight tricking properly. But the big thing I like about the magic is it gives you 2 shots to run away. Because Ifrit will transition, hit you with Fire 3, and then he'll transition back to his normal spot. So if you flub the first run, at least then you have a little bit of a second chance.
So there's not too much to say for number 24. You saw we put him to sleep. He's susceptible to it. We still have Rune Edge, which is great because that's more money for us. Then we just throw a bunch of spells at him, or magic-based abilities like Flash and Aura Bolt, and Espers, so using the Shiva summon. There is a bit of tech to it because you do want to do some ATB waiting properly. If you just kind of do nothing, there's a chance that he can wake up and just try to waste time.
It's cool if I read a couple donos here real quick.
Now it's probably a
No.
good time.
How dare you?
I mean, I know Sid's coming, but all right,
Go
we
for
got
it.
$5 from Anonymous. It says, let's get 50K for an incredible cause. Thanks to all the volunteers, runners, and admins for putting on the RPG speedrunning marathon we all needed this year. And as this comment mentions, we were really close to that 50K threshold. So keep the donations coming. We are really, really close to that milestone. We've got $25 that says, good luck on the run, Dine. Glad to support my favorite streamer for a great cause. And that comes from Fatman Kiss. $50 from Draco that says, I need more FF6. Let's get rid of that Magimaster. And $100.02 from the Bob, the Ninja Goldfish, that says, you'll hear from me later. Hashtag Team Chaos. Thank you guys so much. Thanks, Bob. We'll be hearing from Bob fairly soon.
I've never seen Sleep miss 24. I think it has a high enough spell power where I don't think it's possible with that boss.
Yeah, for those types of spells, the way like hit chance is calculated has to do with assuming it's susceptible to it, has to do with magic defense and I believe the spell power. I don't think I've ever seen it miss either, so I think it just doesn't have enough magic defense to be able to miss. There are some spells later on that inflict certain status ailments that do have a chance to miss. So it's not always a guaranteed thing depending on the fight.
I always liked the Magitech research facility as a kid because you end up getting a boatload of espers, and as Takazi mentioned earlier, just a bunch load, like a really good equipment. So we are going to be using a couple of new ones. We do want, I keep forgetting Edgar's name.
Inuart.
Inuart, thank you. We're going to be giving him the Show Esper. We really want him to learn the Doom spell. And the Doom spell is taught at incredibly slow speeds.
Yeah, so we're not even going to be able to get Doom until basically the end of the World of Balance, and we'll use it the first part of World of Ruin. So we're going to start this early, even though we have maybe another hour and a half, 2 hours before we really need it. So you notice that Dine switched Sabin to be in the front row, and why that is it just has. I don't have a good understanding of like the technicalities of it, but there's basically 2 tiles on the Magitech facility that check for party members and status ailments, and that can affect the encounters that we see on the Mode 7 minecart section here. So by just after that cutscene switching to Sabin, we can consistently get a lot of these 4-packs of Mag Rotors, which just give they're easy to kill just because a single flash does them in, and they give more money. And money is nice, so we'll take the option that is easy and gives us money.
Also have a chance, each one of them has a chance to drop a skein. The skeins sell for 250. It's not needed for the money route, but really anything you can do to pad the bank is always welcome in the run. If you don't get it, it's no big deal. If you do, it makes the big shop coming up in about half an hour very nice on the mind. Especially if you ended up missing either like a black belt or you ended up getting the drainer steel from 24, which the drainer is considered a rare item, so it sells for a whopping 1 GP.
Yeah, the game likes to do that a lot, where it tries to convince you something is really good, and please don't sell this by making it worth only one GP. So we tend to not be interested in those items because we just end up selling a lot of the stuff we don't want. So we have five of these mag rotor fights, and then we're coming up to number 128. I haven't been counting, but I think we're at 4.
Yeah, we just got the 5th.
So I know people like to give this section a lot of. They don't particularly like it just because of the mode 7 doesn't particularly look great. I really liked it as a kid. I'm just going to leave it at that. So number 128 here. Flash hits everything. 128 has is like kind of split up into 3 parts, so we kind of have to deal with the arms and the body at the same time. Bismarck being one of the Espers that we just picked up, used as a summon, is some pretty solid damage. And Locke is just gonna kind of be chilling out, hopefully not dying. It wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but you know, you can.
One counter.
You can hear Dine count the number of counters, because whenever you hit the body, it can have a chance of using Red Feast. If it does too many Red Feasts, which has a drain, it's a drain type of attack, we're going to need to do a little bit of extra damage. So you might see a bolt coming out from Locke if we get 3 or more Red Feasts. But pretty straightforward. In other versions, other categories, this fight can be a lot scarier. Just due to the way that the party setup works out. But in this version, in Glitchless, it's relatively straightforward. The only thing it can really do is a lot of Red Feasts, potentially off one of your characters, but you can always potion them up if you're too worried about that.
I almost forgot to save there for a second.
That
would have been very bad.
Yeah, the reason that save is probably the most important save in other than the required ones in terms of optional marathon safety. This upcoming fight for 100% all characters, all espers, I would say is probably the hardest or the most things that can go wrong. We're coming up on the cranes. We're going to be fighting 2 cranes. It's always a pincer attack. We get Seltzer has just joined our party. We don't get any opportunities to put any equipment on him. And what we're going to be trying to do is kill the cranes before they really have a chance to get going. So we're going to use a lot of abilities that can hit both of them, being in a pincer attack. So looking at summons, Seltzer's slots, a lot of single target damage from stuff like Aura Bolt, and using the Fader summon to cast Vanish on us to protect us from some pretty nasty physical-based counterattacks, while hoping to avoid some pretty powerful spells from them.
I'm gonna try this once. There is a strat where you can beat them without using Fader.
That's pretty risky, but it can save some time.
So LCC once again came up with this strat. It saves about 6 seconds, sometimes a little longer. With the Fader strat Takaze was mentioning, you have to wait for both of the cranes to attack. Where this one, you just start unloading right away. But you can see they like doing their counterattacks.
Yeah, I think it's a 2 out of 3 chance when they get hit, they can counterattack. And because it's a pincer, if you get hit by the wrong one, you're going to take double damage. But they're playing pretty cooperatively.
I'm about to say that bolt from Locke really helps for extra damage.
That was really clean.
That was a very, very tame fight. There's been a lot of times I've survived with either Sid or Vin at about 8 hit points. Usually Vin's also taking a dirt nap.
And as long in terms of people being alive, I think really the only thing that matters, as long as Inuart or Edgar is alive at the end there, that's really all we care about, because we mentioned earlier we put Shoat onto him, and we really want to learn Doom before going into the World of Ruins. So any magic points that we can learn towards that as quickly as possible is beneficial towards that.
I've seen a couple people in chat. All characters in Espers doesn't have a leaderboard on speedruns.com. 2 reasons, as MS Kane said. It works really well as a marathon incentive, and second of all, there's not really a lot of runners. Poexel and myself are really the only 2 that have run it serious. And it is very, very similar to like an any percent run. As we've been mentioning, it's pretty much identical for the first 4 hours. So it's something nice that could be on the leaderboard, but there's no real push for it. And I know Poexel himself doesn't care much for leaderboards, and I'm not really looking forward to have it on the board either.
Yeah, I think Poexel mostly has it as a it's nice for marathons, but he mostly put a lot of time and effort into the NA%, and I would probably say the same for you, putting a lot of time and effort into NA% to get that time to be really, really competitive.
Oh yeah. We don't do any slots manipulation. Slot manipulation is banned, even though Joker Doom is not considered a glitch by the Japanese community. The Joker Doom is banned just to make a run different than really everything else. Because if we allowed Joker Doom, it would basically just pretty much be a carbon copy of. It'd be a little bit longer version of like No Sketch.
Yeah, to give a quick summary on slots manipulation. So we did see Dine use slots, and we're shooting for the 7 flushes, and that there's no manipulation going on there. Some people opt to do like some pause buffering to make it easier. Slot manipulation is a little bit different, where you're actually manipulating RNG values, because something like Joker Doom, which casts Joker Doom on all the enemies, actually takes some manipulating of RNG values to have that even be allowable. As mentioned, not really a glitch, but it's kind of banned for a quote-unquote spirit of the category type thing, because all you would be seeing is a bunch of Joker Dooms if it were allowed. Japanese community doesn't allow it. We operate off the same rule sets. And I think if you're looking for that type of run where you want to be doing a lot of Joker Doom, No Sketch is probably the category that you're looking for.
Just to jump in here really quick, we just eclipsed the $50,000 mark with a $1,024 donation from Vaxherd 224. Who says, can't stay for the finale, but thanks to High Spirits, all the runners, hosts, volunteers, RPG LB staff, and everyone that's helped make this marathon a success. Vaxherd, thank you so much for your huge donation and putting us over the $50,000 mark. We got 3 other donations here. We have a $30 anonymous donation with no comment. A $40 donation from 840 Riggs. Says, good luck, coach. Seeing you menu and talk at the same time is fantastic. Also, keep that singing voice of an angel. And $31.02 from Wells that says, small dono to round things off for me. It's been a fun and wonderful event. Thank you, High Spirits, for spearheading this and getting it organized. Thank you to everyone involved for all the effort in getting this rolling. Thank you, RPG Limit Break, for hosting the event. Let's get to 50K like we just did. And now our goal is to eclipse the 60K mark and meet the requirements for these other 2 donation incentives on this FF6 run to defeat Katana Soul and Magimaster. Just an update on them. Katana Soul is currently at $567 out of $2,500. And Magimaster is at $803 out of $2,500. So you guys have already dumped a massive amounts into both of those. So keep them rolling.
You guys are destroying the donation incentives.
Thank you to everybody donating towards that. And yeah, I agree. Big shout outs to the organizers of Questing for Glory, putting this together, supporting such a good charity organization, NAMI. Really means a lot to me personally, and I'm sure it means a lot to a lot of other people. Lore recap, I guess. Tina, we learn a little bit more about her. We actually learn that she's the child of Esper and human. So she's half Esper, half human, which explains some of the changes that she's been going through. Now that she understands more about herself, she kind of understands herself, and she acquires a new ability, and we won't be seeing it until a little bit later on, but she gets the ability to morph, where she takes on her Esper form, and with that she gets increased magic power. Won't be seeing that towards the end of. I think we see that at the end of World of Balance, and we'll be seeing it a lot in the all characters, all Espers, making heavy use of that. But for now, we have some chores to take care of, and one of the things that we're going to be doing is going to the auction house to get the Esper Zone Seek. So the auction house, it's random in terms of what piece of item you get out of it. And you see Dine going in and out of the auction house, paying attention to that wandering lady in the bottom left corner there. She's taking a single step, and Dine is looking at what steps she's taking. And Dine's going to be looking for a series of 4 steps. There's a couple of different formations that she can take. But with that, we get Zone Seek, because Dine was able to know exactly what that NPC RNG value is at, and that just so happens to also determine what item that you're going to get from the auction house. So it was a pretty clean segment. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit longer. You have to go in and out of the auction house more and more to get to the right string of movements from that lady, but that was relatively quick.
It's one of those things where if you get a quick manipulation, you generally save 30 seconds. But average, it's generally going to take you about 30 to 40 seconds. This manipulation works the same. In another segment, we're going to hit in about 20 minutes. So a lot of people will do this grind coming up with Tina and Locke. Vin. There we go.
Vin, yeah. I should write them down.
Yeah. So this is something else I also stole from the Japanese community, more specifically 6chi8. He brings Sabin. And what Sabin does is he adds a third character. It's a very, very small time save. It does add the added risk, because now we want 2 characters to run away instead of 1 character. Bringing Sid is important because he's already got full set of armor. He's already in the back row, and we just need to throw a pair of running shoes on him. And he has speed pretty close to Vin. So overall, because of you get extra running away animations, you get extra animations during the banquet. There's also an extra text box. You end up saving about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds over like as close to an average of what I can get. But it does make the sealed cave grind really nice, especially if you end up getting a pincer attack. With 2 people, generally you go down if you don't cast Phantom. But with 3 people, at least then, worst case scenario, you just run away and you farm an extra fight.
Yeah, interesting to see that. And again, Dine alluded to it, but we're going to, if you were on about 2.5 hours ago, 3 hours ago, I actually not too sure what the timer is at right now. At the start of the run, you saw us dumping a lot of XP into Tina by running away with everybody else. So we're going to see the same sort of thing go on in the sealed gate cave again to dump XP into Tina. The reason we went out of our way for Zone Seek was Zone Seek spells aren't particularly important. I forget offhand what spells Zone Seek even grants, but really the main reason we want Zone Seek is because on level up, Zone Seek grants +2 magic. So we're going to be getting a couple levels onto Tina. She has Zone Seek equipped, and that +2 magic is going to start adding up. We're going to start seeing some pretty high damage numbers coming out of Tina.
So, a funny thing about the lava room I'm going to be entering next. The bridges change on a cycle, and there's some bridge parts that will stay during the transitions. If you stand on them during the transition and don't move, you can actually save encounter steps. So if you end up being a step or two behind, you can just pause when the transition and then start moving. A lot of the times you don't need it, but going into this first room is definitely a little tricky if you're on step route, because you can only be off 2 steps. So even if you can end up saving 1 step, it still means that you end up getting an Ing and a Zombone fight instead of the Liches, which is an encounter we don't want to fight for experience in this area.
And so we picked up a pack of, I think it was 24 Revivifies earlier on, and when we went to the revisit of the Figaro Castle. Here's what we're using them for. So Revivifies cure the zombie ailment status. And these things that we're fighting are undead. And it just so happens that when you use a Revivify on something that's undead, it kills them. Same thing that Phoenix Downs do. It's just Revivifies are cheaper and have a bit faster animation. You could also use like an elixir if you really wanted to blow your elixirs on that. But elixirs get used for more important things later on. They're harder to get.
So with the 3-man grind, the triple Ing fight is definitely the scariest. The Zombones are free because the game checks for your run after their death animation, where with the Ings, it checks it before their death animation.
Interesting. I didn't actually know that.
So a lot of the time, I don't know if this is just superstition, but this works for me. I'll always have Tina target the bottom Ing. It just seems to give you that little bit of extra animation time. If you pay attention to Sid's ATB gauge, it just barely gets full right before it. Sometimes you can see it jump forward a little bit. So it does make this very tight, but just with a little bit of practice, it's pretty consistent. If the Ings happen to get an attack off, you do have to start run buffering earlier. I'm assuming it's just the enemy getting off an attack pushes the run check to a different situation. But this grind has actually been very, very kind so far with the preempts.
Yeah, preempts really help out. So I think kind of overlooked it. I mean, I guess we've kind of suggested it, but when it's a preempt, that runaway meter that we've mentioned earlier, that's already full for everybody. So you don't have to build that up. So other than being a guaranteed runaway, you don't have to spend time, building up with like run buffering during animations to be able to build it up. You already get it for free in a preempt.
Alright, so I learned life. That means I'm at level 18.
One more should do the trick. We're shooting for level 19 on Tina. Just happens to be the right balance between spending time. It does take some time to do these fights as opposed to running away from them, but it pays off later on because we've just added a bunch of damage to Tina by increasing her level, which increases her damage, as well as having Zone Seek on her, which every level up we've done is +2 magic points. Even just a little bit of extra magic can mean a lot of extra damage.
So because of the grind, we've gained 16 additional magic, and then on top of the 5 from the Megas hat, 5 from the white dress, and 2 from an elemental saber, Tina's sitting at 28 magic extra, which is almost double her magic stat before we started the grind. And as Takaze mentioned also with the level, she ends up becoming a very good damage dealer for very little work.
Yeah, and to put it into perspective, so Tina just hit level 19. That is, by all suggestions, still very underleveled compared to what the game quote-unquote expects you to be at this point. I would say that you're probably expected to be in the 25-ish to maybe in that range by this point. Maybe that's just a guesstimate. It's been a while since I've just run this casually. But 19 is still underleveled is the point I'm trying to make.
28 additional magic is quite a lot. Just average at level 19. Obviously the damage formula differs if it's lower, but at level 19, one magic is approximately anywhere between 55 to 110 damage. 55 if you're not exploiting an elemental weakness, 110 if you are. So whatever 28 multiplied by 110 is, that's how much extra damage we're doing right now. Something fun to note: the Japanese runners level Tina to level 21 under Modwin. This is to help her learn Bolt 2. And even though she's 2 levels higher but 6 magic lower, she actually ends up dealing more damage against enemies like the Flame Eater that we're going to be seeing in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, both magic and level play into the damage formula. Maduin has on level up compared to Zone Seek is only 1 magic point per level up as opposed to 2 that you get out of Zone Seek. And in No Sketch, I believe they typically also do Maduin, but only get to level 20, if I remember correctly. Actually, no, wait, the No Sketch route, that's old versions of No Sketch, new versions of No Sketch don't have to get all the way through Sealed Cave for some shenanigans that happens.
I think they level Tina, in the new, from what I've seen from Sweet Cherry Boy's run. I haven't seen a lot of it, so I could be completely wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. You could decide to not even level up anybody and just risk it for the biscuit. But it would be safer to level up some characters. I don't think there's a solidified route of it.
No.
And no one's super interested in it due to the randomness factor that the new route poses. But that is another conversation.
Yes. So we just got the airship. We've used it for a grand total of probably 50 seconds, and we've already been grounded. We're not allowed to use it anymore. Dad got angry and took away the keys. So we freed the Espers, and since they're not used to living in the human world, they end up just destroying a bunch of stuff. And unfortunately, we lose our wings. So we have to, thankfully, we land close to a chocobo stable. And we'll be doing our last smoke bomb shop. If my smoke bombs look good, I'll be buying 21, and this will hold me over through the rest of the World of Balance and a good chunk into the World of Ruin. You can buy more depending on how your money route is, but 21's generally that sweet spot. You generally want to be around 28 to 32 in total.
And to do a quick lore recap, the reason why we went to the Sealed Gate Cave is because that's kind of where the home of the Espers are. Tina now discovering that she is part Esper. We decided that it might be good to try to communicate with them and reason with them and help kind of plead with them for kind of going against the Empire, because the Empire is doing some nasty stuff, and we're worried that it's going to recreate the War of the Magi. So we communicate with them. Kefka followed us, and when they kind of started pouring through because they were angry, they lost control. And we're going to find in a second here that they decided to direct their anger towards Vector, where many of their friends were being captured and absorbed of their magical energies. So Vector is going to be in a world of hurt. It's going to be on fire, and we get to play this little mini game where we have to play diplomacy with the Empire. And depending on how good we are at diplomacy, we get different prizes.
One minor thing, is you want to get off the chocobo on the furthest right tile of the Vector sprite. That saves you 1 step. I used to generally just cut it early because I didn't know how the chocobo worked. It's something minor, but like that 1 step, if you stay on step route, will actually matter come the floating continent about an hour from now. So the rest of the step route, there is no making up steps. Like the step route's pretty much out the window for a marathon run after cranes. There's no way to get back on it just because we've already forced extra encounters. It's not the biggest deal because we have smoke bombs. Once you have smoke bombs, whether you keep step route or not doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, the step route is primarily for the first hour and some change. Really, before you get to the Veld, that's where you really want to be on step. So if you're, and when I started learning the run, I was a little intimidated by the step route, but it's pretty forgiving past the first hour. It's not something like Final Fantasy V or 4, where you're trying to keep the step route perfectly throughout the entirety of the game, and it really makes a big difference. You can get into a couple of extra encounters. It's not the biggest deal. Smoke bombs pull a lot of weight through us. So here's the diplomacy section that we're talking about. We have to talk to a number of soldiers. Some of them are angry and want to fight us. What we're doing here is accumulating a number of points. Based on the number of points that we get, we're awarded with prizes. And we're really shooting for the biggest prize, which we need 99 out of 103 points. So we don't have a whole lot of room to make mistakes. So
Is that many points?
I believe so.
I was about to say, I've been saying that. I thought there was 70. I've been lying to my chat this whole time.
Yeah, I think there's a total of 103. So this section, and then after talking to the soldiers, feel free to anybody correct me if I'm wrong. I've gotten 103 from somewhere. So.
Oh no, I'm probably the one that's wrong, sir.
But there's 2 sections: this talking to soldiers part and fighting them where appropriate awards certain number of points, and then there's going to be a banquet diplomacy section where answering questions, depending on the question, the answer that you gives a different number of points, and we almost have to play it perfectly. We get a little bit of leeway. There's 24 soldiers. We're only going to talk to 23 of them, and there's one question where if we get it wrong, there's like a backup answer that we can get without taking the penalty of not getting the prize we want.
All right, well, that's going to be it for me with you guys. So thanks for letting me hang out with you for a couple hours. I had a good time. And I hope the rest of your run goes really, really well. And I'll be watching from the chat with everybody else.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we get some claps or some GGs in the chat for the one and only Mutsky?
And with Mutsky stepping out, that means it's time for me, Bob the Ninja Goldfish, to tag in to bring us home as host for the last half of this Final Fantasy VI 100% glitchless run. I'm not going to take any more time and just let Takaze and Dine get back to their awesome commentary.
Thank you, Bob.
One nice thing about bringing a third character for the grind is this is a timed segment. Unless you really get lost or get a couple of bad fights, you're really at no risk of running out the time. Having an extra character, because Tina's magic won't always one-shot the soldiers. So instead of waiting for an ATB bar to fill up, we can just pretty much queue up everything and let the game play itself for this small segment. So we used Phantom. Even though it's a time segment, these commandos like to use a physical ability called Program 65. And if it hits Tina, it mutes, and which means we don't have a good version for damage. And this is where a lot of your time goes down the drain.
There's more inventory management where we get that free time to do so. And there's particularly important right now just because Diane's going to be selling off a lot of stuff in a little bit because Diane's going to be buying a lot. So having a nice clean inventory to work with, and it is literally free time to do so, is just all the more important.
The big thing you want to do is make sure definitely to take Phantom off of lock. I'm not going to lie, I have lost a couple of runs going to the floating continent, getting to a very noticeable boss on the floating continent and realizing I don't have Phantom.
I have 2 places in my notes that say check for Phantom on lock because I've done the same thing. And I actually checked the total number of points. It's actually 93. So both of us were wrong.
You were closer than I was. That's all that matters.
So each of these questions, it's a stressful time. Like this part of the section is stressful for me because I have inputted the wrong answer many times. If you're if you like to take chances, you can buffer your inputs. If you hold down while you're being asked a question, you'll already be on the second answer. So if you really want to play quickly and you trust the game enough, then you can do that. I find it's really scary to do that, and it seems to be a little inconsistent at times. So I usually take my time to answer these questions just to make sure I'm doing it correctly.
Also, you can't double buffer. So in between the third and fourth question, you can't hold down for both of them.
Right.
The game will only work for one. I've lost a number of times before. I just thought it was a weird occurrence with the game. But it turns out because I was double buffering, I'd end up just failing it on myself by trying to pull the lazy card. But my time swings for this area definitely go for like 5 to 7 seconds just from answering questions, because it sucks to get to this point and it's not RNG, it's just you pick the wrong option and that's it. Your run's dead.
Yeah, the prize that we're awarded, that was another encounter which gives us points, so we take the time to fight it. The prize that we're awarded, if we get to the 90 points, or so I'm being told by some resources, is the Charm Bangle. Charm Bangle is a very, very important accessory, a very important relic that reduces the encounter rate by some amount. It really reduces the amount of threat being generated, which accumulates to about 40% less encounters. I think it's 50% less threat generation, but due to the way threat works, doesn't correlate exactly to 50% less encounters.
And when Takaze mentions 40% less encounters, he's talking about the seeds we use in the speedrun. Because there are some seeds that just give you naturally high encounters. I know when I was learning this, I didn't use the step route, and there was a couple of times, even with the Charm Bangle, I'd still get an encounter every probably 10 or 15 steps. So if you're playing casually, there are some seeds that just have naturally high encounters, so it may appear like it's not doing anything, but it's still if you take a walk without it, you're still definitely going to get more encounters. There is no. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying it. Yeah, both the seed that you're on and like the particular encounter string that you happen to be in that seed. Like yeah, sometimes you get into that just string of encounters where, like every couple steps, you feel like you're getting into an encounter. And if that's the case, yeah, Charm Bangle can only do so much. But there's a reason why we pick the seed that we do. I'm kind of curious to see like what other seeds you've looked into. I know that the Japanese sometimes use different seeds for their runs.
I'm jealous of the Japanese. I've tried. I looked into Seed 110. Seed 110 is really, really good early game. You end up saving, I think it's 7 encounters by Velt, but then from Velt to Floating Continent, you lose 9 encounters. And there's a lot of extra steps needing to be taken to avoid like the 5 rats in the opera. I've tried like Seed 40, Seed 68. It's really hard to do seeds by hand because there's so many variables. The Japanese, you can reset like you can reset probably 8 or 9 times in the time it takes us to reset once because they don't get the splash screen. So watching their runs is always interesting because they have like 20-25 resets routed in.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit longer to do the reset just because the splash screen Diane's talking about is when you start up the game, you get to see the scrolling Final Fantasy VI, flashy, stormy background. Where in the Japanese version of the game, it just essentially goes right to the save screen. So it's a lot faster to do resets. In the Japanese version, so they get to have a little bit more freedom with playing with what seeds they go on. For those curious, we generally opt to use seed number 244 is to start off the run, but every time we're doing a reset, it advances it by a certain amount depending on how we're resetting it.
If you have any donations or anything you want to anything you want to say, now is a really good time.
I do want to say, have you seen the plushies that are a prize for these? Oh my god.
I have not, no.
The Plush Mayhem donated a really awesome looking Moogle plush and a baby Chocobo plush. And if you've not seen them, check them out on the tracker. They're like a $10 minimum donation, and they're just adorable as hell. That being said, we do have a couple of donations. Dragonista has donated $10 and said, "This wonderful Final Fantasy VI run by Dine is making our Sunday even more relaxing. Thank you to all the people making this marathon happen when we all need a mental boost." It is absolutely our pleasure, Dragonista. And $35.01 from Anonymous with no donation message. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, everyone, for your generosity through
Keep
the whole event.
Keep those donations rolling in. We've still got to name some characters. We've got the new challenges that we opened up, which is to defeat Katana Soul and defeat Magimaster, and we're going to be naming Umaru as well, which we didn't have before. So
in just a couple of minutes, if anybody is shooting for the Realm or Strago naming incentive, you only got a couple more minutes before that is cut off, and we'll be needing those names. So if you're really, really wanting to see Realm or Strago with a particular name, now's the time to do it. But before we do that, we have to learn about love and what is love.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me no more. I was really hoping the kill Sid would be winning over saving Sid, so I wouldn't have to worry about fish manipulation.
We always have to worry about pro
I know. It's the one true boss.
That's another incentive. I haven't looked at the incentives in terms of the bid wars, but it's another one on there.
Right now, Save Sid is at $250, and Kill Sid is at nothing.
Okay, well, if people like or dislike Sid, that's where you put your money. Or fish. Do you like fish or not like fish? I guess there's that.
So this area to me always feels this you really get into the cutscene heavy portion of the run.
I
This
forgot
whole
to do
area.
Let me click the host RPG limit break button because that's where I'm reminded to host RPG limit break. During the very exciting cutscene heavy part of the run. There's a bit of a meme in the FF6 community that if you wanna raid someone or host someone, this is the time to do it. Just because there will be some cutscene breaks from the cutscene, but yeah, it's just a lot of story, a lot of dialogue, and while it's really good story, really good dialogue, I particularly like this scene a lot. In a speed run, after you've seen it a number of times, it doesn't have the same impact as it does in a casual playthrough.
Really never knew about Locke being sick as a kid. So like I always just thought like Locke was going a little bit berserk, or he just didn't like boats, but he never said anything.
And after Arby's teaches Tina what love is, we get a very comedical scene by Vin here, being a little boat sick.
So here, coming up to the next area, we're kind of splintering off. Casually, like Shadow just seems like a very, very weird character in the world of balance. There's a couple of times you can get him in your party. You can get him in your party before Zozo if you go to I believe it's Collegian, depending on pronunciation. You can pay him 2,000 GP if you have 3 characters, and he'll join you for up to the Dataluma fight before he disappears.
Does he not stay through the Dataluma fight?
I think he stays to the end of it. Then right before you go to Jador, I think he pieces out.
Okay, I've never actually done that myself. I know it's a thing because people have mentioned it, but I never actually knew how long he sticks around. Because I always load up with 4 people.
Yeah.
You have to bring 3 people and talk to him there if you want him in your party.
So now would be a good time to cut off Realm and
Strago.
Yep, we'll be needing to. We'll be doing a quick shopping, but we will be needing those in a minute.
Okay, we're gonna officially call those closed to give us time to process any donations that have already come through.
So all of the stuff that Dine is selling, Dine's going to be investing very heavy into the rod economy. We mentioned earlier that rods are very powerful in Final Fantasy VI. And Tamasa is the first point in the run where we can actually just buy them. So Dine's going to be buying a bunch of rods, 11, 11, and 12. So that was quick math tells me that's a little over 90,000. A lot of rods, and we'll be making some pretty heavy use of them throughout the rest of World of Balance and going a little bit into the World of Ruin.
We have Strago's name.
Refreshing now to make sure we've not missed anything. It is Lisa RX. So capital LISA, capital RX. I guess that's Lisa Rocks.
I believe she was shooting for naming herself something. She had to fight a little bit for that. And very shortly, we'll be needing a realm as well. But Lisa Rocks is going to tell us how there's definitely not any magic in Thamasa. Very suspicious. Very sus.
And realm?
Okay, realm will be capital T, lowercase m, capital K, lowercase a, O-S. Yes, that's Team Chaos
I wonder who did that.
with a $102 donation by
Oh.
me!
GG, Bob. I was really hoping for MS Paint to pull through, but it wasn't as strong as Team Chaos.
Team Chaos will rule supreme!
So, as Takaze mentioned, a lot of my routes involve skipping out on a little bit of safety items in lieu of more rods. So in your normal glitchless, you'll buy 9 fire, 9 ice, 7 thunder, or sorry, 11 fire, 11 ice, 9 thunder. Some you'll buy 11 fire, 14 ice, 5 thunder. I try to go for 11 ice, 11 fire, 12 thunder. You can do some really, really cheeky things in an any percent setting. And with all characters and espers, it is a very, very minor time save because it saves you from either A, using Terra's Morph or using a very lengthy blitz animation like Bum Rush. I also do some wacky things when it comes to the final bosses. We won't see it in this category, but there is something interesting we'll bring up in a fight that's happening later on, involving our wonderful General Leo and a certain clown named Kefka.
Yeah, so something to note. Dine has done a lot of work in just making minor adjustments to the quote unquote standard glitchless route. In general, shirking a lot of safety for a little bit of extra speed. My beautiful house. Is this the? I'll be quiet.
So there's been a manipulation. We've been talking about NPC manipulation for a good chunk of the run, and it doesn't stop yet. So much like the auction house, the burning house can also be manipulated. And if anyone's done a run of this or even played it casually, the burning house with the fireballs are horrible. I totally blanked out when talking to that kid instead of Lisa. So we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be going in and out of the first room. And what I'm going to be looking for is the first fireball to go up, right. And if I follow a very, very specific walking pattern, I'll be able to go through the burning house without getting a single encounter. The manipulation, you can either get it in 5 doors. Every time you enter and exit, we call that a door. You can get it in 5 doors. You can get it in 12 doors. But even if you get a 12 door, which is about the average normal, it's as fast as if you YOLO the house and get a 4 encounter. And the fireballs are very tricky because they don't have any animations on when they're moving. It's kind of you try to go up, and if they're deciding to move, their collision box will move before their sprite does. So you kind of end up locking yourself into an encounter. And just the screen transition going from in and out of battles is very lengthy. So I'm going to do a minor equip menu. I'm going to give Lisa some sprint shoes. I'm going to give Vin the sneak ring because I really want to steal an item. Tina's going to get earrings for extra damage.
So if I remember right, he said the upright twice.
In that second room, you see me pause just very, very slightly. That's because we're waiting for the fireball to actually decide its movement.
So
if you end up going right out the gate, you will get into an encounter because its collision box hasn't moved yet.
So those guys have the same kind of rules that in the martial section that the wolves do walking around. If you're walking at the same time they do, you can skip the encounter, but they move pretty quickly. So unmanipulated, that would be I don't think I've ever seen an unmanipulated zero encounter Flamehouse before, so that was really, really cool to see. I missed if we got the Flame Saber from.
Got the Flame Saber, and then Tina went down. Which is not the worst thing, she's just down a little bit of magic points. So at level 19, with all our magic boosting equipment, Tina will always do 8,142 damage. I always say one thing to really take in consideration is 4,071 of that damage is from exploiting an elemental weakness. The best case to show this off is Atma Weapon, and we'll talk about this a little more when we get to Atma Weapon himself. But we are hitting large amounts of damage, but half of that damage is coming just from hitting an elemental weakness, and that's a big theme, especially in the all characters in Esper's run, why we can do very little work and still hit a large amount of damage.
Yeah, keep in mind the damage cap is 10,000 minus 1, so we're under leveled. It's a speedrun setting, and we're almost hitting that damage cap just due to pre-prep and the knowledge of the run, knowledge of the game, to know what we need to do to get that.
And even though we're doing big damage, we're exactly at the point of stats where if we're not using rods, the lowest damage roll will guarantee a kill. Even losing 1 or 2 magic makes a couple of areas very, very dicey. So here we saved Lisa, and we saved Team Chaos. And Team Chaos says, "Hey, I want to come with you guys." And Lisa's like, "You stay here, you're too young." And they're like, "All right, let's go see what we can find out in the mountain."
Oh, fuddy-duddy.
So coming up in the next menu, we're going to be using Terra's Morph ability. Takaze talked about this earlier. Morph doubles her magic stat and halves the amount of magic damage she takes. The halving of magic damage we're not too concerned with, but it's the doubling of the magic stat that we really care about. So we're going to be giving Tina the Charm Bangle and the Running Shoes, and hoping that we can end up killing the next boss before he gets a single turn.
Yeah, that actually saves quite a bit of time due to just we're essentially skipping a little cutscene. It's a good cutscene, but it's pretty lengthy, so we want to kill the next boss before he decides to talk a lot. I don't know offhand how much time that ends up saving, but it's any bit of time we're trying to shoot for it. It's like maybe 20 to 30 seconds.
I'm about to say it's probably a good 20 seconds at the very, very least. Because it's, was it 3 spell casts and then dialogue?
That sounds about right. And it's a pretty tight window. So using Morph along with proper usage of ATB waiting, which is kind of a big theme of a lot of fights that we're doing, is how we're able to squeeze in a certain amount of damage within a certain time period. And I guess to just recap what ATB waiting, since it's been a couple hours, so we're using active versus wait. We're using wait battles, which means that when we go into a submenu in battle, it means that ATB for everybody is paused. So ATB waiting is a big mechanic that we use in the speedrun, where during animations we go into that submenu. So we're kind of pausing the ATB while something is still occurring, and we're using that to our advantage to be able to get a lot of big damage stuff out on our side, while trying to prevent as many turns as we can for the enemy.
Just to quickly break in, what's the next character that we're looking at doing and when?
Mog, and that's not for about another hour.
Cool. All right, so get your names from Mog in if you want Mog to be called something specific. Don't wait until the last moment, because you never know if we're going to have closed the donation out from under you or whatever. Just get your donations in now.
Mug, Gogo, and Umaro are the character names left. You got 3 chances for that.
Og and Gogo are about an hour away. Umaro's probably closer to 2 hours, hour 45. So there's still plenty of time if you guys want to start naming Mog and Umaro, or Mog and Gogo.
Just we've had a question pop up a couple of times. You probably addressed it earlier in the run, but it was like 3.5 hours ago. Why does your menu look like that?
I use the short menu.
Mm-hmm.
The game gives you 2 options, regular or short. Regular, it stacks all the options one on top of each other. So for Tina, you would have fight, morph, magic, item. This is something, the short menu is something all the Japanese runners do and the old French community used to do. So I was talking with LCC one day, and he's like, yeah, have you messed around with short? And I was like, no. And he's like, you didn't because the world record video didn't. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, I wonder if it would change anything. So I started really looking into the Japanese runs, and I was like, maybe there's something to it. And I really started to enjoy it. It's nice to have all your abilities one button push away. Because there was a couple of times I think I'd have lock on on like steel, and he ended up being on item. So instead of him throwing a smoke bomb, I'd end up with using an attack. Because I'm really horrible at remembering where I left every individual character. So with the short menu, I know every time a menu pops up, I just need to hit down, and I'm always going to be on item. I know if I hit left, I'm always going to be on their special ability, whether it's steel, blitz, sword tech. So it's just very, very, it's nice. It's one less thing I have to worry about during the run. Queuing up the fast preempts that Takaze was talking about with single enemies is a lot more difficult. So as Takaze was saying, with a preempt against a single enemy, you want to queue up a defense command. With the short menus, you have to use the R button to get defense to show up. So this is where your knowledge of the step route really comes into play, or just fast reactions, because you need to queue up defense and then start running before the game decides to check. If not, it's 2 seconds wasted. But over the course of a run, like, those 2 seconds will add up. So it's really just runner choice. I don't know if I enjoy doing it more because no one else does, or it makes my life easier.
Yeah, I remember looking into it a while ago when I was really active with Final Fantasy VI, but probably just because I was more used to not short, I went with that. But after learning Final Fantasy V, I forget what it's called in that, but it's there's a similar type of menu option, and that's very important in Final Fantasy V. So I think after learning Final Fantasy V, I've kind of wanted to pick up using short a little bit more because it just feels a little bit more natural. By the way, that was a very well executed Ultros 3, skipping that cutscene in the middle of that fight. It's a pretty tight window, but doesn't look like it when the fight went that smoothly.
One other thing I did, I took off Lisa Rox's and Team Chaos's Mithril Shield. Now, in a run, this saves 2 equip menu, or unequipped menus, I should say. Because everyone gets unequipped at the end of the floating continent anyways. I don't have to worry about taking equipment off anyone. We did get lucky. We didn't talk about it during the banquet, but we're hoping Locke to steal either tents for 600 GP or the odd case a mithril vest. If you get a mithril vest deal, it's just a little bit of extra defense for Edgar's character. Inuart. Sorry, I'm really bad at this. It plays a big part, and especially if we end up encountering ninjas, which we'll talk about then. So with a mithril vest and a mithril shield, he has a very high chance not to die with their first attack, which is good because we need Edgar, especially in an any percent situation, to learn Doom by the time we get off the floating continent. Which, if he survived during the Cranes fight, isn't bad. He only needs 7 magic points. But if he died during the Cranes, he needs 11 magic points. And depending on your rod route, that might be a little trickier to do than it sounds. Because my route only allows for 3 encounters. And normally in my step route, the last 4 encounters before Atma are all possibles to be ninjas. So you're really playing a gambling game on the floating continent, just overall in general. And we'll touch a little bit more on that when we touch down on it.
Now, if we have them, now is probably a great time for donations, just because we've been talking a bunch. It's essentially it's a very long cutscene. We will be coming up with the use shock incentive pretty quickly here. I haven't been paying attention to if that got met.
Oh, that got met for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll be using shock on Kefka in just a couple of minutes. So take it away, Bob.
Yeah, I've got a couple of donations I can read here. Speaking of Mog, I have a donation from Wal005. $10. He merely just says, name Mog Deanna. So if you want to name Mod Deanna and support Wal, get your donations in. Digital Animal has donated $20 and put that towards the Katana Soul fight. Vagrant Zero has donated $30 and said, thank you for all the hard work you're doing for NAMI and folks who suffer with mental illness like me. All the best. And Demon X has put in $30 and said, Final Fantasy VI has got me through some really hard times when I was a child. Glad that I get the opportunity to see it being wrong.
So normally,
games could help you.
Normally in this fight, we just queue up a bunch of attacks with Leo. He has the offering, so he does 4 attacks. Just because it tends to just be a little bit faster than the shocks, but shock looks cool. So thank you for that incentive.
I only deal in extremes. We're just going to kill him via shock. It's not an ability we really see a lot of. In one of the newer reroutes, it's actually faster on Kefka if you use 2 attacks and 2 Thunder Rods. And this is where my preferences with rods really start to stem from. Kefka takes 5 attacks or 5 shocks to be defeated. If you use 2 Thunder Rods, it only takes 2 attacks. So you save yourself an entire attacking round. It works out to be about a 10-second time save, but you are throwing quite a bit of money into the fight. But like 10 seconds is still a pretty good chunk of time if your money route allows it. But because of marathon safety, and I don't have... so for my money route, I sold the back guard and the Gale Hairpin. The Gale Hairpin doubles your preemptive chance. And your back guard completely eliminates chances of back attacks and pincers. On the floating continent, there is a 1 in 60 chance we get a pincer with ninjas. And I'd rather keep those Thunder Rods for those occasions and just show off shock a couple of more times.
Ninjas are a very, very scary encounter. So yeah, normally the ninja encounters are already scary enough. At least in the route that I use, the back guard prevents the pincer attack for that pincer attack ninja is nightmare fuel. I don't want to consider that being an option.
So we play a little game in my chat. I'm pretty sure everyone's chat that runs this game. Kefka is going to be fighting Ifrit, and Ifrit will cast 3 spells. So if anyone wants to put a number in chat between 0 and 3, how many times do you think those spells will hit Kefka? Not blocked, but hit. And at the end, you'll be the winner of something. We don't know yet, but we'll figure something out.
Should just to toss it in there, maybe to influence some votes. Kefka is wearing a paladin shield. He's got some pretty beefy magic block. I'll just give that suggestion.
I think he's sitting at about a 64% chance to block. But funny enough, the 4 out of my last 5 attempts have been 3 fires have connected.
Oh wow! I don't think I've ever seen.
I don't know
every single one.
I don't know if it started when I started using the thunder rods on Kefka, so I don't know if there's a correlation with that or not. But someone in my chat built a bot, so the whole system's automated, and we've been doing it for 6 months, and we've seen more 3 fires in the last week than we have in the whole 6 months. So we don't know what's going on, but everyone in chat was greatly disappointed because no one would get points. So here Kefka is just stealing a bunch of espers. Now let's see what Ifrit's gonna do for him.
I think that was 3 blocks, right?
Yep. Alright, so whoever guessed 0, congratulations. You guys are the winners. We will give you a clapping emote. Everyone else, thank you all for playing in this wonderful game. We'll see you next time.
To those that get it right.
And I just looked it up too. So the 2 pieces of equipment that Kefka has on is Paladin Shield and Ribbon.
Paladin Shield's 50 M block. Does Ribbon give anything?
I think Ribbon I thought it was 10. And plus whatever natural amount that he has.
Yeah, so he's probably sitting at like a close to 70% then.
I'm curious.
We're going down the rabbit hole.
Winners get 1 kudos for every fire that hit.
So in a speedrun setting, Kefka will never die to Ifrit because the Paladin Shield absorbs fire. And Leo will never die to Kefka. I believe in the Japanese route, the battle speed at 1 active, Leo has a very real chance of dying, and I believe also in the glitched, in something like in something like sketch percent, I believe Leo has a chance of dying just because he's at a quite a bit lower level.
Yes, that's right. At least I think newer renditions of Sketch, it's not as bad, but I want to say for older routes, it was a serious run ending thing that wasn't too out of the ordinary of happening. That was before I really got into the run myself, or the game myself. I never run or attempted to run Sketch.
I know. I put it in my beginner's guide. I was like, Leo has a 0% chance to die. And then 3 people would just sit there and have Leo or Kefka attack him. And he's like, he died after 14 rounds. And I'm like, all right, let me change it to say he will never die in the speedrun if you fight him.
just hold A. Just hold A.
Hold A will take you to a magic place. You can glitch Leo into your party. There are quite a few videos on the internet, in YouTube. The ones I've seen involve like saving in the world of balance, getting to the world of ruin, dying, warping back to the world of balance, and then getting them in your party. It's definitely possible. It does take, in my opinion, a lot more work than what it's cracked out to be.
just want to give a quick update, if you don't mind.
Oh, go for it.
We got plenty more cutscenes, so go for
We
it.
have the Defeat Katana Soul incentive is sitting at $597 at 2,500, and the Defeat Magic Master incentive is sitting at $873.02 out of 2,500. So if you want to see either of those go through, then please get your donations in. And to give you an update on Mog's name, currently Deanna is in the lead with $120. In second place is Pog, which I understand stands for passion fruit, orange, and guava. With $110.01, only $10 behind. And then in third place with $25 is Mukmog. So if you want to get your name in or support any of those, please get your donations in before we have to name Mog. Papaya, it's Papaya. I'm sorry. I was misinformed.
I think that's quite alright. I think chat will forgive you.
Yep.
So, real quick lore update. The Empire, we were working with them for a little bit. We still thought they were pretty sus. So we kept an eye on them. We sent some people to Thamasa because that's where we believe the Espers were headed. We found the Espers and we tried to broker some peace with them, with Leo. And it turns out Kefka is Kefka. He backstabbed the Leo, killed him, and then used the three statues, the Warring Triad, to lift some land up in the ground. And Kefka and Emperor Gestal are trying to take over the world, and we're going to try to stop them. To get there first, before we can get to this floating continent, we have to get through 6 Imperial Air Force battles. That is a very scary start.
They're out with a vengeance.
Yeah, that is. So the fights are a little scary, but I don't think I've seen an opener like that before. Because we've beefed up Tina quite a bit with her magic stat, she's going to carry us with casting the Ramu summon. Inuar not going to do a whole lot for us. And Edgar, which is really Celeste, is going to try to be a little helpful with just throwing out some runics to absorb some tech lasers. We don't particularly, at least in my runs, I didn't particularly care if Inuart died, just because we don't need levels on him. We do want a little bit of experience onto Celeste/Edgar. Gets confusing.
Anywhere it dies, it's not the worst thing in the world. I do like him to live at least through 1 or 2 battles, because Edgar will die. If the runic takes care of the first M-Tech laser, and then you get something like Propeller M-Tech or Absolute Zero M-Tech, Edgar dies, which means you have to take an extra encounter on the floating continent for her to learn Bio. And having Inuart alive is just kind of someone else that can take a beating. The encounter on the floating continent's not the worst thing on its own. The big issue is there's a chance that Edgar will gain a level under Shote, which puts you 2 magic lower than where you should be. It only affects 1 battle, and that's the first fight in the Celis grind in the World of Ruin. The first encounter, they'll live with about 140 hit points, which is not the worst thing, but generally I don't notice it until I've used the ice rod and they're still alive looking at me.
And the main part where you can really make or lose time in the Imperial Air Force is just how many times you have to go into your menu and heal up or revive. So the less of that you have to do, the faster you're getting through this. Also, sometimes Tina can have some really bad ATB, starting ATB, and just take a really long time to get that Ramu out. So she's quick to the punch. Hopefully can get the Ramu summon out before too many of the enemy's attacks go off.
This is one of the fights where if Tina's 2 magic lower, so if you mistakenly sold a Flame Saber and you needed to give it to Edgar so Runic can happen, there's a good chance the Sky Armors and the Spitfires will live after Ramu if they get the lower 3 or 4 damage rolls. So as I was saying, even though we did that grind with Tina, and her stats are very high, we're still just barely at that point where we're guaranteed a kill.
I think in No Sketch, oftentimes they have to throw out an attack from Sabin, who would be in our party, and other routes. Actually, I forget that there's that whole part of No Sketch now that skips through Damasa, and they don't have to do this anymore. In old No Sketch routes, that would be the case. But in 2000, was it last year? We found some fun stuff that can happen in No Sketch, where you don't have to do Damasa anymore. So this is the fourth and final time that we see Ultros. We got a bag of rods. Ultros loses again, but he has a buddy. Ultros is weak to fire, and Chupan is weak to ice. So we've got a combination of fire and ice rods.
I think it's once you've dealt 10,000 to Chupan, he sneezes you away, and this is where Inuart Dead here saves you a sneeze animation. It's not a lot of time, but as we were saying, those little time saves do add up over the course of such a long run. And this is a boss we barely overkill. I think we overkill this boss by about 40 hit points.
Yeah, so that did about 8,500, and yeah, that sounds about right. I want to say like 8,500 and 30-some damage is what we do.
Yeah.
It has 8,500 on the dot. Here we saw Edgar, which is really Celeste, learn Bio there, and that's going to be important for a fight that a monster and a bot fight that we're going to optionally take. Because it gives a boatload of experience points. We do have to do some setting up for that, though.
Alright, so what we're really hoping now is our second encounter is not ninjas.
Yeah, that's... I'm not... Let's just assume it's not going to happen, because I've experienced the same things myself.
I could send word to the dojo where I trained, but I don't think it needs to be late.
I think with this step route, the way it's situated now, because I took 2 extra encounters, I think they're pushed back to the 4th. But every time I think something like that, the game always proves me wrong.
Yeah, the floating floating continent is particularly tricky, because before the floating continent, we knew exactly what encounter, as long as we've been paying attention, we know exactly when and what encounters we're going to get if we're on step route. But the floating continent is a little bit different, and instead of being a set encounter, it's going to be one of 4 potential formations. So we don't know exactly when these ninjas are going to pop up. Some runs they do, and some runs they don't. And they're a particularly scary encounter.
So the reason we leave Edgar cleared is Gigantos is worth a boatload of experience to 1 character. It's pretty close to 3 levels.
Yeah, we went from, I believe, 15 to 18 there. Had Zunsi gone, because we're going to see Edgar a character named Edgar, carry us through the first bit of the World of Ruin. Okay, here's that ninja encounter that you just mentioned. And here's why they're a little scary.
So, because of the Mithril Shield and Mithril Vest, Inuart had just enough defense where he didn't eat the bullet. But as Takaze was mentioning with healing up during the Air Force, the ninjas can also cost you a boatload of time, just from having to resurrect people, having to heal people, and also just sitting through attack animations.
Yeah, two skeins will kill off Edgar and Inuart. As long as Tina's at full HP, she will always live through them. But they're flagged as can't runnable, so you can't just throw a smoke bomb. You have to kill them. They do give a lot of magic points, which we're really wanting to have Inuart build up towards learning Doom, as we've been talking about. But ninjas are also scary because they cost a bunch of time, and there's a potential where Inuart could die if two skeins went off before the Thunder Rod went off.
The good thing about fighting the ninjas after Gigantos is Edgar has enough magic power where she can also kill the ninjas with a rod, which is nice because she has the running shoes. If you give her the running shoes and the hero ring, she can also take care of the brain pans, and that's really about it. You don't want to fight the behemoths because their elemental weakness is ice.
They have a bit more HP too, so I don't even know if a multi-target ice rod would kill them. I think I've experiments with that. I think, well, they come only by most of the time only by themselves. So I think you can kill them with Tina.
I think the Ings might be the issue. I don't think the Ings have an elemental weakness though, so you might be okay.
Yeah, I guess you could always revivify them, but there's a lot of different formations that you can get into the floating continent, and depending on how, if you get a little bit off step, you can end up seeing some wildly different stuff. So we're at level 19 on Edgar, so that's a good sign, and a lot of ninjas, and that tells us that we're probably on track to learn Doom pretty quickly here on Inuart.
Thankfully for the all characters and espers, it's not a huge deal because we do a very, very lengthy magic grind while waiting for Shadow.
That's true.
In any percent run, Inuart not learning Doom is not the worst thing. There is a backup for the tentacle fight. It does cost you about 7,000 GP, and the fight's about 15 seconds longer, but you can still finish the run. But it's definitely not like a run ender.
So for the Atma weapon strat, which are you using Carbuncle, or are you going to be using the different variation?
Just rods and runic.
Okay. So there's a couple different variations of dealing with Atma weapon. This is probably the first time where Atma weapon or an enemy has many different phases as its HP decreases. There's a phase that Atma weapon can toss out flares. So I believe what Dine's going to be shooting for here is waiting for Atma weapon to take a turn here, using the morph on Tina, and then kind of be trying to skip that phase where he does a lot of he could counterattack with a lot of flares, because flares hurt quite a bit.
You can see really the damage with Tina on the morphed versus unmorphed, because Atma takes flat damage from all elements.
Yeah, we can't use
going
any...
from
Go ahead.
Going from 4,000 to 8,300 damage is a very, very large jump. And the 41 or so is what you see just without elemental weakness. That's just pure magic power with the 50% bonus from the earrings. Without the earrings, we'd be doing much less damage.
Yeah, that was a good fight. It's a little sad because I really like the fierce battle music. But there's a lot kind of going on in that fight. If you look at Atma Weapon's AI, just a lot of different phases, a lot of really nasty stuff that he could even though it doesn't look like Dine's doing a whole lot. routed out so that it's avoiding a lot of that bad stuff by just killing him before he really gets going. So good job there.
It's a very, very it's a very simplistic fight once you kind of get the feel of what's going on. The big issue is just knowing when to ATB wait and when to ATB wait for like a certain amount of time, because we're really hoping that Tina gets 2 turns before Atma gets 1, and even though Atma does have slow, it is very easy to just not ATB wait for that 1.5, 2 seconds, and all of a sudden he's casting Quake or Meteo, and it ruins. It can do a lot of damage, especially if you play the Floating Continent risky, and Tina has very low morph duration. So something we haven't mentioned yet. The MP you gain in battle also fuels Tina's morph bar. So when you acquire up to 128 magic, she's basically at maximum duration. So since we blew all our morph gauge for Ultros 3, the magic we get from the Air Force and the encounters here feed it for Atma. And sometimes if you play it stubborn, and if you end up getting a lot of behemoths where you can't get a lot of magic points, and you just decide to say, hey, I'm not going to use Doom, I'll use the Gravity Rod, you can run out of morph during the Atma weapon fight, or if you happen to queue up the morph too early.
I think that's happened to me once, and it wasn't immediately apparent, just because it's hard to really remember that you can't ever see how much like morph meter you have built up.
No.
And it's like kind of a hidden mechanic that they don't explicitly tell you, that earning battle MP is the way that you build this up. So it can very easily go unnoticed if you're just kind of blowing through things and just be like, okay, well, have an awkward segment in Floating Continent, but that weapon is going to be fine. And then all of a sudden you run out of morph before you get your 2 rods off, and you're kind of sitting there wondering, where did I mess up?
Or you could do I stupidly sometimes would use a Thunder Rod because I thought, hey, Terra used her morph, and I completely forget about Celis using Runic. So a funny thing, even though you're breaking an item, Runic will still absorb a rod like it's a spell. So there's nothing better than throwing a Thunder Rod and then Celis gets 22 magic points, and you're sitting there like, oh, but I wanted that damage.
That's a very, very expensive tincture that you get.
Yes. So, because everyone is so generous and we met the all characters in Espers, we will be waiting for Shadow, and that involves a very lengthy magic grind. In the world of Ruin, Terra's morph decay is cut in half, so we get twice as much out of it. We'll be looking for Tina and Edgar to learn all tier 2 spells and bio. Tina will also be learning Break, and Inuart will be learning Doom, and we pretty much don't want anything else to do with him past that. So if there's any donations or anything you want to talk about, Bob, now is a really good time.
I've got a few things. First of all, I'm going to go over a few things. So we've had some questions in chat. Yes, all characters in Espers was met. The donation to kill or save Sid is actually a donation incentive. And we also have a few characters left to name, as well as the 2 new fights, which are Magi Master and Katana Soul. So there are still things to be donating towards. That being said, speaking of donations, I have a $30 donation from Jim21, who split his donation in half between the 2 fights. Thank you very much, Jim. $10 from Bilmus, who says, thanks to everyone for taking their time to do this and for saving the best game for last. And then Crack Troop donates $100 with the message 2 million hype. Not quite, but I think I'm quite proud of the 50,000 that we've raised for such a great cause as NAMI. And that is who we are raising money for. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are a the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. They educate and support people. They raise people's awareness, and they advocate on behalf of those that can't advocate for themselves. And that can mean any number of things. And they also operate a national helpline, which is available Monday through Friday from 10 to 6 Eastern, which you can reach out to at 800-950-6264. So if you or anyone you know needs help, please go ahead and reach out, because the world's a better place with you in it.
Oh, I got so many thunder rods left. Oh, sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
No. I was just like, I said that, and then there was complete silence. Like, well, I appear to have killed the conversation.
I mean, there's not too much that goes on here. I think Dine was expressing some sort of happy emotions that Dine has a bunch of rods left over. You're never really sure how many rods you need going into Floating Continent, just because it kind of is like, well, how many ninjas am I going to get? We get the quick.
Just barely missed it.
Yep. Okay, so if you're lucky, lucky and fast, so you have to be good while you are lucky. You can skip this condemned by squeezing in that thunder rod before the condemned happens, and it says maybe 20 seconds or so saved. Maybe not even that much, but it certainly feels nice coming into the end of Floating Continent, which is the end of the world of balance. With that happening, I always feel good when that happens in a run.
With the all characters and espers, generally you would just have Tina use Shiva, and then Inuart would do a drill if you had a low damage roll, just because you do have so much time to kill. And at any percent, as Sakaze mentioned, getting that condemned skip if you can get it, is a very nice time save. It's one of the big RNG, like saving 15-20 seconds just for getting a rod cast off if the RNG is nice to you is really nice to end the world of balance on.
Yeah, and this if the donation incentive hadn't quite been met yet, ultimately it would have been cut off at this point. The route that Dine is using, ultimately he has until the end part of Floating Continent to decide if he wants to upgrade this to be a any percent versus or 100% versus any percent run. Because really the only difference would be is Dine would have to make sure to pick up Kieran, which is like a 2-second time loss. If you wanted to keep the route similar enough going into Floating Continent. And for marathon purposes, that's the route that we're going with here. So just waiting around a little bit. People want to save Shadow. We got nothing better to do other than kill a bunch of naughties, learn Doom, learn some other stuff.
One thing to mention is I believe Takaze mentioned this. I might have been off my own little world. We want Celis to be level 19 before we fight Atma Weapon. This sets us up very nicely for the World of Ruin, because the World of Ruin everyone is averaged off of Edgar's level. So we really stop kind of caring about Tina as the World of Balance comes to an end. So getting to 19 is just a very, very nice safety. We're still going to be quite underleveled from what I think the game expects you to be like low to mid 30s.
I would probably put it there, yeah.
And when you start to get to the mid 20s into the lower 30s, you start to get infinitely more hit points per level up. So now we're probably getting like 30 or 40, but when between a level 21 Sid and a level 27 Sid is about 600 hit points. So for that 6 levels, you're basically getting 100 hit points a 100 hit points a level up.
It's
So
also
I-
very important to know that level 19 is important for a couple of reasons. One, don't be level 20 because there is a particular encounter that you might get into that has level 5 Doom, and 20 is a multiple of 5. That would be bad. And also for the Dullahan fight, working off of a prime number on your level is really nice. We'll talk about that later too. So 19 just happens to work out pretty nicely for a couple of reasons. Gotta wait for Arby's.
Gotta wait for Arby's. And when we jump off the floating continent, the save or kill Sid will be done.
And it's important that we have to be here as the clock ticks down, I believe, to 4 seconds. If we were, let's say, in a menu right now and we skipped over that 4 seconds, we don't get to jump off in time and we could end up in a game over. So it's important to just be patient here. You see the timer stops, starts our cutscene. Arby's finally here.
So, if donating money to an amazing cause like NAMI isn't enough of an incentive for you, we've just linked in the chat images of the 2 plushies, the Mog and the Chocobo. Each of those is a minimum of $10 donation during this run. There's also, for a minimum of a $5 donation, a set of Moogle keychains from RPG Chick, as well as a Terra Perla from RPG Chick. And if you've not seen RPG Chick's Perlas, they're phenomenal. So good. And then on top of all of that, there is the grand prize that has been running for the entire marathon, which is if you've donated $30 or more total across the marathon, you are entered into the chance to win a PlayStation 3 bundle, which is a refurbished 60 gigabit PlayStation 3 with cables. It's a launch edition PlayStation 3, which means it's backwards compatible, and it's been fixed to prevent the yellow light of death. It comes with a controller and, surprise, surprise, since it was donated by Palmer, a copy of Ni no Kuni. There are so many cool prizes to incentivize you guys to donate. Please, let's make as much money as we can for such an excellent cause as NAMI. Let's make it happen.
I think at least the last I checked, it might be a clear, decided winner, but it would be a good time to cut off the save or kill Sid incentive, and for us to know what we are doing there.
Yeah, it is by far one-sided. We are saving Sid $270 to $0.
Chat, you've given me high hopes on a lot of things. This is not one of them.
All right, chat has put their money. They would like to see some pro bass fishing.
Fish man it.
Pro bass fishing is the definite final boss.
It is
any run.
No joke.
Takaze can go into a lot more of it. I probably will be muting my headset. For a lot of it, but
just to kind of set up what we're trying to shoot for is so we've talked about how NPCs moved around. They're based on an RNG value, and whenever NPC moves around, it adjusts the value, and resetting the console can get it to some known NPC value, NPC RNG movement value. And in this little kind of mini game that we're going to be having here, we want to save Sid. This is what's normally done in a speedrun because it's always faster. And we save Sid by feeding him a bunch of fish. Some fish that we can encounter can increase Sid's HP, and once we get Sid's HP to full, the mini game is over, and we can continue on with the game. There's some fish that decreases HP. So ultimately, what we're trying to shoot for is a formation where we go onto the beach. We know exactly where they are, and we go and pick them up, and we go back to Sid. give him the fish, and then do that. And if we do it properly, we can do it in 4 cycles. It's a lot of manipulation happening. We're operating on a constant stream of 4-frame windows to make all of these inputs. And we have to do the setup. So Dine's going to be setting up for that. Quickly going outside to do a save and reset. And we will hopefully see some pro bass fishing. Dine does a slightly different setup than I do, so I will try my best to commentate what he's doing, but he's first going to go up to Sid and talk to him to advance that NPC RNG value a little bit. We get these 2 good fish, pick up the fast one, and then the medium speed one. He wants to leave the beach at a specific point. That looked pretty good. He's going to talk to Sid a couple of times and then feed the fish to him. And then another good fish and okay fish. It's a different route than I do. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen next, but if he's still on track, we're going to see the same thing. Another fast fish, the 2 ones that he just picked up right there really quickly. I think we're on pace to see 4 cycle Sid. So let's see what he gets in the last here. And that's what we want to see. So all he has to do now is deliver the fish to Sid.
Very clean.
Very, very well done.
The third cycle. The third cycle in my manip is probably the tightest.
Yeah, that was the speed at which you picked up both of those fishes, because they're both right next to each other, was really, really quick. And that's the manip I use, the first 2 segments are the same as yours, but the 3rd and 4th are different. So I wasn't too sure what was going to happen. But congrats to that. That is
thank you.
tough to pull off, tougher even in a marathon setting.
So I made a manipulation to kill Sid, and it still took 3 cycles to kill Sid. So saving him really isn't, or saving him is still faster if you include the extra cutscene. I timed the manipulations. The killing Sid manipulation was probably about 13 seconds faster, but then you lose like 2 minutes due to the extra cutscenes.
Yeah, there is a pretty lengthy cutscene, so that's why we always say, like, even if you cannot do the manipulation, it's pretty. You're always wanting to save Sid because you don't have to watch a 2+ minute cutscene. It is a very good cutscene. If you have a chance to experience it on your casual playthrough, and I think we'll probably just leave it at that.
Even if you're learning the route and you're doing step route, doing the reset there is very nice, just because you're guaranteeing yourself 1 good cycle, really for free work.
Right. The only thing you have to do is go talk to Sid. I believe just once, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So every time I was talking to Sid, I talked to him once, twice, 0 once, and then I talked to him an additional 2 times before I feed him the last cycle. And that helps manipulate the NPCs in the next town.
Ooh.
Because the NPC value I'd leave Sid on would end up with 2 NPCs walking into the weapon shop.
Yeah, so I never really considered that. Yeah, Nakia can be a bit of a mosh pit with there's just a lot of NPCs moving around in a pretty small area. So just thinking ahead of that to get onto hopefully a good pattern, even going further beyond.
This fish manip is definitely one of the most stressful things about the run, but it feels very good when you accomplish it. The one thing I was in awe about is everyone will pretty much share the same route, but everyone's fish manipulation is always different in some sense. Which is kind of nice because everyone finds what works for them instead of trying to force something that they're maybe not sure about, especially losing 3 or 4 seconds to guarantee you're going to pass it is infinitely better than trying to save 3 seconds and end up losing 2 or 3 minutes because you find yourself in a bad cycle where the beach just isn't giving you anything.
Yeah, I do a thing where after the first beach, I will go in and out of the beach to watch how the remaining fish and the bird move to get to a consistent pattern, which I believe is 76 is what I'm shooting for there. And I only have to talk to Sid 4 times. Yeah, everybody seems to have their own different thing, and it's just something you have to experience yourself. There's just a constant stream of 4-frame windows that you're operating on, so find what works for you. And yeah, and these NPCs not being too cooperative.
We bought 2 enhancer swords. Enhancers are amazing weapons, even for something like the GBA. The GBA ultimate weapons for Tina and Edgar are the exact same stats, magically and evasion-wise, as these enhancers. They give +7 to magic power, and they give 20% to magic evasion. Some people in chat were talking about it earlier. Physical evasion doesn't work in this game. I remember Prof. Ness talking about it during the Final Fantasy Relay. And it was because of Cyan's retort. They threw a check-in probably at the last minute where the game checks if the attack is coming from retort, which checks magic evasion, which completely breaks the physical evasion checksum of the damage formula. So if we can stack enough magic evasion on a character, we have a very high chance to block magical and physical abilities. If you get M block over 128, your character basically becomes the Paladin from Final Fantasy IV or the Knight class from Final Fantasy V, where they'll block every blockable attack. In the 80% speed run, we get Inuart to about 121, which gives them a nice 93-95% chance to block everything. But it's still a little sketchy when it comes down to like 10 hits on tier 2.
Yeah, there's always kind of the thing where you're thinking, Edgar, block. Edgar, do your, like, because at that point, Edgar is your quote-unquote tank, as you throw the True Knight on him, and he has a really high block, and you're expecting him to block stuff, and he sometimes lets you down.
Oh, especially like if the first attack's a crit,
No,
and it's like it's like no one's surviving this. You win this round. So coming up is probably the scariest encounter in the beginning of the World of Ruin. The first encounter in this cave is a 4-pack of enemies. I think it's a Mad Harvester, has a chance to use Mad Sickle.
Yep.
And if he does that, Edgar will be confused. Which means, depending on when you queue up the smoke bomb, either Edgar will come forward and do nothing, or Edgar will throw it on the enemies. They only throw it on the enemy if you're queuing up the smoke bomb as you're being hit with Mad Sickle. But it definitely sucks to be like, hey, we got past the fish manipulation, and then you get confused and they just beat you down. It's kind of like, well, I didn't feel like playing this today anyways.
Yeah, the Humpies have ability to do, I think, Fire 2, which we're coming into this at really low HP. I think Diane mentioned that at the level that we're at, the game is not giving us a whole bunch of HP. So like 2 attacks and we're dead here. You notice that we decided to leave Sid / Sabin in Zen. He's holding up the house. We'll come back for him later. There's a reason why we're holding off on that. We're just going as quickly as we can to get Inuart and then Seltzer to get the airship before we do some other stuff.
And you can loot those. We will be looting those 2 treasure chests to the bottom right. It's always better to do it after the tentacle fight. Inuart likes to staple random stuff from your inventory onto them.
And there's a crystal helm in there, if I remember right. Crystal mail and or crystal helm.
So helm and gravity rod.
Right. So it's just better he doesn't get that crystal helm equipped right now because I think it'll give him the Bard hat.
In the old characters and espers, I believe it's a plumped hat because we don't buy the Bard's hat.
Okay. Right.
But I also have a bad habit of not unequipping Inuart, and then I get to the final Thamasa menu, and I wonder why I'm down like 8,000 GP.
So there's 4 tentacles here. All of them have kind of different stats, different HP amounts, different immunities, different weaknesses. Nice to see Inuart doing something useful with his life and getting that Doom off successfully. It's like a 75-ish% chance to hit, so there's a reasonable chance that it's going to whiff. And it always makes the fight really, really stressful when it does whiff. It just so happens that the one that is absorbs ice happens to also be susceptible to Doom. All the other ones are immune to Doom.
Very, very clean fight.
That fight is probably at least any percent or 100%, since we're essentially operating with the same party, same equipment, has the biggest potential of just going really off the rails. And I've lost a number of runs or just lost a couple minutes just to the fight getting really interesting.
The bottom left one, as Takaze was mentioning, we want to kill that ASAP because it likes to cast Bio on its first turn. And if Doom misses, Bio's definitely going to get off. Which Bio on a single target will kill one of the characters. If not, the poison tick shortly after will. And trying to recover from a character being down when there's so many attacks going off is very, very difficult in a fight like that.
So here we get that Gravity Rod and Crystal Helm. I think Dine mentioned it earlier, but if you didn't happen to learn Doom in the Floating Continent onto Inuart, you can use Gravity Rod as a backup. You do Gravity Rod and then a Fire Rod on the bottom left one, and that'll do the trick. But that's a bunch of money. We sell that Gravity Rod. I think it's 6,000 we sell it for.
Something like that. It's a good chunk of money. It's a very large chunk of money. Thankfully, in the old characters and espers, we're not that hurting because of the extra bosses we fight. But for any percent,
the money rod is a lot tighter.
Yes, especially you can only buy one kind of rods in the World of Ruin, and they're Pearl rods.
They're very expensive.
We increased the rod stock too much in the World of Balance. They went from being 3,000 each to 12,000.
Yeah, we broke the rod economy.
We forgot to sell our stocks.
Yeah.
So in the route we spend close to a little over 70,000 GP just on rods. For only 6 of them too. We don't have a lot to show for it.
So heading over to Kolingen, just because that's where Seltzer is hanging out in a bar drinking seltzer, maybe? I don't know. And our first order of business in the World of Ruin is to pick up the airship, but we don't have the airship. But I guess there was 2 airships that existed that he forgot to tell us about. So we're gonna pick up a hidden airship.
For some reason, Seltzer thought it'd be a good idea to throw a bunch of undead enemies in there. I guess it was his security system back in the day, where it was like, if someone wants this, they're gonna have to do a lot of unnecessary work. Um, 100% is all characters and espers. It's the only real thing the game tracks, in a sense. You can do... there has been a true 100%.
Quote-unquote true, yeah.
Yeah, Cordelium...
All rages, all...
lores.
All lores, I think getting the Paladin shield. I'm trying to...
Everyone learns magic once. All dances, all side quests, all Shadows Hidden Scenes.
Yeah, it's mainly the all rages on Gao that is particularly challenging because you have to encounter all of the enemies, and then so you can see them in the Veld, encounter them in the Veld, and then get Gao to learn the rages from them. Yeah, that's a lengthy process, but yes, for the purposes of this run, all characters, all 14 characters, and all, I forget the number of Espers.
26 or 25 if you include upgrading Odin to Raiden.
Right, yeah.
But like a true 100%, to me, like it makes more sense in like Chrono Cross with a game that has New Game Plus. Because the true 100% is basically you get to the statues and then you do a 28 to 36 hour grind on Velt to go back to Kefka's Tower to just Ultima spam the bosses. So it's kind of like you farm for all these abilities and rages that you really just never use. Where with a game like Chrono Cross, if you have like that completionist save file, at least you can go through and play like a new game and use it instead of it kind of just being wasted at the very end.
What are you talking about? There's totally, Final Fantasy VI totally has New Game Plus.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That is not important to the discussion at all.
No.
But, technically, there is a relatively new category run by mostly NERM. A lot of stuff found by Japanese community, particular glitch under the name of Eddie, and LCC doing a bunch of fancy work towards it, and NERM himself. It's not a true New Game Plus because Final Fantasy VI doesn't have New Game Plus, but we call it that because we bring data from one save into a new game, and that's all I'll say about it. But it is a crazy category. It's only 20 minutes long, 20 some minutes long. And NERM had a pretty good showing at EGDQ 2020 this past year, showing that off, and that's really new tech discovered within the past year or so.
You haven't checked it out, definitely watch the AGDQ video after this run. Don't leave this run yet. But like, it's definitely worth to watch the AGDQ. Demon Smalls and LCC will explain a lot of the stuff because no one really has any idea what's going on.
And it's you're trying to explain all of this stuff, and the run is only 20 minutes, and you need a lot more than 20 minutes to explain it. I think that's my favorite thing.
Can I step in for a second?
We do have a quick boss fight. Okay. So if you can hold off, and then there's going to be plenty of time for cutscenes.
Sure. Just cue me when you're ready.
Sure. So we're going to be coming up to Dolahan, and Dolahan's kind of an interesting fight, just because there's a lot of subtle manipulation that's going on. I actually didn't pay attention to what Dine's money was at, but it's particularly important to know what the one value of his money is at, because that determines if this question mark pearl is going to land. You're just looking to, with the level 19, you're looking to avoid the 1 in the ones digit. Any other number is good. Equipping the wall ring on Seltzer forces Dolahan to use this ability. We're really just trying to delay Dolahan as much as possible, because after a couple of turns, he starts being able to do really scary stuff like Ice 2 and Ice 3. And if he gets to low HP, he wants to do that Cure 2, so we need to do enough damage early on so he gets that Cure 2 off. The next turn that Dolahan was going to do was going to be an Ice 3 or an Ice 2, and that really is strong enough to kill anybody, so that would be really bad. So there's a lot of subtle things going on. It looked like we're just throwing rods, but there's a lot of stuff to manipulate Dolahan's actions there. So pretty clean fight. We're going to be setting up for a bit of a grind session, but before that, we've got a couple of cutscenes, so I think we'll throw it over to Bob.
Thanks. I'm going to rewind in time a little bit because I've been trying to think about what to say. This comes up, especially when in RPG Limit Break or here in Questing for Glory, which is the alternate scene for saving Sid, which is when Sid dies. And I believe the character is called Edgar in this attempts to take her own life. And I know with a marathon that is so close to mental health and mental illness and what so entwined with them, we want you to know that we know that scene can hit pretty hard. We did save Sid, but that is to not that doesn't downplay anything and any emotion that scene raises in anybody. And if you do struggle with watching that scene, and I know for some people that I've spoken to, seeing that was a way for them to know that they needed help, please reach out. Please take the time to take care of what you need to take care of, because we don't want you to be in that situation. That's why we run a marathon like this. Everyone here, everyone in the chat, absolutely has your back 100%. We love you, and please stick around.
Thank you for that, Bub. I think after that fairly touching speech from Bob, I really like the uplifting. Like there's a bit of a touching scene that was going on while Bob was giving a fairly touching speech about mental health and the organization that we support. And there was a fairly touching scene where we talk about death with Seltzer, and kind of the dreariness of the state of the world is in, but we're kind of ending on this happy note, particularly with this song. And the song's name is called Searching for Friends. It's very, for me, very uplifting, and kind of like this state of everything is going to be okay. We are going to continue the run. We're going to find all 14 of our friends. We have a bit of a grind session coming up. So things are going to be okay. And we start off the fight by Seltzer hitting himself because we need him not to steal XP from Edgar. And we also need Inuart to run away. So again, using a lot of the same techniques that we've been using a couple times in the run to get experience onto a single character. And that's going to be Edgar, which is really Celeste, because magic is really strong in this game, and she's a naturally good magic user. We're going to get her up to level 42, where she naturally will learn the Ice 3 spell. Dine choosing to use Break on Inuart. When a character is under the petrification status, they don't gain experience. So for all intents and purposes, Edgar is removed from the party, won't be taking any XP. Also choosing to use Break instead of Doom, because that would technically mean that a character has the Vanish status and has Doom cast on them. And we've talked a little bit about how this is the glitchless category. It's not particularly important because it's that use of Vanish Doom isn't a glitch, but using Vanish and Doom or Vanish and X-Zone and Vanish and a couple other abilities is banned in the glitchless rule set. I think I mentioned it earlier, and the reason is that it is because that it has the ability to bypass death immunity. And that's why it's banned. You can vanish something and then cast Doom on it, and it doesn't matter if it's immune to death or not, it will still go through. And they actually fixed that in the GBA version of the game. So some runners for glitchless decide to use Break to kind of drive home the point of not using Vanish Doom. I still use Doom, and usually the Sabin chastises me for it a little bit.
It's Doom 2, but I figured for the marathon I'll use Break. I also think I don't have anything to back this, but I think Edgar having the Break status messes with the randomosity because his ATB bar starts at different values.
Interesting. It might have an effect. I don't know if it would be positive or negative, but you might be onto something there.
This grind is especially a little scary because pincer attacks are a 1 in 60, and if you get a pincer attack, it's not the end of the world. You're losing about 20 seconds because I sold the back guards and the Gale hairpins for more rods because why not? So sometimes Edgar having Break, if I'm feeling particularly iffy about the runs, just gives me that false sense of security. I think I've been running without the back guard for probably close to a month and a half, and I think I've got one pincer in this grind. But it's more so, I've also noticed without the Gale hairpins, Edgar generally starts with lower ATB. So sometimes it helps offset that a little bit. She'll get a little bit of an extra jump into it.
And so there's because we're still, almost 5 hours into the run, 4.5. Speaking of never getting pincers.
Speaking of pincers.
Yeah. What about that back guard?
Yeah.
we know exactly what these encounters are going to be. Dine did just reset at the start of World of Ruin. So there's going to be, I think, is it 4 Reach Frogs and 4 Mantidea encounters, or is it 5 and 3? I forget.
5 and 3, and then 1 and 3.
And we're getting up to level 42. Reach Frogs also has the nice benefit of giving a whole bunch of money. About 10,000 GP a pop. Mantideas give more experience, but a heck of a lot less money. And not so much important for 100%, as Dine mentioned earlier, but we still need a whole bunch of money to reinvest into the Rod Economy and buy a couple of other things. So money is very nicely appreciated.
My brain almost died. I seen Edgar gained a level, and I defaulted to like a speed run. I was like, "How? He's petrified. How is he getting experience?"
I was going to say, speaking of money, I don't know whether you saw that under the stream there, chat, but the Chocobo has made its journey to 50,000. But now there's an airship that we've got to get to 60,000. There's another tracker. Get your donations in and get that airship moving towards $60,000.
I still have about 2 hours left in the run or so. We have time.
And we've got a bunch of donation incentives and a bunch of prizes that you can win. And I've got some donations here if you guys wouldn't mind me rattling through a couple.
Oh, go for it.
Now would be a great time.
Lovely. Rob Draven says he's dropping in a tenner for some Magic Master, which he did, $10. Twilight Dusk, $10 as well. It just says plushies. So cute. Curlon TV, $10, says do all of the things. I believe we're already doing all of the things, but then we found more all things to do. So let's get those fights in. And then I've gotten $81.61 from Anon128 with no donation message. And I can't help but notice the donation the donation total up now to $50,620.05. Thank you so very, very much to everyone that's donated, but there's still time. Let's raise even more money for NAMI.
And with that, we are finished the grind session. It's a pretty short grind, but it didn't take too long to get Edgar to level 42. She naturally learns Ice 3. During that time, had Zone Seek on, got a whole bunch of magic increased. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of damage. Edgar is going to be the true carry throughout a good chunk of the World of Ruin, but this being an all characters and all espers run, we will get to see a lot of stuff from all of the other characters that we'll have to be grabbing. In an any percent run, we would actually only be picking up 6 total characters, which includes the 3 we have here, plus Sabin, Mog, and Gogo. So we're getting 8 more characters in this all characters and espers run. And we use them too. Most of them, anyway.
Grabbing Mog first is important for 2 reasons. One, he joins at average party level +5. So the average party level isn't really polluted that much. And second of all, he has a accessory called the Moogle Charm, which effectively turns a large chunk of the all characters and espers into a giant boss rush. The Charm Bangle, as Takaze was mentioning, decreases counters by average 40%. The Moogle Charm makes it so we'll never see an encounter. So a large part of our party will always have Mog, and it will always have Edgar in it. And then the other characters will be recruiting soon. But it's one of the reasons why all characters and espers is about 70 minutes longer than an any percent, even though we're doing so much more. Cutting out random encounters just saves so much time. Like, I get asked quite a bit. Oh, sorry. Can we get Mog's name, please, Bob?
Certainly can. I am doing one last refresh now to make sure we have the most up-to-date total. And Mog will be named Pog.
Pog. Capital P, lower OG.
Lowercase OG. With $135.01 over Deanna, which was $120. And McMog at $25. And I think what put that over the edge was a donation from Hooray Yogurt, who said it's passion fruit, orange, and guava, not papaya, orange, and guava. I apologize, Hooray Yogurt. POG stands for passion fruit, orange, and guava. And now it's a Moogle.
Now that we have Pog into our party, we forgot. I already forgot Sabin's name. Sid. Sid has been kindly holding up this house. But first, we have to buy Seraphim. Sid can wait a couple more seconds. So when you enter Sin, the house starts collapsing. We have to go rescue the kid inside. We have the Charm Bangle, and we're coming in here with 4 people in our party, so it's, well, not that we would fight anything because we have the Charm Bangle. If you're trying to do this with Edgar by herself, it's a lot scarier. There's encounters, you're on a timer, so that's one of the reasons why we wait until now to pick up Sid. The other reason, and the same reason that we waited to pick up, or we picked up Pog at the time we did, was based around that average party level. So Pog joined our party at average party +5, which I think puts Pog at 31. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Okay, and then Pog I think is at 29, 27. Math. And every new character that we get, or every character that we've picked up before in the World of Balance, is going to be still joining at average party level. So the average party level is going to decrease a little bit as we go on, just because we're polluting the party with lower level characters. We're not going to do any more grinding. So now that we have now that we have Sid in our party, the next character we're going to be getting is going to be Go-Go, which we'll give you a couple more minutes before we cut that off, but you don't have too much longer.
Then let me give a quick update on names for Go-Go. We have Yankus in first position with $50. High Dine in second with 45. Riggs in third with 40. MX Mime in fourth with 35. And Lisa RX, and I could have a second one, in fifth with 30. So
Right.
there is all to play for in the naming incentive for Go-Go.
All right, well, probably at most, I would say 2 minutes. Just have to get through the Go-Go's hideout area, picking up some pretty solid equipment that's available here. But have to get around these green jacket dudes, and they
Much
can
nicer
be,
word than I would have said.
They can be really obnoxious. If they touch you, they knock you down, yeah, not super fun. Also taking a safety save here. If the ceiling touches you, it is a game over.
The ceiling is actually, so the ceiling decides to fall down before the animation starts. I think it's an 8-frame window. If you're under it 8 frames before the ceiling drops, the game still considers it a crush kill.
Right. Yeah, so there's a couple of times where, depending on that, it looks like you're out from under the ceiling, but maybe your pinky toe is still under it.
Yeah. Or Mog's little bobble's still over it.
So this is, we will be needing Go-Go name right now.
Okay, one final refresh just to make sure. It's Yankus.
Can you spell that?
ANKUS.
ANKUS. Yankus. Is it Yankus or Ankus?
Yankus. Capital
Okay.
Y as in yellow.
I missed the one.
A as in apple. N as in NATO phonetic alphabet.
All right. Well, he missed the A, and I was looking in chat, and I was like, KUS.
I just want to give a quick update. We are up to $1,044.63 out of 2,500 for defeating Magimaster, and we are up to $917 out of 2,500 for Katana Soul.
With a K or a G, Bob?
Yankus.
Okay.
K as in
I'm making a mess of this. I'm sorry. I looked over
you've
at
got
chat.
it.
That was my
You
first
need to
mistake.
write it in chat.
No, I got it.
Okay.
This is not something that speedrunners typically practice. K as in cookie. High spirits are not helping.
Well, I was like, I heard Bob, and then I looked at chat, and I was like, oh, don't. No. Then the doubt happened.
K as in Kyo's little monster.
Oh, now I got it. Don't worry about it, Fat Yankus. It's all my fault.
So we got
No,
Yankus.
awkward. Just the runner. We're all fine.
Yeah.
We did pick up a Thunder Shield on the way out, and elemental shields are particularly powerful. They absorb and or make immune various elements, so we'll be seeing picking up a couple of those throughout the World of Ruin, and can even be used offensively, which we may or may not see later on. But first, we need to teach Sid how to circle his enemies and punch them. A little bit of flashing lights, if that bothers people.
even though Sid is the originator of the ability, Yankus will be dealing more damage with it, just because Yankus has access to better magic boosting equipment. The Tau robe we bought during the Edgar grind will boost his magic by 5. The other Magus hat will boost it also by 5, and then the Mithril rod will boost it by 2, and later on the Magus rod will end up boosting it by 7. So Yankus will have 17 magic over Sid, not counting just the difference in base stats and level.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, Gogo, in this case Yankus, is a mime character. So their main thing they do is copy abilities, and they can just kind of reuse the same ability that just was used, but you can also set their commands. So we Blitz and Bum Rush are very good being used by Yankus, so we're going to primarily be using Blitz magic and items with Yankus, and sometimes using their inherent mime ability just to copy the previous move that was just used. And as Diane mentioned, like Yankus has a lot better access to magic boosting equipment, so it's a little unusual, but most of the blitzes are actually magic-based attacks. So Bum Rush, despite being Sid/Yankus circling the enemy and punching them a million times, it's actually magic damage, not physical damage. Punches are apparently magic in this game.
Muscle Wizard casts Fist.
I mean, it's true. Like they get boosted by earrings and magic, so yeah, very, very magical punches. So this is probably the biggest where it really starts differing with the all characters and all espers. If this were any percent, we would be heading to Kefka's Tower. But we got to pick up a bunch of party members and kill some dragons, pick up some espers. So we get more video game. And the first thing we do is go trigger Tina's side quests. It's actually split up into kind of 2 parts. So this is where we learn what happened to Miranda. It's a village without many adults, so it's mostly kids. And Tina has kind of taken on almost a mother role, taking care of the people still alive, and she's kind of lost her will to fight. And the people in the village, of course, don't want Tina to leave. So you're expected to come here early on, and so you come in here and talk to Tina. She says she's not ready. She doesn't want to come. She doesn't want to fight. And then you leave and then do some other stuff for a while and come back later. But we're going to do both parts of the quest simultaneously. So we do the first part of the story. We see Tina get bullied by Fumbaba, and it kind of just drives the point home that Tina is not really capable of fighting. And something that probably went unnoticed, and I don't even think I mentioned it, but it's important to make sure that Tina has enough MP to be able to cast Bolt 2 on herself, because we want to end this fight as quickly as possible. Because coming to save the day is the other party members that we brought here. And we're going to make really quick work of Fumbaba. He happens to be weak to Bio, so not necessarily being the most powerful spell, but he does take extra damage from it. And we don't kill him because he just leaves. And that, again, since the game kind of expects you to come here a little bit earlier, essentially coming in here, like most people probably come here, they have Celeste, they have Sabin, they're kind of exploring around, they probably come here at that point. So it's not meant to be a particularly difficult fight.
Rewarded with the Fenrir Esper. Fenrir is a very, very useful Esper. It creates the image status, which allows you to take one hit, and I believe there's was it like a 1 in 8 chance that the image gets broken?
I think that sounds right. Yeah, there's a small chance that the image gets broken, and you're gonna have to have. There's not too many things that can reapply image. There's some fancy stuff that you can do with it. I think it gets used on 100%.
Yeah, for tier 3.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was remembering. So you saw Dine not quite leave the town. He went and touched the wall, and that just triggers the next part of the story, because you're expected to leave the town and then come back when you have the airship, and all you have to do is touch a certain event tile, and then we can proceed on with the story. So it's going to be a refight of Fumbaba. This time he's going to be a little bit more of an HP sponge, but there's some cool tech that goes into it. So you're going to see a bio casting Palador, which puts everybody into the jump state, and Dine queued up a bum rush as that was happening. And the way it works in terms of who comes down first, it's going to be based on speed. So we're going to see Sid jump down first, and because that bum rush was queued up, as soon as it lands, before anything else happens, the bum rush happens, and that's going to be enough damage to push Funbaba to past an HP trigger, where he uses Baba Breath not once but twice. But because the only character on the screen was Sid, the first one pushes Sid out of the party, the second one completely whiffs, and that little cute thing is to make sure that Edgar is still in the party, and you're supposed to do this fight with only 3 people, since it's supposed to push 2 people out, and then you get Tina back into your party. So we're kind of abusing some cute little stuff with Palador there to bypass coming into this fight a little bit weaker.
Some cute stuff if you really pay attention to your damage rolls. If Celis hits max damage cap, and then if Tina's bio does over 6,000, you can skip the mimic with the go-go. It's not a huge time save, but it is a little bit of something if you're looking to be a little fancy if possible. Don't be like me and use a Thunder Rod on Fumbaba. He absorbs thunder, so you just end up hurting your cause.
I wasn't going to say anything.
So Tina and Edgar are going to be the Tina. Basically, our party is set as it is now. Yankus is there for a little bit of support if we need it. Pog is there to avoid encounters, and Tina and Edgar are going to be our 2 magic dealers. Even though Celis is a higher level, Tina will be at a higher magic stat in her morphed ability, which means we're going to have 2 very competent mages being able to hit damage cap pretty easily. And that's really just where that small grind on the floating continent really comes into play and makes everything quite a bit easier. There aren't really a lot of difficult bosses in FF6, and by difficult I mean bosses with a large amount of hit points. Everyone has generally around 20 to 60,000. And when you hit damage cap with 2 people, 2 or 3 rounds, a lot of bosses won't even last 2 rounds, and they're pretty much just down the drain.
Yeah, a lot of what we're doing in the speedrun is killing stuff quickly, not only because it's faster, but the less turns bosses get off, the less chances they have to kill us. So if we just let bosses kind of do their own thing, they would wipe the floor with us pretty.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really scary stuff that things can do, especially upcoming right now. We're gonna see the first of our 8 dragons coming up, in a couple minutes here, and it's probably the scariest one. It has one of the higher HP amounts out of the dragon, and it can open up with like kind of a pretty hard hitting ability. So has some potential of going interesting. But we come here first.
Knows when you get an opportunity.
Sure, in just probably just a second.
I'd say, yeah, right after Storm Dragon, there's a very lengthy cutscene with Mr. Thu.
There, as you can see, Dine picking up a lot of really solid equipment here. Aegis shield. I think there's a force armor, element. I think an element shield here. A lot of just really powerful stuff, and that's ultimately why we're coming here first. Even though the Storm Dragon is probably one of the harder ones to deal with. Storm Dragon has a 1 out of 3 chance to open up with Rage, which is a all party hitting, non-damage splitting, pretty powerful attack, opening up with a preempt.
That's always very welcome.
We're just going to be running down Storm Dragon's HP with a bunch of rods. Has a pretty sizable HP pool. I want to say around 40,000 or so. Here's that Rage I mentioned. So yeah, pretty good damage on everybody other than Edgar. But the preempt helped us out a little bit. Normally I think it gets a second turn in. The worst thing they're going to really do is the Rage, and then maybe softening up, like critting Tina with an attack.
That definitely is the worst. Like Rage followed into a physical or a crit, and you're losing one of your big damage dealers.
Yeah, that's especially important. Dine mentioned earlier how the morph gauge works. We really want Tina to be building up that morph meter, because throughout many of the fights in World of Ruin, we're going to be morphing her, and we really need to replenish the morph after we use it. But we came here also to pick up Thou, and not only because it's part of the requirements, but we also need him later on to pick up an Esper in a second part of his story quest. Quick lore update, and then we can probably toss it over to Bob. We find him here. He's been exchanging letters with a lady in Miranda. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. And she's been thinking that she's been exchanging letters with her husband, but he passed away in another town that I already forgot. So Cyan's been kind of doing that to make her feel better, and also he's still feeling some guilt over the death of his wife and daughter, or daughter, son, child. I don't actually know what his child is. And still dealing with the guilt of losing Doma, losing his people. When he's feeling a little bit better about it now that we've met him, but he still has some emotions trapped within him, still has some guilt that he's dealing with. We will get into that later. Probably got some... I've talked too much. Cut it over to donation.
You caught me trying to blow my nose. I apologize.
Perfect timing.
So we have $50 from SCSI to put that towards fighting Katana Soul. Thank you very much. We have Rocket Tracer, who's donated $10 and said, let's get to 60K. Alfina, one of my fellow mods, much love to Alfina, has donated $20 and said, this week, this marathon has been the healing toward hope I've needed. Let's bring this marathon hope. Cheers to every single runner, commentator, volunteer, staff member, and moderator. This marathon isn't the work of one person, but the work of many. This community will always come together and do amazing, amazing things. And you are not wrong.
We're seeing part 2 of the auction house. If you weren't around or forgot about it, a couple hours ago we did something similar where Dine was going in and out of the auction house a lot. What he's watching for is that lady moving around in the bottom left-hand corner. He's observing her movements, and he's looking for certain patterns of movement to guarantee the Golem Esper. Because Golem is a pretty useful Esper, puts up a shield, but also because this is all characters, all Espers, particularly important.
It's worth mentioning, Takaze actually informed me about this a while ago. The World of Ruin operates on the auction house vastly different than the World of Balance. For some strange reason, the World of Ruin cares how many people are in your party, and that will also influence what items in the auction house correspond to the NPC value.
Yeah,
if you have, sorry, go ahead. You can explain it better.
I mean, that's basically it. It's interesting that depending on if you're bringing 2, 3, or 4 people in, like certain RNG values will give, we're fishing for Golem, but if we say only brought in 2 party members, we'd have to fish for different RNG values and therefore different patterns that we're looking for off of to get Golem. And I don't know why that is the case, but there is kind of a Excel sheet that has been around for a very long time on the SDA forums, kind of detailing, kind of calculate what things you need if you're trying to fish for Zone Seek or Golem. And yeah, it took me a long time to realize how the spreadsheet kind of works. And yeah, it's World of Balance, World of Ruin have two different calculations, and the number of party members is also important. We're coming. We dipped into Auser's house because we were just coming out of the auction house. We're coming here for Rome, and we're dealing with another boss fight. So Chardanuk is kind of an interesting fight. 2 phases that it kind of goes between, like what I'll call the goddess phase, which we see right now. We could kill the goddess. We can't. It's pointless because she'll just revive herself if we do. What Dine is doing here is waiting for an audio cue or some type. I usually use an audio cue. And after, I think, 30 seconds or so, it changes to the demon phase. And we want to do that. We want to guard with everybody, because when that happens, Goddess is going to throw out a charm, which is basically similar to a muddle, but it only lasts until Goddess goes away. So we're queuing up that defend on everybody just to prevent anybody from accidentally throwing Ice 3s out onto your whole party. And then what we're trying to do now is just burn the demon down within 4 hits, because if you do 4 hits and it's not dead, it switches back into the goddess form. So you're just trying to blow it up as with big numbers as possible. I think it's got a 30 to 40,000 HP. Notice the Fire 2's doing a lot of damage.
That's basically how a lot of the fights will be. For like Thunder Dragon, if you didn't have the Thunder Rod, you would just morph Terra and use Bolt 2 with her, and then Bum Rush with Yankees just to even out the damage. But largely, it's the morph with exploiting an elemental weakness will give you more than enough damage you'll need to really take care of a lot of these bosses.
I'm picking up the Esper, Starlit, and picking up Realm. Is it Team Chaos? Realm is Team Chaos, or is okay. Picking up a little bit of Chaos and heading over to the Opera House. in my notes here, I only have one word, which is float, which thankfully
Yes.
we did remember.
I have lost many practice thankfully no runs, but I've lost many practice runs from just running into this boss, him using Quake or Magnitude 8. And it's just kind of like, I tried.
Yeah, so we're coming here for the Dirt Dragon, and the Dirt Dragon has a bunch of dirt elemental spells. Oh, very nice.
I love the googly eyes. I don't know what it is. It always makes me laugh.
I think you can put googly eyes on anything. It's always better. So the Dirt Dragon, of course, being dirt elemental, has a bunch of dirt-based abilities. Dirt-based abilities kind of get negated by float. The only other thing that you have to worry about if you have float is it has a chance to counterattack with Horn Tusk, which you can see does quite a bit of damage. But other than that, pretty straightforward, as long as you remember float.
I just want to give a quick donation from Wild005. I apologize, this came through a while ago. And it's $25 that says name Mark Deanna. I'm so sorry, but I think you got it in just after the cutoff. I'm very sorry about that, Wall.
I see some chatter in chat asking about Doom or Death Guys. So I think I saw a question earlier. Is it possible to randomly run into him? The answer is yes. It is always possible to run into him. He has 2 tiles that he likes to be on. Happens to be based on a particular RNG value that we've been abusing throughout the run. We will have to fight Doomgaze because he has the is it Bahamut? Magicite. He has a Magicite. We will be needing.
Bahamut.
Okay. So we will be needing that from him to fulfill the requirements of all characters, all espers. If we ran into him now, it's not a big deal. Even in an any percent run, it's just a time waster. You can just smoke bomb out of the fight. The main thing that you want is to make sure you don't have party members multiple of level 5, because he always opens up with level 5 Doom. So as long as you don't fit that requirement, you just smoke bomb out of it and run away from the fight.
I was debating if I wanted to change something on the fly, but I don't know how it's going to do the ripple effect. That was why there was so many different party menus happening there.
So we do come to Fnatic Tower to fulfill a couple of purposes. Getting Lisa rocks. Team Chaos beat some sense into Lisa. We have to beat up the White Dragon to fulfill our requirements of all characters, all espers. We got to beat up all the dragons to get an esper. Did we meet the Magimaster incentive?
Gonna give it a refresh right now.
We will have a minute or two if it hasn't been met. Maybe a minute.
We didn't. I can always make a return visit. I don't know if I push this back how it would have affected Strago's level for Doom.
We have not met it at the moment.
All right, we can make a trip back for this.
Right
it's only
now, it is sitting at $1,240.73 out of $2,500.
Well, first we have to beat up the White Dragon. It can be a little obnoxious or be really generous. I think it's being kind to us. It has the chance of starting off the fight with 0 to 3 casts of Pearl. And I think we got a nice 0 casts of Pearl, which is great. I don't know the chances of that offhand, but that's pretty low. You notice that White Dragon actually doesn't have too much HP. It's a little less than 20,000. So two Ice 3s does it does the trick. The worst thing it can really do is a 3 Pearl cast, killing off Tina, where you're gonna have to spend some time reviving or do an extra nice 3 cast off of Edgar. Not the worst thing in the world, but it just eats up a bunch of time.
S is when it kills Edgar, you revive it, and then it targets with Pearl again. So you kind of get stuck in like a pseudo loop, where it's like, it's very, very rare chance. I've had it happen once, where Edgar went down 2 or 3 times in that fight.
Nice.
And it's kind of like one of those splits where you're like, oh, this is completely safe, and the game's like, oh, I'll show you safe.
Yeah, and there's a lot of dragons kind of like that, where for the most part it's like perfectly fine, but they can sometimes just throw you for a loop.
Now we're going to go get Goluni.
Yeah, Gaulini. Yeah, sure. So we're on the Velt again. It operates the same rules that we were at on the first time.
Oh, nice.
So 5 out of 8 chance on every single non-back attack, non-pincer attack. And Gao, did we get both Gaos to show up?
First try. And we got a
try?
preempt on the battle, too. The preempts have been very, very kind so far.
Very nice, very nice.
Oops.
We do have to make sure to have a free slot in your party, otherwise, is it Galoni?
Yeah.
Won't show up, and if anybody is dead, he won't show up either. And I think I mentioned won't show up in back attacks or pincer attacks, so it has to be a preempt or just a standard normal battle. And we are going into the cave of the Velt because that's where we find Arby's. Yes, Arby's. And the cave of the Velt, really, really expanding their franchises everywhere.
They got the meats.
So if you didn't save Arby's on the floating continent, Team Chaos would be here. And then you would have to go to Jador to go through it to Recruiter.
Yeah, subtle references to maybe some connection between Arby's and Chaos. That feels weird saying that. So we find Arby's not doing too hot. We get ambushed by a Sir Behemoth, Senior Behemoth, Senor Behemoth, Super Behemoth. I don't know which it is.
With as Sakaze was talking about, using ATB weight tricking greatly increases the duration Tina will be staying in her morph form, just because if we weren't ATB waiting here, it's ticking down really for no purpose. And especially like we have pretty much morph duration for days at this point, but a lot of the battles in Kefka's Tower, for instance, the final tier fight, it's still a good 7 or 8 minute fight, even in all characters and espers, and we'd like to have her morph for a good 9/10 of it. So really saving all you can leading up to it is also very nice. There's been a couple of runs, like sometimes it'll fall off near the end of tier 3 or the beginning of tier 4, and it's not the worst thing in the world. But Tina definitely can't take the hits like Edgar can, or especially Yankees, because they'll have equipment that boosts their maximum hit points. So Tina is definitely kind of the underdog in that statement there.
Gonna pop in with a quick 250. That's a 2.5 hundo anonymous donation that someone has put towards fighting Katana Soul.
Thank you for
very
that.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Katana Soul is a cute fight. Definitely cheesing out the fight. If you wanna, maybe you have something to learn. At least I'm assuming maybe that's how Dine will be approaching the fight. It's completely optional. We don't need it for anything, but it's just a cute little thing we can do, and it's kind of on the way. It's not too much of a detour.
Gravity.
50 bucks from Rurik saying this is a worthy finale for a worthy cause. Let's see 60k.
Agree. Dine doing a whole bunch of selling of stuff. I think Dine's going to be also donating to that 60k. Or investing in more rod economy. So buying 6 pro rods, that costs us a whopping 72,000. So now we're poor again. Buying some consumables, Phoenix Downs, potions, remedies, just to kind of last us through the rest of the game.
Rod category. There isn't. I mean,
there is if you make it one.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Ideally, you could just have the you could split up your Kefka's Tower party to really avoid the rods. It just makes the fights longer. Like you could have Yankees fight Doom, and then you could have Sid fight Goddess, and that basically takes care of the rod situation. You're just spreading the fights out an extra couple of minutes. Because Bum Rush does ignore enemies' magic defense, which does save a lot of hassles.
So in any percent, you only have to deal with the Kefka's Tower multi-party scenario in the World of Ruin. This being all characters, all espers, we gotta dip in here to get a certain lock, whose character I forget the name of, but as well as picking up Phoenix, this being, of course, the Phoenix Cave. We load up one party to be the main party, and then Mog can just chill by himself. This is kind of and we'll see it again in Kefka's Tower, where kind of you have to progress through the dungeon together a little bit, activate certain switches. These faces are unrunnable, and just happen to show up here in the encounter string. Supposedly, phase was just a poor mistranslation of face, as they just look like some faces.
Because why not?
Why not?
So because Yankees doesn't have to worry about encounters, we can do a couple of very quick quote-unquote sequence breaks. Normally, our bigger party would have to step on switches so Yankees can walk over them safely. Because he wants to make his feet strong, or he wants to be tenderized, whichever way you want to look at it.
Tenderizing the Moogle. Where are we going with this?
We can just skip through a lot of unnecessary team swaps back and forth. And Katana Soul will be happening after the Phoenix Cave. So if everyone wants to see that, definitely rush to get those donations in. It's a little more out of the way to get back to than something like Meiji Master.
And we are currently over $1,047 out of $2,500 for Katana Soul. So if you want to see it, you've got to bring those bombs. Got a $16.10 donation from Kios. He just says hashtag team order. So I think he was trying to fix the total to be 5111115. But unfortunately, we've had more donations since then. So sorry, Kios. No order for you. Team Chaos rules.
In terms of the Katana Soul, I do believe we after Phoenix Cave we head towards the Ancient Cave or Ancient Castle.
Yes.
So don't have too much time for that. Not too sure off the top of my head, between 5 and 10 minutes, maybe a little bit,
About that.
maybe closer to the 10 minutes. But we got to still get through the rest of the Phoenix Cave, and there is a dragon in here that we have to kill, the red dragon. Of course, red dragon being in the dungeon that has a bunch of lava, it being a fire-based dragon, has a lot of nasty fire attacks. The main thing that we're going to be trying to do in that fight is kind of route around it casting flare, which is actually neutral element, which can hit pretty hard. We have good ways to deal with fire. Can't really do anything about flare though, so we're going to try to avoid it doing flare at all. See, the fire 2 does no damage. I think that's from the red jacket. Well, no, we didn't pick up the red jacket, did we?
Ice shield.
Ice shield. There we go. So I believe what Dyne is going to be doing here is waiting for it to take a turn, and then finishing it off here. When it gets below 10,000 and some change HP, that's when it changes its AI phase and starts casting, having the potential to cast Flare, which, depending on who it hit, it could hit pretty hard.
The red dragon has next to no magic defense, so Celis is able to equip the sprint shoes and the running shoes, and still able to hit maximum damage, which basically just saves a quit menu going from the Colosseum to where we are now. And 100% is defined as all characters and espers, mainly because it's what the game tracks, and it's largely what you can do that's meaningful to the game. Like you can go fight Hit-On for Grand Train and stuff like that, but it doesn't really add anything like lore-wise or story-wise, where grabbing all the characters does add to the endings with the portraits and the skits.
And for the most part, like talking about speedruns, any 100% for games that don't track an actual percent, like Super Metroid might, tend to be community-based decisions. We just kind of decide on something that feels like it would be a fun speed run. Of course, there is much more to do in this game than what we are just demonstrating here. And if you want to do those things, you are certainly more than welcome. With the Phoenix Cave finishing up, we have a particularly touching cutscene with Locke and Rachel. This is probably one of my favorite cutscenes and my favorite song, so I always like to listen to some good music here.
Always nice to be able to hear a good loop of Forever Rachel.
Yeah, even if you're mashing as quickly as you can, the cutscene's long enough to just hear the full song.
One thing that always made me mad about Vin in the Phoenix Cave is casually the first time you go through and you try to collect all the treasure chests and they're all just empty. And then he's like, hey, look, I found all these cool treasures. And it's like, well, you couldn't have left the chest open to let us know. You had to like close it to trick us.
Yeah. And some pretty good stuff in there. Valiant Knife is a particularly good weapon if you're wanting to go for a more physical based route. I think there's a particular Japanese route that uses Offering and Valiant Knife together in combination, I think, with Quick too, to deal a lot of fun stuff. So we're coming up. We're going to be heading to the Figaro Castle to get to the ancient castle. And in there, we pick up an Esper, but also potentially fight Katana Soul.
We've had $10 towards that from AX. Then he says, okay, everyone, we got some incentives to meet, and there's no better way than a good old-fashioned $5 train. Here's 2 tickets to kick it off. And I know that Dolwolf, I hope you're feeling better. I know you were feeling a bit under the weather the other day. Donated $100 towards Katana Soul as well. Thank you very much, Dolwolf.
I got another 3 or 4 minutes. Probably a little, maybe just a little bit longer, but not too much more. So we will be grabbing Odin, transforming him into Raiden, and we will be fighting the Blue Dragon.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if the game really clues you in casually, but there's this whole dungeon down here. There's a dragon, there's an Esper. The Katana Soul, if I remember correctly, is what the chest that you fight Katana Soul in has the Offering, if I remember correctly. Particularly powerful relic that you can do some fun shenanigans with.
Even though you get some extra dialogue boxes from bringing Tina here, it's still faster to bring her than not. Mainly because we're still going to use this party. We still have to go to Narsh. We still have to find Umaro. We still have to fight a snow dragon. We still have to get Tritoch.
There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of fights to have, and yeah, Tina is kind of our just behind Edgar is our heavy hitting caster.
I kind of wish in the lore they'd go over more about this this ghost that fights Odin.
Yeah, we just see we see Odin here quickly making work of a bunch of we assume to be bad dudes, and then just this ghost sprite making quick work of Odin. But yeah, I don't think we ever see anything more about this. I don't know if there's like any interesting theories about what this ghost sprite character is.
I think he's Meiji Master, because Meiji Master is also the ghost sprite.
That's true.
It's weak, but I'll run with it.
Sure, yeah. Good enough for me.
Yeah. So here there's a switch that's 3 tiles down from Odin. I don't know if you find out about that in this area, or if you find out about something previous to me, or previous to this. I think I found it in the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide.
I definitely found out about it because I have older siblings that play video games, and me being the youngest child, I just get to copy what they do.
So here we're upgrading Odin to Raiden.
And also fight the blue dragon, which for all intents and purposes is the Leviathan. Kind of looks like Leviathan, opens up with like a tidal wave type attack. I imagine Vin is going to get tired after being washed with some water. He probably will not make it. Clean sweep, that's what it's called. It's tidal wave.
Much like a lot of other characters, usually take pretty good naps during all these fights.
Like Leviathan, of course, Blue Dragon takes a bunch of damage from lightning-based attacks. So Bolt 2's doing pretty heavy work. There we go. The reason why we take Vin is particularly because we'll actually need Vin in our party when we head over to Narsh to get Ragnarok.
So now would be we're cutting off Katana Soul if it's met or not.
And we're heading out. Did we make it?
Doing a quick final refresh just to make sure. Bear with me. Boom, 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 boom. We did not.
All right. Well,
it's currently 1,164 and 85 cents out of 2,500.
that is quite all right.
But we are sitting at $1,340.73 out of the Magic Master donation incentive. So we can still make that one if we want to see more Final Fantasy VI.
We got about 25 minutes left before that's got to be cut off as well. We have Narsh. We have stuff to do in Narsh, and then Doma Castle, fight Doomgaze, and then we're off to Kefka's Tower.
Yep.
So maybe a little less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, Narsh is pretty quick. So we'll be fighting another dragon, getting Ragnarok, as well as getting our final character, Umaro, and picking up an Esper along the way. Doma is probably the lengthiest segment. 2 bosses, Dream Stooges plus Rex Soul, and then Doomgaze, and then all the boss rush that is Kefka's Tower.
All right, so $5 from Draco, who says, "Come on, people, we can do this. Donation train ahoy, choo choo." Predictably, Sharky have sent $54, and they said it's time to get one last 54 in for a wonderful cause. Let's get a train of donations going and bring this amazing event to a wonderful close. Whoop whoop. $40.85 from Wystone Amelius, who says, kicking it up to 51.4K. Let's keep it going. Porsyth has donated $100. One hundo with no donation message. Thank you very much. Wolf Shadow has donated $30 and said, in honor of our friends and mods, Austin and Mega Man X306. Love you both to death. Sorry I forgot to donate a prize. Hopefully I won't forget next time. Here's the 60K. Let's worry about getting the 52 first. And then $100 from Battleoid, who has said Final Fantasy VI was one of my favorite games when I was growing up. Thank you to all of the runners and staff for making this Questing for Glory event awesome. And then a $30 anonymous donation who says, Bob and Fooligan are my Final Fantasy VI heroes because they understood what I went through nearly 20 years ago. There is hope, and it will get better. And I'm assuming that's about what I said about Sellers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Ice Dragon, unfortunately, being a little rude. The Northern Cross successfully landing on Edgar, wasting a little bit of our time. Nothing drastic, just You gotta unfreeze Edgar there. It's really the only thing that the Ice Dragon can do. Just freeze one or both of Edgar / Tina.
Puppy. More than an Ice Dragon. I think it's the smallest sprite out of them all.
I believe so, yeah. It kind of reminds me of the Red Dragon from Chrono Cross. Tiny little thing.
And then he digivolves.
Yeah, this one I guess doesn't. Another fight coming up. Tritok. It's a block of ice. We are going to melt him. I'm trying to remember some of the nasty stuff that Tritok can sometimes toss out.
I think Ice 3? I know he likes to use Rasp.
Yeah, he does. He also has 30,000 HP on the dot. So let me do some quick maths. 9,999 times 3. We're 3 damage short. If only we had something that 4 damage. Oh, that pushed us over the edge by 1 HP. Mog coming in with the kill.
I actually forgot how many Espers we get in Nourish. We get Ragnarok, Tritoch, and then also
Whatever one's next to
Yeah.
Umara, I forgot the name.
I was hoping you would know. Terratato.
That one.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I like how you can get about 5 steps in before the game finally picks up that you've fallen down a hole.
Can you get into an encounter in those 5 steps, do you know? If you didn't have Moogle Charm.
I actually don't know. I'd assume no. I have nothing to back that though. So we will be needing Umaro's name in just a moment. And this will be the last character we have to collect.
But first, we gotta beat up the Yeti.
So let's go ahead and cut off the Umaro naming incentive. And I will do a refresh right now.
You want to make sure you do your attacks after Umaro has gotten off one of his, unless you get a preempt. If he gets a move after Edgar or Tina have done a fire, he'll use a green cherry on himself, which actually gives him quite the stat buff.
Yeah, it makes it so that that second fire 2 won't kill him. So takes a little bit more time to get through his HP pool.
Puts the damage down to like 5,000, like 5,400. What you got for Umaro, Bob?
Umaro is going to be named Kupo with an exclamation mark. So capital K-U-P-O exclamation mark.
Kupo-po. We got all of the characters, and now we need to do the one side quest that everyone forgets to grab the Esper from after. If it wasn't for chat, I would constantly be doing 98% runs.
I mean, I definitely have that written down. Get Alexander, because I definitely didn't commentate through a run at a marathon, and didn't point out that, oh, by the way, don't forget the Esper. We just saw it. Don't forget it. So, if chat didn't remind you, I hopefully would, because I wrote it down. But that is, of course, Cyan's or Thou's side quest. So we picked him up into our party, but it still has a lot of undealt guilt over the death of his people, his wife and son. So we're making a return trip to Doma Castle. And we, of course, are going to take a nap here.
Our party order is very important because we want to get into the dreamscape or the dream era with control of Mog, just to avoid encounters. Where Edgar and Yankus are in the party, it doesn't matter, but you always want Pog to be in slot number 4.
And that's going to be because in just a moment here, we're going to dive into those dreams. And it just so happens that you start off that segment split up, but you start off that segment with whoever is party member number 4. Pog has the Moogle charm, so we just want to make sure to start off with that. You see, Yankus decided to change color palettes, get a new wardrobe. For whatever reason, is pink, probably just clashing with the weird effects of the background, but that'll be quickly resolved once we get them off the floor.
Yankus would stay like that. It's kind of a cool little palette swap, just really out of nowhere.
Man. Is that considered a glitch?
I hope not.
I'm sorry, you run invalid.
Don't open up the floodgates.
So we got Curly, Larry, Moe, the 3 Dream Stooges. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy IV, this is pretty similar to the Mega Sisters. They have a Delta attack. One of them can heal and cast like Whirlwind and Life too. So what we're going to be trying to do is dealing with, I don't know which name is which, but making sure that we don't have to deal with any Life 2s. And the one in the back is susceptible to getting sliced in 2. So killing off the front 2 at the same time. And then using Raiden's summoned True Edge. Goodbye, Larry.
How have I watched so many Final Fantasy VI runs and not clacked that they're Larry, Curly, and Moe?
They did get different names in the GBA versions.
I realized that before.
I don't know about.
Because like no one really says their name. It's kind of just like, hey, in the battle we do this, and they die.
Yeah, I'd never noticed that, Sarah. I feel like a complete melon right now. Oh well.
So after dealing with the 3 Dream Stooges, we are in the Phantom Train. It's a little more complicated than the first time we were here. I'm gonna solve some Switch puzzles. There's some pretty good equipment. I think we skipped over a flame shield. That's kind of unnecessary just because we got a lot of really powerful stuff. Just trying to get through here as quickly as possible. And now we can have some wearing some Magitech stuff. So we're going through those dreams. Of course, using Magitech armor is part of it.
Cutting off Meiji Master as soon as we're done with Rexol.
Good call. Because after that, we'll have to do some resetting to set up for both Kefka's Tower and Doomgaze. So it'll probably be a good cutoff point. Rexol is I found to be a really challenging fight casually because the game does not give you really great hints at how to deal with him properly. But there are some ways to cheese out the fight. Not actually too sure which route you're going. Are we going to be doing some cheese, or are we going to... Okay. That's the faster way to do it.
I believe the method Poexel made for doing this upright was to petrify 2 of your party members. So Rexol, so you'd know who Rexol possessed.
Right. Yeah. Basically, Rexol tries to possess your party members, but he can only possess party members that are alive and not petrified. So one strategy to deal with him is to have someone get possessed and either petrify them or come into the party with them already petrified. But there's a cheesier way to deal with the fight. You don't get the true kill of Rexel, and it drops a pod bracelet, I believe. So you don't get that if you're really shooting for that. But you can just wait for the zinger and come out with a true edge to kill the soul savers. It can sometimes miss, but you can always do a mimic. And there you go. There's the fight.
I'd fight it upright, but because it was not a donation incentive, I never practiced it. We could be here for 20 minutes and I'd have to redo a bunch of stuff.
Speaking
And-
of donation incentives, get your donations for Magi Master in now.
I was about to say, yeah, we probably got another minute and a half, 2 minutes before it's deciding.
Probably as soon as we're done with this cutscene and as we're leaving Doma Castle, we're going to start heading down to set up for Doomgaze. So I think once we start doing that, that's the cutoff. You don't got too much time.
Just because I don't know how fighting Doomgaze then Magi Master is going to influence the Kefka Tower encounters. And I don't want to get stuck in a bunch of unrunnables. So here Cyan, or Mr. Thu, kind of gets the relief he needs from his family because he no longer has the burden. He learns, he gets access to all of his sword techs. Unfortunately, we won't be using any of them. The sword techs just take too long to charge up. They're not worth the time versus damage. But it's nice. It's nice he got it. It's nice he got the skills.
Yeah, it's kind of like the equivalent of Sabin, or in this case Sid, learning all of his blitzes by talking with his former master, kind of releasing the burden of his guilt to become the true warrior that he is, and then we promptly doesn't get too much use. Also, don't forget Alexander.
Don't forget the thing we did the quest for.
The game shows you Alexander in that cutscene. You get the you get to see Alexander, and it's very common to just be like, okay, I've done the quest. I don't need to do anything else, right? But no, you got to actually go up here and pick up Alexander on the throne. for it to
How's
count.
Magi Master looking, Bob?
We are not going to be doing it. It doesn't look like.
We gave it a good shot.
We did, and we can't ask more of you than you've already given the $51,509. Let's just bring it home. We've got a little while left in the run, and let's make sure it's a good time at the end.
There's a lot of stuff happening in pretty quick succession. So one of my favorite things of the all characters, all espers run is setting up for Doomgaze. So we're setting up for Kefka's Tower right now by just forcing an encounter. We really just want to make sure our threat is zeroed out.
Don't forget, if you need to heal before you get on the airship. Because Doomgaze's position does move. If you go onto the deck, that was a good way to lose 8 minutes in a run once.
Ooh.
So, because when we reset, we know where the NPC value is. We effectively know where Doomgaze is. So it's just basically like loading up a save and then flying around until you encounter him. Which is why I picked the island I did.
Oh, I like that position better. It's a little closer. So Doomgaze always opens up with level 5 Doom. Just make sure to not bring anybody with multiples of level 5. We do have to make sure to kill Doomgaze within 3 turns, otherwise he has the potential to run away. Apart from doing level 5 Doom, Doomgaze can do some nasty stuff like Arrow and Ice 3, I think. So it has some pretty powerful spells.
Doom as well.
using the Ruby power from Carbuncle to reflect that Ice 3 back onto him.
Doomgaze is fought very last because I believe on turn 5 he's guaranteed to run away. On turn 3 he has a chance to.
Yeah, and if he does run away, he keeps the HP that he had when he left you, but the main thing is you gotta go find him again. And the little trick that we just did really only works once unless you want to reset and find out where he is on the next encounter string. You can do the same thing with the auction house manipulation that we did previously, but it takes a bit longer to set up. So just is a bit of a time waste. Just make sure to kill him on the first run through. We got our Bahamut. So now it just comes down to setting up for Kefka's Tower. We haven't quite met the requirements for all characters, all espers. There's still there's 2 dragons in Kefka's Tower that we have to deal with, which will give us the Crusader esper, if I remember right.
Since everyone paid for Umaro's naming incentive, we'll be bringing him into the tower to give him some screen time. It feels kind of unfair to have everyone donate for the name and just have it show up once and then leave him on the airship. We're really afraid him and Gao are going to destroy the airship.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust those 2 on the airship alone while the rest of us are trying to save the world. So in any percent run, we would be coming into Kefka's Tower with only 6 party members. Now that we have all 14, we can fill out the party, each party, and bringing almost everybody.
We need 2 people to look over. We're going to leave Mr. Thu. And
so the position of the parties dictates kind of which route they go in. So it's important to make sure you bring the right people, put them in the right party, because depending on which path you're going dictates which bosses you're going to end up fighting.
Already regretting. We're gonna let him get a.
How much have you? Oh boy.
I did this exactly once, 20 minutes before the stream, and I was like, I believe.
Oh dear. Okay, well this will be fun. So you didn't know Umaro or Kupo. Sorry, Kupo. It's got an exclamation point. Is an uncontrollable character. Essentially, always in the berserk state. Can only attack. Can throw characters. And if you put the Blizzard Orb on him, he has a chance of casting Blizzard. But unfortunately, for speedrun purposes, just not. We don't like things that are not consistent. So, and he can't even use a smoke bomb too.
Yep. He's pretty much just here. He's here to cause as many issues as possible. We got to keep it interesting. 100% is just all characters and espers, not all bosses.
Yeah, there is a category that I know the Sabin had done a while back. All bosses using sketch rules. So kind of an interesting deviation from kind of a completionist category, but using a heavy amount of glitches. But yes, for all characters, all espers, we're considering 100%. We don't have to go out of our way to fight all of the bosses. We do have to fight all the dragons, and here we have a red dragon sprite, but it's a gold dragon, but it's not even a dragon. It's a dinosaur. I guess we're gonna punch it.
Because Sid and Yanketh both have Thunder Shields, they won't take any damage from this fight. Sadly, Kupo and Galui are, but they're tired. It's been a while since they've been out of the airship. They're very, very overexcited. So it's generally 5 bum rushes, and the gold dragon goes down. So we have one more dragon left, and then we have all espers.
And then all we have to do is beat the game.
That's the fun part.
So yeah, Galui and Kupo taking a nap. So second party.
What? I left the running shoes on in Vudo, or the sprint shoes on Edgar, the real Edgar.
Yeah. So I've been talking a lot about inventory management. The Kefka's Tower scenario is just kind of a more inventory management, because you're not only having to manage like your inventory, but you're managing it across 3 separate parties. And especially when you're trying to do menus this quickly, Dine is really just a lot of this stuff is by like muscle memory. So doing like optimize and then going out of his way to like equip certain things and expecting it to be there. And if it's not, it's sometimes challenging to realize, oh, something's off. I forgot to unequip something previously or something like that. It can be really easy to just go into pure muscle memory and just be, okay, optimize, blah, 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 and not really pay attention to what you're putting on. Sometimes put you in a pickle if you're wanting to go into a fight with a very specific equipment on and you forgot some critical piece of equipment.
It's never happened to me. I've never forgot to put the force armor on Terra before Kefka.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a couple of times I've forgotten to sell the crystal mail and it's sneaking into a couple of my optimized menus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just like, I don't remember this much damage. Why aren't they blocking?
Yeah, Edgar blocked. Come on. Oh wait, it's my fault. I'm the idiot. So we have Inferno, kind of a reskin of 128. 3 sections to it. The main thing that we're trying to do in 100%, not nearly as tight as it is in any percent, but after 30 seconds of battle time, if all 3 segments are up, they're going to cast Delta Attack, which just puts someone to stone. He also has some really powerful just physical attacks. But with all of the really solid equipment that we have on and really high block rate, not something that we have to worry about, as well as having 2 of our best damage dealers. And Arby's isn't too shabby himself with throwing some weapons and stuff.
Arby's is just good for a good quick damage for a lot of cases.
Yeah, throw it might really fast animation and can easily do a couple thousand.
And it really helps free up because we get quite a few really good weapons, either to use casually or in the boss fights. Because every boss here pretty much drops something.
And throw is just based on basically just uses RB's level, his vigor, and the attack power of the weapon that he is throwing. So you get all these really powerful weapons that you're not actually going to use, but hey, they're nice to throw with. So our last of the 8 dragons, Skull Dragon, looks like this undead thing. Has the same spread as a bunch of other undead things. Is not undead. He is susceptible to fire, though.
He's got one of the lower hit point pools, too.
very spooky.
I didn't know we could do that. I was wondering why the menu closed.
Yeah, I don't think I remembered that either. Good thing that wasn't on. Well, it probably would have been blocked if it was on Edgar.
Yeah. So now we have all Espas. So now that's all we have to do is go through it with the third party, fight Guardian, fight 3 statues, and then we go to the Promised Land. Doing like an all characters and Espers run for Kefka's Tower makes it really enjoyable, where in an any percent situation it's very stressful.
Oh, so stressful.
Because any percent, a lot of these bosses can just end the run in a blink of the eye or cost you several minutes. Doom, if it ends up hitting the 1 in 8 Pearl immunity, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Because we have 4 party members, and we'll get into it a little bit more, Doom's pretty much free in this fight. In this, Goddess is pretty much the same, but we just have better equipment.
And there's actually, well, you're probably not. I know there's some strategies, especially if you bring other characters with you, that you can change up the way Goddess does her moves, and you can kind of overwrite her really, really scary attack with something else. I think that's only done if you have, usually if you have Cyan or Thou in your party. So I don't know if we'll be seeing that.
I think Umaro's physicals should be replacing that.
Okay. We may or may not see that, and yeah, we'll verify. It's also very possible we just don't see Quasar because we just roll the dice to not get it, or just kill her fast enough.
About Goddesses, it has a lot of the statues have counterattacks. And a lot of times the counterattacks will eat up their turns if you get lucky. So sometimes you just won't see them do anything but cast Bolt 2, for instance, with Goddess. Which is nice because our 2 damage dealers have Thunder Shields. So Goddess is just giving us free hit points over and over again.
Yeah, it's the same way counter-canceling works. Earlier on in the game, we used it when we knew the boss had a 100% chance to counterattack in certain situations, but it's very possible that bosses don't have a 100% chance, and maybe a 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3 chance to counterattack. And sometimes you can just kind of get lucky with getting a counter cancel when you didn't expect it. Just part of the randomness that can go into running this game. And now we have a giant bag of HP. Guardian, I want to say it's 58,000 HP? 60,000?
60 flat.
It's a lot. He is susceptible to slow, and if I remember right, he's already pretty slow to begin with, being a giant robot. And the whole gimmick with Guardian is that he kind of loads programs of previously encountered stuff. So it loads in Ultra's program, loads in I think
Luma.
Yeah, you can do Data Luma, a couple other things. Does he do Chupa? I forget. He's got like 3 or 4 programs that he loads in. It's kind of a cute little thing. We won't see any of it really because we'll kill him first.
We're waiting for the puppy to come out. Every time I see Shadow with the block animation.
Yeah, because Arby's actually has some good block. I think I mentioned it earlier. The better natural block that Shadow has, the actual less chance we have of the dog coming out. So if you really wanted to see the dog, just you can tell Arby's to take off all the good equipment they have on. That would be a bad idea. Don't do that.
Safety saved in a while. Poltergeist, as long as Arby's doesn't go down turn 1, Poltergeist is pretty good. But Poltergeist is weak to or vulnerable to stop. Poltergeist has an auto haste ability, so stop won't last a long time, but it will last long enough for us to just burst down the hit points.
And Poltergeist can open up with a stop, and it's part of its AI script is it checks if any of your party members have stop, and if they do, they get blastered, which is just an instant death move. So I always like, especially running any percent. It's never fun to get stopped and blastered. So being able to kind of return the favor to Poltergeist, some nice payback. Another giant bag of HP. Not too much going on. I think this is the 58,000 one, right? So it's six casts or so. Maybe tossing a knife.
Just to round out the damage. I think this should be it. At any percent, this fight's pretty fun. Celis with the Minerva and the Force Shield basically has elemental immunity from basically all of Poltergeist's attacks. And she has a pretty high magic evasion.
Pretty high, but not 100%.
No. And it's always those good runs where it'll fail you.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I got meteored. Nice.
Which is harmful because Meteor's already got a pretty
low hit rate.
Yeah.
Alright, so done with this route. So next on we'll be going with the route with the Moogle in it. With Chaos and Lisa together. So we fighting Doom here. So in any percent, I know Dine usually opts not to do it, but there's some cute stuff where you can try to skip him from doing Force Field, which can make him immune to status ailments. In any percent, we typically just throw a bunch of Pearl Rods at him. With doing proper weight tricking and stuff like that to make sure he doesn't kill us. I actually forget how we deal with him in 100%. I think just essentially just kill him, but I forget what strats we use here.
Golem for Earth Wall, and then we'll throw Pearl Rods with Strago or Lisa and Team Chaos, just because they have the lowest hit point pool. Pog has a very large hit point pool because of the red cap. It gives him a 25% bonus. Earth Wall gives you a shield equivalent to the caster's maximum hit points. So if Doom ends up counterattacking twice, it usually depletes that Earth Wall for the other two, and then it leaves Pog open to take a hit for the team. And as long as it doesn't crit, you're in good shape. So we've thrown the 3 Pearl Rods. We're going to wait for Doom to do an action. And then we're just going to queue up 3 Pearl Rods and Alexander. We wait for the action just so... since we're queuing up the actions, he'll start... his aura will start growing. And then before he gets a turn to do next, which is Force Field, we're already going to deplete his hit points. Where in any percent, you're hoping for the 33% counterattack every time you hit him. And if you don't get it, Force Field will happen, and if it happens to be that 1 in 8 Pearl, you can do some fun stuff with fixed dice. But more often than not, your run's pretty much toasted.
Yeah, if you have some leftover other rods and low enough, that might be able to push you over. But yeah, if you're shooting for a really solid time, that's
Mog. Yeah. If he force fielded on before Pog's last rod, 3 Thunder Rods will kill him. So Pearl Rods just have an insanely high magic power over, say, a Thunder Rod. So Pog is doing max damage, probably more. With a Thunder Rod, he's doing about 3,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So it's a very, very large damage decrease. But it's also pertaining to you having those extra rods at that point in the time, which a lot of routes won't. A lot of routes run out of rods come to the after the floating continent.
Yeah, I've typically would only have maybe one, but I would often, if I had an extra rod coming into Kefka's Tower, I would usually toss it on Inferno.
Yeah.
So yeah, usually coming into Doom, I wouldn't have anything. Nice preempt. Coming up to Goddess. So Goddess is a little bit more than just a bag of HP. At the start of the fight, we need to make sure to get the 2 bum rushes off really quickly, otherwise she has a chance to cast a Lullaby, which I think could just put a couple people to sleep. That wouldn't be good. She has a pretty high chance to counter with Bolt 2. So we use some Thunder Shields to help prevent some damage there. Starting on turn 3, she could potentially cast Quasar, which would potentially be bad because it would kill off everybody but Yanis or Yankus. Hopefully by that point the fight would almost be over. And any percent, that's a lot scarier, just because you're only coming in here with 2 people. We're gonna see Kupo toss some stuff. He can't get charmed, can he?
I think he's going to end up hitting himself.
I don't know how that works. So that's Entice, which is kind of a special charm or muddle type ability that basically lasts until Goddess is dead. Yes, he tried to throw himself at Goddess and just hurt himself.
Good job, Kupo.
The flash rain isn't particularly good to see because that means if we see Quasar on the next move, that would be bad. So Dinah's going to play it completely safe and heal up Yankus to full because Yankus only can live through this if he's at full HP, but it doesn't matter because Goddess died first.
So Quasar's highest roll is 1,383. Yankus has 1,388 hit points. So at the highest roll, you survive with 5 hit points, but it's always still scary to see it.
Right. Yeah. You always want to make sure at 100% HP because, yeah, only that 5% or 5 HP difference can spell disaster. All right. So the Warring Triad is dead. We have all 14 characters. We have all, 26 Espers. Now we just have a Kefka to beat up.
Can I get in a few donations right quick?
Yeah, Dine's just going to be doing some menuing, setting up for that fight. We will have a couple minutes of cutscenes, so now would be a great time.
All right. So, I have $50 from an anonymous donor. Thank you very much. Solaris sends 25 and says it's $25 towards my favorite game. Thanks for the good times this marathon. And then Benoit sends $100 and just says Dream and Friends. And I will remind everybody, once we're done with Final Fantasy VI, there will be a very small break. And then we have the finale. Yes. The marathon is not quite done at the end of this game, so stick around.
We have a bunch of cutscenes. I'd like, once again, if it's not too much to ask for chat, to throw out some clap emotes or the GGs for the organizers, for the admins for Questing for Glory, donators, restreamers, hosts, people that have been working all week to put this together. Even throw one out for yourselves. You guys have been amazing with the generosity for all these donation incentives, and especially putting it for such a good cause. This has been such an amazing week to be a part of.
Make sure to give some clouts out for all the runners, all the past runners of the marathon, but also for Dine here for showing us a good, solid Final Fantasy VI, all characters, all Espers run. And we just have one more fight to get through.
And I think it's important to say applause for yourselves as well for helping us raise $51,000, 634 for an amazing charity. If you are an RPG LB sub, please let me see those jock birds in chat. It would make me so very happy right now.
I'm hoping the good thing about the donation names is at least I know where all the characters are. In a run, I did a run about a week ago, and I threw Gao in because I was like, Gao's faster than Cyan. We could have him throw smoke bombs, and it completely threw off the number order for all the character names. Because I thought it would just be like one slot would replace one slot. Turned out no. So Arby's, Yankus, Tina, Edgar, Team Chaos.
Yes.
Yep. Now we're gonna get to the battle and find out I have the wrong party.
That just means more marathon.
Yeah, don't worry. We might have more marathon if this fails. Our polarity opening is probably the worst thing you can see.
Yeah. So the final fight with Kefka is going to be split up into 4 sections. So phase 1 has 3 parts to it. 2 beefy arms that like punching very hard, and a face that kind of does some annoying stuff. The reverse polarity, as Dine mentioned, is particularly annoying because those arms are really beefy and punch really hard and punch even harder if you are closer to them. Hopefully our block, our magic block, is high enough that we can block those punches. Good job, Tina. Or, shoving people to the back row just to be safe.
Right.
That's definitely something I've not done and paid for it. So I will always suggest
I don't
it.
trust any of these characters at all.
Yeah, I mean, in the FF relay, I didn't do that with Celeste, and guess what happened? She got punched and died.
This is what, 3 breaks we've missed?
Yeah, break has a pretty high % chance to hit that right
Like
arm.
65? Ooh.
I want to even say higher than. Oh, is this going to be a quake?
No, the arm's still alive.
Okay. Is anything
It's
else?
okay. It's just gonna take 6 years for break to hit.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten. I want to say it's even higher than 65, but I don't know the exact numbers. It's based on a lot of different factors. Usually, the worst you get is 2, maybe 3. There you go. The vacuum wave.
One any percent PB where it took 7 casts.
Oh wow!
For break to hit, and it was just like it was a good minute just sitting there, being like, anytime, you can do the thing now.
And I'm kind of curious what that percentage is now, because I don't feel it's that low. I feel it's pretty high. Break has in general higher chance to hit than.
I think it was just a bad set of frames I kept hitting.
All right, phase 1 done. You always want to make sure to kill the left arm, the short arm, last. Now we have phase 2. Phase 2 is split up into 4 parts. You got magic in the back, tools or machine in the middle, hit in the front, the blue guy with a slightly less beefy arm, and then Tiger in the bottom right. I'm going to be starting
not
off.
to see haste 2.
Yeah, Magic. We want to mute him at the start because he is susceptible to that. But he can open up with a really nasty haste 2. That's never a great way to start out tier 2. These casual 40,000 damages that we're doing. I think shields can be used offensively, and they work on the same principle as rods do, but except instead of a level 2 spell of their equivalent, it's the level 3 version, but still always max damage, still magic defense piercing. So using them to make quick work.
Hey, does anyone know how to block? 7, 8, 9.
So when the blue guy in the front hit goes down, his revenge move is 10 hits, which, as it sounds like, he just punches you 10 times.
Tier 2 is a lot weaker than tier 1.
Yeah, those punches are genuinely only a couple hundred a hit, as opposed to in tier 1 it can be 700-800. Have a chance to crit more if you're in the front row because you got reverse polaritied. All right, now on to tier 3. Tier 3 only has 2 parts. Lady in the back, rest in the front. Generally, you're trying to kill Lady because she will do a bunch of healing, and I think will also revive Rest if you try to kill Rest first. She happens to be immune to, I think, most status ailments and have a really high defensive stats. In any percent, we typically deal with her with bum rushes, which have the can pierce for magic defense. I forget how we deal with it here. A man-eater.
Normally, you just normally you would cast Bahamut, but I'm trying to do something cheeky for the ending. So I'm hoping it doesn't bite me in the butt.
So just throwing a bunch of stuff at her and mimicking it, and she has a little over 10,000 HP. So I think she's. I didn't hear her die. Unless
she's dead.
Okay, I just didn't hear it.
I did the panic check.
Okay, yeah, checking to do the fight. Oh, can I hit her yet? And so the way Rest works, when he drops below a little over 10,000 HP, he will use Meteor. Have a chance to use Meteor. Do nothing or use Trine. So it's always a fun time when you're trying to guess which one he did to make sure did you really trigger him to go into the next AI phase. And
Nothing.
that's
or I don't know how to count.
Yeah,
Both of them are equally scary.
Yep. Okay, so it was done correctly. Using Fenrir to put that image status on all of the characters to avoid calmness. Calmness cast by Rest is a physical attack that just if you get hit by it, you die. Interestingly enough, it is possible to have someone die through calmness. Calmness can hit at least once. It will hit at least once, up to 2 times. If the same character gets targeted twice in a row, the first hit breaks the image status, which I think we said was a 1 out of 8 chance of happening. Maybe a 1 out of 4. Some percent chance of happening. And then the second hit hits the same character that has their image broken and they don't block it. Particularly bad if it's a character that's important. That would be not great. But the chances of that are really, really low.
If everything goes as planned, this is going to look really cool. If things don't go as planned, this is going to look really dumb.
I have no idea what's planned, so...
Don't worry, neither do I.
So final form of Kefka again has a lot of AI phases that you're juggling, has a lot of nasty counterattacks. We're doing a lot of damage to him up front. When he starts casting End Becomes Chaos, the screen starts shaking. Those counterattacks don't happen, so Dine's probably going to be trying to kill him off quickly. I see what we're going for. Okay. Curious how tight his damage numbers are. So casting Palador to get everybody in the air. Fastest characters jump down first. We skip over the Goner, and who jumps down first? It is Edgar casting Crusader. Very nice.
I had the odd time I was practicing this. Edgar would be the last person to drop, even though she has the second highest speed. I don't know if it was I was ATB waiting incorrectly, but like it would be time like she'd be the last person to fall, and then her jump damage would trigger Ultima.
Oh,
So
no.
like she would just fall and die.
You also have to avoid the ultimate counter attack.
But I don't know. Doing it this way has worked out pretty well. I figured we'll either go out with a bang or I'm gonna go out looking like an idiot.
I mean, Kefka will go out with a bang, or you will go out with a bang. One of those is guaranteed to happen.
So funny thing, if Crusader deals the final hit to Kefka, Kefka will disappear. The screen will go black, and then it triggers the party wipe. So a bunch of people in chat were like, "You should change the timing rules because we do end the timing on the first flash." So it was like you flash, and then you'd get the game over about 20 seconds later.
Nice. And yeah, we typically timing for any percent and really 100% operates off the same timing rules. The first flash before Kefka starts to descent is in the Western community how we stop the timer. The Japanese RTA rules typically go until the end, which is going to be in about 25 minutes. They get through all the lovely credits, which we're going to start seeing here. That was a really, really good run, Dine. It was really fun to watch. A lot of new stuff I haven't seen before. So thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on finishing out a great marathon with a great run.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being comms. It's been very, very enjoyable.
I'm not seeing enough GGs in chat. That was some swag strats to finish us off.
This was a blast to have the chance to close out this event, especially with all the different donation incentives. This has been a lot of fun. It just felt like playing the games with a bunch of friends. Chat, you were awesome. Bob, Mutsky, High Spirits for putting up for all my crap this whole last 2 weeks.
I can say it's been my pleasure to be here. I can't speak for Mutsky, but I'm sure he would feel the same. Been an absolute pleasure to be here for Final Fantasy VI. It's been an absolute pleasure to do the pre-show, which was a kind of last-minute thrown together thing, and an absolute pleasure to be modding the chat this week. Anything else you guys want to say?
Just thank you, everyone, once again. I know we've said it many a times, but I don't think we can say it enough. Thank you, everyone, for your generosity, for everyone that's donated prizes, the plushies, game consoles, everything. This whole event has been just one giant, amazing roller coaster from beginning to end. And it's nice to see the communities come together, the RPG Limit Break and Questing for Glory, just to raise money for an amazing cause and play a bunch of good video games for a week.
Bunch of good video games and crystal bearers.
Yes. I don't know. Palmer did make some good publicity or pictures for that.
Now, I know people probably don't need to hear this, but if one were to want to get into speedrunning Final Fantasy VI, where would one look?
But you love yourself way too much. We have a Discord. You can find it on the speedrun setting for FF6. We don't use the community Discord. If you're looking to learn Glitchless or really any other category, feel free to drop in. I know Glitchless runners, we've had probably about 5 or 6 pop up in the last couple of months, which is really nice. But we have a lot of good, knowledgeable people also for the Glitchless runs. We got a couple of no sketch runners that are starting out. A couple of people with the intro category, Kefka and Narsh. The whole community is just really good, really helpful, friendly, just good people to joke around with. So if you have any interest in picking up any of the categories, feel free to join the Discord, and we'll gladly give you a hand.
There's also some great resources. I think I mentioned earlier, but Dine had wrote out a really great guide for Glitchless any percent, and that's if you're looking for a full game category, it's probably a good one to start with, especially with Dine's extensive guide to help you along your way. Other good guides as well, and a great community. I would also agree. Join the Discord, ask questions. We've got a lot of good people.
All right. Well, we are going to go ahead and head over to the finale now. So let's hear it one more time in chat for the amazing commentary from Takaze and the amazing skills on show from Dine. Let's hear it one more time in chat. And guys, gals, and non-binary pals, see you in a few minutes in the finale. Your camera isn't on. Oh, yours isn't going to be because you're going straight to OBS. Never mind.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the finale of Questing for Glory. The bearded duo is back.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's what we got called in the pregame show, was the bearded duo. But I am high spirits, and I am joined here with Bob the Ninja Goldfish. You just heard him not long ago. And we thought we would take the time here to talk about a couple of things, and give me a chance, first off, to say the many thanks that I need to as the organizer and the lead of Questing for Glory. So I'm going to take a quick moment here to talk about this, and then I'm gonna let Bob talk about a couple things on his mind. First off, my shout-outs. Have to give Kurlan a huge shout-out. We didn't, that tracker that you saw on the bottom of the screen that had all the donations and that was all him. He put that together the day before the marathon and then worked on it all throughout the week and watched it evolve. Kurlan TV was huge, putting a lot of work into that, and I definitely want to give him a huge thanks for that. I want to give some thanks to Palmer for doing the layouts, Lich Smash for helping setting up the restream chances, a little bit for Palmer. Michelle from NAMI, my contact at NAMI, you saw her in the interview at the beginning. The RPG Limit Break staff, who worked with us, partnered with us to put this all together, gave us their tracker, gave us everything to do, and yeah, helped us out, and we're glad that we could take over raising money for NAMI this year. Obviously, I want to thank all of the 50 or so volunteers that we had to help us pull this off this week. It's the most volunteers I've ever had to shuffle before, so it was definitely a challenge, and we had a lot of technical issues at the beginning of the week that we started to clear out as things. You like my silver shirts? Okay. That, you know, kind of fleshed themselves out towards the end. Of course, big thanks to my admin team who helped me out, who helped me at least get some sleep this week. Although I did get yelled at plenty of times by Omegas for not sleeping enough. But yeah. And I want to throw a few thanks to some of the prize donors who really helped us out this week. Plush Mayhem on Plush Mayhem at Twitter donated a ton of plushies and things for us this week. Definitely helped out a lot. RPG Chick with a lot of pearlers. P Diggity Dog at P Diggity Dog on Twitter helped us out with the SNES Junior with the RGB mod and the S Video mod. Definitely another person to check out. Kinda Nerdy Housewife with the bards / butts Gilgamesh charms. Twinstrumental on YouTube for the Mario 3D All-Stars. The Cowness for the Dragon Lord Nest carts. Want to give Mr. PR Miller for keys, for Steam keys. Vala for the Dissidia keychains. Kios for the stream keys. Homer for the PlayStation 3 bundle that we were giving away. Lots of thanks to everyone who donated to help us out. This was the first event Questing for Glory has ever done that, sorry, I'm trying things up a little bit. This is the first Questing for Glory that we ever did that was charity related. And NAMI is something that, you know, is important to a lot of us. It's impacted our life, you know, like the things that go on with mental health issues impact everyone's life, whether it's you, whether it's someone you know. And shout outs to Ellie also, yeah, Creative Ellie for a bunch of prizes. And yeah, it's like, we're glad that we were able to take this up to help out RPG Limit Break. And of course, the viewers, you all awesome. You gave us $51,689. When we started this event, we were like, we could probably hit 25. We could be happy with 25,000. And then our ultimate goal was 50,000. And when that became a reality, hearts for everyone. That was awesome. So we tried to push it to 60, but I think we got more. We're happy. I think none of us are disappointed. But yeah, so I just again thank everyone for this, and I think I'm gonna let Bob go ahead and talk a little bit now. So you got some thoughts on your mind, Bob?
Yeah. When High Spirits and I planned this post show, we were going to be talking all about good runs and what the charity means to us and things like that, and much in the way we can't do the full blown finale like a RPG Limit Break does, but it feels right to at least do something like this. And with me having done the pre-show with High Spirits, it's felt like an appropriate bookend. And I noticed in chat that right at the end of the marathon, a lot of people were noting that I sound tired. That's not the case. I'm far more rested than High Spirits is. That's for sure. What you don't know is behind the scenes, about 6 hours into the Final Fantasy VI run, I received a phone call from England. I don't know if many of you know this, but I don't have a whole lot of contact with my family back home. After my father died and I fell out with my mother, I don't have a whole lot of contact with them. I got news less than 2 hours ago that my father's twin brother committed suicide. High Spirits was willing to let me step away and not go through this, but I need this, I told him. If anything, this is a perfect representation of why we have worked our butts off for the last 7 days. Why we've come together. And I know this is a PG stream, and I don't know the PG rules all over the world, so I apologize if I use a bad word in what is probably the single crappiest year a whole lot of people have felt in a very, very long time. we've come together. We've raised damn near $52,000. And all of it's going to go to help people like my uncle who couldn't help himself. So I'm not sitting here being sad. Yeah, there's another one of my ninja brethren around here cutting onions somewhere. But I'm not sad. And I just want you all to know, no matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, no matter what you're feeling, and I have been there. I've been the guy who is absolutely alone in a crowd of 2,000, 3,000 people, even when everyone seems to be my friend. I still feel alone. Just know you're loved. You may not see it, may not feel it, but it's here. And we want to give you the love. We want to give you the support. Now, when we were originally planning this, I was going to open up with a bit of a literary quote. But another quote has come to mind. Earlier in the marathon, when Kay Shore stepped in at the last moment and ran Child of Light, I opened up with a quote from Babylon 5 from Ambassador Kosh. And say what you will about Babylon 5, but it has many thoughts on spirituality. And there is a quote that I would like to share with you all now. And it is that there is a greater darkness than one we fight. It is the darkness of the soul that has lost its way. The war we fight is not against powers and principalities. It is against chaos and despair. Greater than the death of flesh is the death of hope, the death of dreams. Against this peril, we can never surrender. The future is all around us, waiting in moments of transition, to be born in moments of revelation. Nobody knows the shape of that future or where it will take us. And that is what I want you all to take away from tonight. Nobody knows what the future will hold. And we can never surrender in this fight. I love you all.
We love you too, Bob. Well said. And I want to toss something here for you.
Go for it, man.
This is just for you. We've reached 52,000 on the dot. Thanks to Sharky leaving a $311 donation that says, "We love you and we're here for you, Bob. All of us." Yes, we are, Bob. You do so much for these marathons. GDQs, limit breaks. 2 weeks before the event, you came running saying, "I want to help you. Tell me what I can do." And I'm like, "I will find whatever I can for you, Bob," and threw you into the event because I knew you wanted to help. Everyone loves you. You are not alone. That's one of the big messages that we've given this entire week. And I think everyone is just showing you that there's plenty of love out there for everyone. Not just Bob, everyone. No one is alone.
That's the message here. I didn't tell that story to get love from me in chat. I didn't do that. That's not...
Yeah, the message is everyone needs to know they're not alone. They are loved. There is people out there that love them, that want to help them. And there's a don't be afraid. Go to places like NAMI. Call their helpline if you need to, if you're in an emergency. Go to their website. Text them. There is lots of information out there. There's a lot of people who want to help.
The last year has been really crappy for a lot of people. Myself, I mean, the reason I came to the marathon 2 weeks beforehand is because I just spent nearly 2 weeks in a hospital. As an immunocompromised person, it was one of the most nerve-wracking times of my life. My medical expenses are through the roof. There's been light spots like making affiliate on my channel and finally getting to do Disneyland for the first time, but I've used the resources available to me through people like NAMI to deal with it. And please, oh, please, know those resources are not just for people suffering. They're for people who think they know people who are suffering and don't know how to approach them. And that is the single biggest hurdle, is knowing how to talk to people that you're worried about. Because just that one moment can be the first step on a journey to recovery. And recovery is not even the right word, because you don't recover from something like depression or imposter syndrome or whatever it is. It's just feeling better. And I feel like we should put a cap on that, and just say, I have a few thank yous, if you don't mind.
Say what you want. Give your thanks.
I thank you so much to everyone who's donated, etc. Blah 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 blah. I specifically want to say thank you to my crew in purple, the mod squad. We've done a really great job this week. Mod Squad chat has been an absolute joy. You're often the unsung heroes of a marathon. It's a thankless task most of the time, except for in the RPG community where we get thanked. That was probably a stupid thing to say. Anyway, thank you to the Mod Squad for being my team this week. I look forward to serving with you again. If that makes any sense. Stupid onion ninjas. Look, I told you guys to go away.
It's just a little bright in there, that's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I think we can put a cap there. I think we've gotten the message out. We've given the best we can to spread the word. We've raised a few dollars for to help. And I think that's a good spot to say that Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing was a massive, massive success. And I'm glad we could do our little part this year. And of course, my last thanks was for Bob, because I never did thank him.
Before we do anything, can we get a whole lot of hashtag not alone in chat?
Yeah.
I really think that would be... I would love to just be able to screenshot that and send it to NAMI. That would be amazing. See that? Anyone who thinks you're alone, look at that chat right now. And I'm pointing in completely the wrong direction because my camera is flipped.
It's over there a little bit. Oh, wait, no, for me it's over there.
Anyway, cap it off, man. I'm sorry, I did interrupt.
But yeah, so we had a totally different idea in mind for the finale, but I think this is still perfect. And this is, this gets us our message out. It shows that that it's real and we're here to help. And I think this is where we sign off for Questing for Glory. We do have a raid target in mind, and we are going to send everyone over to Close to War, who is doing a Chrono Cross speedrun right now.
Ooh.
And I'm going to give you the raid message here.
And I think, if I may, I'd like to round this out the way I've rounded out everything so far. The last thing I'm going to say, as I said, when we say in chat, when you get over there, it's going to be, we have quested for glory, hashtag not alone. But to round this out, as I do all the time, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, the words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, be excellent to each other. Party on non-gender specific honorifics.
And thank you all for supporting the event. Have a wonderful evening, and hope to see a lot of you next year with the Bearded Duo at RPG Limit Break 2021.
It's not going anywhere.